In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They've fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jiwoo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Welcome
to day 2 of the OWCS Stage 1 playoffs. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, who's representing today. I like it. Rocking the Fusion shirt. I was considering a Spark shirt, I think yesterday. Maybe we should coordinate. Maybe Jake, what you got?
I'll change
every shade of Outlaw?
Should I bring out an old Outlaws jersey?
Let's do it.
Okay, we coordinate
It's a bit of
this.
a
This is
throwback,
gonna be
you
good.
know? Like sometimes it's good. You know, sometimes you just feel it's in the air. It's in the air.
Yeah, today it is certainly in the air.
Yeah.
I'm smelling. It's giving carpe right now. It's giving carpe lifting trophies
I was
at
thinking
this
about
very
boombox,
moment.
but okay.
That's okay. That's fair. Different game, different game. Let's talk about what else we have in store for us. Not just for us, for you actually watching. We don't just have good fashion on display. No, we also have incredible playoff-related drops. It's the year of the snake, and you can represent that by connecting your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and earn these drops for the hours watched. You see it on your screens right now. So let's take a look at our bracket to see how much time you got left to collect them all. Spoiler, it's plenty, because this is just day 2 of 4 overall days we have to play it out in our playoffs in both regions, EMEA as well as NA. We're going to take care of business today in our lower bracket, sending 2 teams home in each region. 2 of these teams have been waiting in the lower bracket, so we haven't seen them just yet in our current, I want to say quote-unquote meta, but I feel like it's pretty established. Maga, lots of Maga, with a few sprinkles here and there of something else depending on the bans, but yeah, it's been very Maga forward yesterday.
Yes.
Jake looks dead inside as I say that.
I mean, I'm interested to see if Europe keeps pushing, you know, the Gen.G in this comp, or if they lean, as NA did, toward the Echo and valuing those copies and the better neutral poke fight. I feel like we've seen both have success. We've even seen a little bit of Pharah, but I'm also looking for some of these teams to shake things up and attack this meta with some bans. I mean, Nightmare lost yesterday, but they had some very close games, and some of those bans pushed the meta completely away from the Maga. So I think, you know, in today's format, as much as that's going to be dominant on a few maps that like Maga Brawl style, I still think there's a lot of opportunity for teams to innovate and to play, you know, their unique styles by using the ban system.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the teams today, Johnny. Which of these teams could be the innovators? Which of these teams could be pushing out of the meta?
Ooh, who could be the innovators? Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think maybe you're looking at, I'm thinking about both Twisted Minds and the Ultimates, and I was like, will either of these teams deviate? And I kind of lean no. So we haven't seen Twisted Minds and the Ultimate so far this week, but I feel like both of those teams probably want to lean into like a pretty Gen.G, Sojourn heavy meta with their tank playing the Malga, right? So I don't think we'll see much deviation when it comes to EMEA. We saw Gen.G, they wanted to match VP. Peps, you know, they're pretty happy playing that game too, even though maybe we didn't put their best foot forward. So it kind of comes down to like North America. Like North America, if you want to change things up, it's on you guys, and we are seeing Nightmare again. So maybe we just hope for like Cup for Winston or something like that.
I think Gen.G should change it up. I think that Gen.G should, you know, for surely for most of the series, or at least a few maps in the series, the Malga is going to be pretty inevitable. But I think if Gen.G can take us to like a dive map and bring out a Winston or a Wrecking Ball style, you know, with the proper ban to eliminate maybe the Malga threat, I think there's real possibility for Gen.G to flip the script. I think Twisted Minds looks insane on the rush comps, and so I don't love Gen.G's chances if they're just continuing as they did yesterday to force that Malga mirror.
Well, let's talk about this match then, starting with Gen.G. Of course, this is once again a rematch. They met in week 1, stage 1. That's some weeks ago. Gen.G walked away from this one with a 3-1 score. But of course, now we're seeing the Maga meta evolve in front of our very eyes. How did they look yesterday on the Maga? Was that confident? Was that competent, Jake?
I mean, I think it's dangerous to look too much yesterday, because remember, they're up against VP, you know, who were incredibly dominant all stage long. No surprises that VP are, you know, still dominant, still top dogs. And there were moments of success here, right? With Top Dragon, when he switched to the Gen.G a little bit later in the series, they managed to battle it back and keep it pretty close. In the end, though, of course, they did go down. I think it's a tough series to look at, because, you know, maybe if you're Gen.G, you just think, you know what, we just keep pushing the Malga, we play a little bit better. That's just VP. We can win other matchups too. But I think it's their strength that they should be able to be flexible. It's also a strength that they've got Top Dragon and Sana. These two guys have had huge performances all stage long. I think these are some of the top DPS players that can fill, you know, any heroes they need to. So, you know, relying on them to have big games pop off and carry is a decent strategy here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, whilst we've seen a lot of varieties in terms of DPS heroes that have been picked over the last couple of weeks, one thing was quite a core part for a lot of these rosters, and that is Sojourn. And Quartz have been so good on that hero, Johnny.
Yeah, Quartz have been amazing, and it's nothing that we're too surprised about because Quartz has been one of the best Syscam players in the world for like almost 2 years now. But Twisted Minds, they are a team that are probably pretty delighted at the fact that we're going to see, you know, Mauga being played this weekend because, yes, we've seen them dive more, like here against the Ultimates last week, of course, you know, putting Psycho on the Echo and Quartz on the Tracer. But just looking at their past matches, when they played against Virtus Pro a couple of weeks ago, they actually kind of already started leaning towards some kind of brawl composition, right? We saw Psycho was playing the Gen.G, Quartz was playing the Sojourn, and Irony was on the Juno with Funnias on the Brig. So that's 4 out of 5 characters required to play this Mauga composition. And then you even saw TVNT was playing the Mauga on Suravasa. So they pretty much played this Mauga composition in the past, right? So I wouldn't be shocked at all to just see them go back to that. Even though we've seen a bit more dive from them recently, I think they're delighted to play Mauga in this meta. And I think they have a pretty good match against Gen.G, considering what we saw from them yesterday.
That's right. Let's take a look at where our community is leaning with this one.
Ooh, interesting.
Gen.G believers. I'm kind of a Twisted Minds believer, honestly. Like, I think Psycho has been phenomenal on the Echo in particular when it comes to the flex role. I think the Echo is the best version of this comp right now from what I saw yesterday. The value test looked a little bit more consistent than the Gen.G that, I mean, in fairness, a lot of the teams in EU were playing the Gen.G, so maybe Psycho will bring that too. He absolutely can. But I think Quartz on the Sojourn, Psycho on the Echo, and then building around like that really stable support and tank core in the Mauga comp. I think this is a great day for Twisted Minds, a great meta for them. I think it's up to Gen.G to like really change things up to win this match. I kind of favor Twisted Minds. I think I'm against the community. I'm not like Johnny. I'm willing to make a risky bet and commit to it before
Johnny,
I know the
are you
results.
panda bearing today? Are you panda bearer?
I'm putting channel points on Twisted Minds. I'm telling you now, chat. I'm putting channel points on Twisted Minds. I'm going all in, actually. Why not?
Okay, commitment is real. But rightfully so, though. Twisted Minds, I think they've been a very explosive team. I'm in love with their backline. I think that's one piece of that Twisted Minds roster that we just don't talk enough about, but really needs to be highlighted. They might have the upper hand in this one. Let's see where this one is going, because Twisted Minds and Gen.G, there's 2 partner teams that will go at it in our first match in the lower bracket, and one of them will be sent home. So for all the action, let's send it over to Jack and Avro.
Thank you very much, Zoe, Johnny, and Jake. Yeah, honestly, I think we should do the matching jerseys. We should do a jersey day, Avril, actually. I'm sure you've got a few.
I only have one. Actually, no, just the one. It was Atlanta Rain, and it wasn't even like just a normal jersey. It was a match-worn Gator jersey.
Oh,
Like,
wait,
it's an old Gator jersey.
Okay, that's
he's actually
going.
worn it before, so.
Okay, we'll sort that out. We'll do a jersey day.
They're like, do you want a jersey with a player's name? I'm like, Gator, I guess. And they didn't send me a fresh jersey of Gator's name. It was one of his old actual jerseys.
Damn, Avril's not washed that either, so it still smells like Gator probably.
Let's have a look at the. I asked him to run a mile in it first, but he didn't do that, so that's crazy.
Okay, got a lot too freaky. It's the first match of the day, by the way, and we're already that freaky. Let's have a look at the map pool for this series and just the playoffs in general. Avril, Control, Push, Escort, Hybrid, / Flashpoint, of course, Gen.G, and Twisted Minds, and a lot of teams, in fact, choosing Samoa first up for Control.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really stable standard map, also really good for Mauga, especially Volcano. I said this yesterday, but what you guys really need is that extra Watchpoint Gibraltar. I swear, like, if you guys have Watchpoint Gibraltar, that would be the anti-Mauga right there. But our teams would have to choose it. You know, all this talk about
They
Mauga,
might not,
like,
yeah.
I think the options are there, man. Like, you can ban Mauga. Teams are just not doing it. You could go to a difficult map for Mauga to play on. Teams would have to want to go there, though. Like, the solutions, I think, do exist, but they're not being actively sought after, I feel.
It's like, okay, we're just confident in the mirror most of the time. I expect most teams are feeling that way at the moment. But there is something to be said. Like, if you're just losing that mirror, you have to just change things up. Do you think there's any other kind of competition right now, in the tank role at least, that could trump the Mauga? Because yesterday we talked a ton about the Diva.
Not in the tank. Not in the tank, in the support. For people that didn't pay attention to Korea Finals, first of all, Giga Banger. Major finals in terms of how competitive it was. I won't spoil the result for anyone who hasn't seen it, because I do recommend people go back and watch that one. Seriously good. But I think the primary here that needs to be looked at right now, and this is not my opinion, this is what the Korean meta is and how they've developed Malga.
Right.
It's actually Ana, specifically Ana. You have to turn the Brig Juno duo in the backline into a Juno Ana instead, and then that with the Malga, and then your DPSs, your preference there, usually Sojin with the Gen.G, that suddenly becomes the winning combination to beat another Malga comp.
Let's have a look at the map set for this series, and obviously the bans and whatnot as well will come through. Well, no surprise there. Samoa is going to be the pick. Gen.G ban Kiriko, Junkrat for TM.
Yeah, and beautiful. We know the Junkrat is obviously such a high value ban here, Jaws. I mean, we got to fear the Sauna / Top Dragon Junkrat. You know what? It's probably they were scared that Kaneo was going to off-road DPS and play some Junkrat today. So scary, man. I'm glad we took that one out. Oh, I'm quaking in my boots at it. Clearly, yeah, this is going to be a throwaway ban. We all know that. But honestly, the Kiriko, kind of a pseudo throwaway ban as well. I think it does deny the Lucio Kiriko combo, so it's not like entirely, doesn't mean anything. Bans are going to be interesting today, man, because watching EMEA and NA yesterday, realistically speaking, regardless of what the bans were, everyone dodged the Malga-related bans, which is either Malga himself or the Malga enablers between Juno and Brig. All of those bans were not really present. I think NA had one game where they actually banned Malga. It was the Nightmare game versus Liquid. They did have like one map where they actually banned the Malga, right? But aside from that, if I remember correctly, yesterday, man, in EMEA, no one actually really banned the Malga, so
it was like they banned other tanks,
the bans
right?
matter still, like
yeah.
The bans matter right now, unless they actually start banning Malga or Malga related heroes.
Well, other bans did end up coming through yesterday for tank. It was like Wrecking Ball ban against like Mag, like D.Va obviously as well. So you're thinking like maybe we see that again here. Obviously the Gen.G series versus Virtus Pro yesterday. Virtus Pro, especially on Dorado, it felt like they had pure control of the game. They ended up winning. Gen.G and Twisted Minds, obviously this is going to be their last chance. Twisted Minds ended up coming into this lower bracket situation. They've not even played in the upper bracket. They don't get a grace of that, well, safety net, right, of being in the upper bracket first. This is an elimination game. Gen.G versus Twisted Minds. First map, Samoa.
Jaws, as we head into the lower bracket, first game of the second day here in playoffs, Twisted Minds, they have the added benefit of not really having been seen before. However, don't know how much that's worth anymore because we know they're going to play Malga. We know everyone's going to play Malga. The real question mark here is what do they play around it, because there are options on the DPS side. Jake talked about the Echo, the Gen.G, obviously top tier, but then there's the Venture as well. We are not really seeing any Venture in other regions like Korea. Korea's kind of dropped that off already. Psycho teased it, gotta be the Pharah. I do wonder, does that mean Top Dragon will bring up the Echo again to try and counter that fire?
I mean, we saw a lot of Echo in NA. The neutral fights for the Echo, especially with the focusing being damaged Avril, it's just so much against them. So much pressure on the Malga.
Will be more important versus Psycho. I think that would be really, really nice to shut him down. Pharah is actually a part of the anti-Malga composition alongside the Ana being played in. You'll see an Alpha E and Zeta piloting that pretty safely. This fight, just going to see who pokes out now.
Good shot onto Funny Astro. Taken quite low. No flush blood just yet. Stomp in onto the front line. Mag does end up going down onto his back and has to use that overrun to get away. But it will be Psycho picking up that first blood on Sauna.
Quartz as well, have to talk about it. We saw Labda yesterday and how good he was on the Sojin. Next teammate of Quartz, and immediately I'm thinking in my mind, okay, Labda was on Quartz's team. He just had that Sojin back pocket. What is Quartz going to bring through today, and how good is his Sojin going to be? We've known his quantity. We've seen his potential. If he can pop off today, someone's going to have a bad time. First ultimate should be coming online fairly soon in the next fight, but honestly, that cap came in just off a neutral kill, and there it is. Talking to Quartz, shows up.
Yeah, there's the pick. Straight on to Canal, and now Top Dragon's has got a decent avenue of attack here. Mag ends up falling over too, so Twisted Minds kind of running over Gen.G. Complete control currently.
Yeah, Top Dragon, as we noted as well, holding on to Gen.G for now. I mean, yesterday we had some question marks. Maybe he stayed on the fire for a little too long. You do have to sort of find the value in the fire, and if Psycho can do that, then he can justify the fire. Nice shot to Crispy.
Yeah, not quite. Look at these ults coming online though. Barrage. They've got the railgun too. This overclock for Twisted Minds. They might want to go early. It's the tendency of a lot of teams.
Sauna's really far behind as well. Oh my goodness, he's going to be further behind. much further behind.
There's not been a fight, Avril. Like, there's not actually been a single fight for Gen.G. They might just lose Kaneo here, too. I mean, Quartz is going to wrap around. They end up killing the Brig. I mean, sure, there's a cap going on, but this isn't really a fight that Gen.G can win.
Yeah, I mean, everyone that's predicted Twisted Minds is feeling really good about that right now. Best of all for Twisted Minds, they've had to spend 0 ult, but they're just getting individual picks. You said there's not been a fight. Here comes that fight now.
Well, there's the moving barrage. The orbital ray should be able to help out. Double cage coming in. First one destroyed by Sauna. Okay, Gen.G on the board. A fight in their spawn, but look at the percent, 90 already. There's a couple of ultimates for Twisted Minds. They come back into the next one, though. Both supports available.
It's a 3-for-3 ultimate trade, and you see that Twisted Mind actually didn't pull in the extra support ultimates. Part of me questions, could they have maybe spun that fight around? But at this point in time, they accept that they will lose that, but they are up 98%. So it doesn't have to be a perfect 100-0 here for Twisted Minds. Happy to come back in, utilize the double support ultimate advantage. Really, it's Top Dragon and Kaneo on the opposite end. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Oh, Top Dragon tries to go for the anime blade in the sky. He's got a spare dash, of course, to get out if he wants to. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. But Twisted Minds don't burn any ultimates there. And Sauna still goes down to Quartz. Sauna was mid-slide. Quartz hits him with a heady. Here comes the rally and the ray. And now Gen.G, without the rally, they can't sustain in this fight. This is a fight you are almost 100% guaranteed to lose after Kaneo goes down there. Twisted Minds are going to flip, and that's going to be round.
And for the keen eyes out there, you'll have noticed, I think the most distinctive part about that fight is when you see Top Dragon Blade and Irony not pop the Brig Rally. That is how little Twisted Minds were concerned about the Blade actually impacting the fight at all. Usually, Blade comes through, rally, instant pop, counter that Blade, get that bash in there, put the fear into the Gen.G. Didn't happen. Irony, full confidence. Twisted Minds, they know their positioning. Top Dragon didn't have the confidence to dive on in. Probably a good idea to not just dive directly into what is basically considered spawn for Twisted Minds. Positioning was just kind of awkward there. Almost a 1v5 play with how far his team was distance-wise between where Gen.G were positioned and where Twisted Minds were positioned. So easy for team just to recuperate, wait for the blade to dissipate, and then come in, double support ultimates, and taking down Kaneo mid-rally.
All right, round 2. Same composition, so no echo, actually. Top Dragon happy to stick with this Gen.G.
We'll give Psycho a really nice advantage just to shoot around. Not much to look back at him. I mean, you would say Sauna is that player. However, been completely shut down by Quartz time and time again. Sauna's not had much of a good run so far in the first round.
Small rotation here from Twisted Minds. Just trying to take the high ground away from Gen.G. Looks like there's just going to be a complete flip there. Mag's going to try and make it interesting as he slam his way towards Quartz, but you can see the confidence in this man's eyes right now. Quartz is happy to stand up, and Crispy's already super low. Quartz body out to chase this one. Looks like Kaneo's there to the rescue, but it's actually Top Dragon that goes down. Not to a railgun, just some left-click shots there from Quartz as he finds first blood again.
And his team confidence too, man. He doesn't really have that much threat against him. Yes, Mag is in his face, but he knows the overrun's gone. The cooldown is ineffective for TM. The rest of the members are there to help Quartz. And first blood onto Top Dragon here, just taken too low. It's a neutral fight again. The neutral damage that is allowing TM just to win these situations so clean. Individual picks, same as what we saw in the previous round, Jaws. One pick, and they win the fight, they cap, and that's it.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning too, Hardy's in the roster, of course, right now for Twisted Minds. He did play a lot of TVNT over the last couple of weeks, but Hardy definitely feels like better on the Mauga. There's a lot of practice on the Mauga, put it that way. Sauna and Freddy Astro end up trading, but Kaneo just nowhere to really run against this Farah. The confidence is really just beaming from TM right now, and this is a team as well that was when it was like the Sim and the Torb debacle, Avril, they were struggling to find their place in the meta, but as soon as they popped Quartz back on the Sojourn, they found the success they needed.
Yeah, I think this is the correct meta for TM, and not only for Quartz, but you mentioned Hardy as well. He was so good in earlier amalgamates that we saw, particularly Stage 1 EMEA last year when he was on SSG and, you know, the old SSG kind of TM rivalry. TM, well, now they got the Hardy Malga on their side.
Yo, Hardy Man slice little slam there, but once again, another first pick here for Twisted Minds. And I'm going to be honest, Avril, this is slaughter. This is not close right now at all.
It is. And look, listen, I did not feel good about, you know, basically not having a lot of good things to say about Gen.G yesterday until they started to show a little bit more prevalence. But the same thing seems to be happening again. And Jake's back there in the green room, I'm sure, thinking, okay, how many times is Gen.G just going to repeat this Malga match and lose?
Oh, Kaneo does end up getting bashed, but he's dead again.
Lost Savannah again.
Dead again. Barely got like a fraction of overhealth. And that's just going to be it. There's a cage and a blade, but Mag is alone on the point right now. He's already popped Cardiac Overdrive, looking for someone to actually lock down in place. The barrage available from Psycho as well. Yes, so they can just combo this one. Well, here comes both Rays, and the barrage will just absolutely dominate that high ground. Nice little flail shot onto Sauna. Top Dragon does end up popping the blade, but still has to chew through all that healing coming out from the Brig and the Orbital Ray. Irony picks up 2, and that'd be Twisted Minds. Getting a 100-0. That's a 2-0 on map number 1. Just dominant performance from TM in this elimination game.
I mean, you could almost imagine the first round being 100-0 as well. It was just due to the fact that respect was given by TM. They didn't want to overspend support ultimates with their pseudo spawn camp situation, caging all the way in Gen.G spawn. But if they really wanted to pull their ults in there and spend hard, they could have probably have... I don't know that they were going to win that fight 100%, but the likelihood is certainly real. Given the fact that they held the ults back, they allowed Gen.G to have a little bit of a respite, cap that point. Gen.G actually did manage to win this, and you know, sometimes that is a punish as well. Sometimes you do want to, if you go for a spawn camp, it can work against you, and those sort of situations will lose you the point. But aside from that, you never really felt like Twisted Minds ever lost control of the pace and the tempo of the game and their ability to just win this game. And then you go towards Beach, and it's like, you can count the amount of deaths on Twisted Minds on like one hand. Seriously, how many people died? I think Funny Asher died one time, and
8 deaths overall.
Anyone else die?
Those 2 rounds for Twisted Minds.
Like 31-8.
Yeah.
Bro, the KD is 10.6. I mean, yikes. That's insane for TM. What is going on? This is Groundhog Day where Gen.G are repeating what we saw yesterday, where they are losing in the Malga Mirror. They change nothing, and they keep losing the Malga Mirror. And then, oh, the match is finished, and Gen.G are the first team eliminated from playoffs. Right? If nothing changes, I'm not saying that will happen if nothing changes, but right now, I think it's clear that Gen.G, they are not winning in this Malga Mirror. This meta is not good for them. They have one of the more flexible tank players, and he's stuck on Malga when the strengths for Mag lie elsewhere.
Yeah, they lie in the Wrecking Ball, which is what they've had some of the most success with. They lie in like any kind of dive, any kind of hyper aggression where Top Dragon can play Gen.G with a tank that gets into the back line and kind of dices up the supports and serves them for lunch, you know? It's this is a tough start. I mean, a little 2-0. Where do you go here if you're Gen.G though? So you get the next ban, you get the next map pick, Avril.
Well, they went Suravasa last time versus VP.
Right.
And I theorized during that game, unfortunately, I theorized it was because of the ball, and then it just never happened. So, you know, I feel a little bit sorry about that one.
Again.
We talk about like, oh, maybe they can do this, maybe they can do that, and it's like, no, it's just got to be Malga again. The one thing that did start to turn things around on Suravasa was the swap from Top Dragon onto the Gen.G. Now, he's on the Gen.G now. Surely that should be a good thing. However, we are not seeing a situation where they can actually engage as a team, leading the charge with Mag, diving in, Top Dragon following up, Sauna able to put in the damage as well. How much pressure was there on Psycho? It'd be funny to see Psycho's POV to see how much he was actually taking on the fire. I doubt it was very much at all. It really comes down to, if you don't have the Echo, or you don't have another fire, you're going to really be relying on the Sojin to do that. But Sauna was completely locked down by Course the whole game. So who was going to do anything about Psycho, given that to be the case?
Let's have a look at the bans. Of course, Gen.G gets to choose the ban first. They end up banning Junkrat, protecting a TPS. And then Twisted Minds, they ban the Wrecking Ball.
Guys, I don't know what to tell you, man. Junkrat's just a threat. You wouldn't understand. Junkrat is such a big threat right now in the meta.
Think about this. Cage, Tire. Everybody's locked in place, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Think about this. Cage, speed up the Tire, no one dies. Ooh.
Oh, the Nitro Tire?
Yeah, 0 people die. Tire, wow. Big one, big perk. Let's have a look at the fact that, okay, probably a DPS protect, but I don't really know what you would want to protect DPS-wise that wouldn't also be equivalently good on the Twisted Mind side. Like, what are you trying to protect here? Like a Tor or something? They're not even going to play that. Top Dragon's going to go back over towards the front. Now, look, his fire was not great on this map. I'm willing to give him another chance here. Market opening first round, or the first point. Decent for the fire. Psycho, though, look at this read. He just knows the fire is coming through. He's going to start an Echo. This is a counter pick straight out the gate. Wait, however, Kanale. He's gone Ana. I like this. This is good. Now we're following Korean meta.
Okay. So, with the Ana a little bit more vulnerable, of course, the Brigitte provides a lot of protection to Crispy. Oh, good sleep to start off with, though. Psycho takes a quick nap, and oh, the bio grenade as well connects with Irony and Quartz. I'm curious if Twisted Minds prompted to swap here, knowing that Canel's now on the Ana. Of course, they won't be doing that before this first fight, even. And the point unlocked.
What do you swap to? Are you going to lose your Brig for the Kiriko? That would You don't want to lose your Juno. That's a major Malga enabler. That's the problem, right? This is why Ana is such a great counter towards the Amalga on the other side. I know the irony here is that you are still playing Malga, so it's like the Malga counter is still a Malga comp, which is sad, but this is where the meta is. Gen.G are playing the correct meta now.
Look, that's what you want to see, right? Sorn taking down Quartz. Gen.G in control. Okay, they're actually in it to win it now. I won't say it, Avril, but I will. Control is fraudulent game mode. Nice little stop with the front line. Sorna no dash, and Canel ends up going down to Psycho. Now Sorna's just completely isolated and alone in that choke point with that slide to get back to the rest of his team. Good little stop there from Mag again, but it's just going to get focused down. And here comes the flip.
You are biggest control hater, I am biggest push hater, and everyone is biggest flash hater, and that's why it's not in the map pool anymore. And you would like to see a little bit more on the ult charge side for Gen.G. Actually, man got up there pretty decently, but Funny Astro already on the orbital ray. What we saw out of Canal in that first neutral sleep dart into Bionade, that has to happen again. Nothing blocks sleep dart or Bionade in this matchup. There is not going to be a Kiriko because it's hard luck Brig Juno on the other side. Canale needs to pop off. That's the key difference maker.
Cage available from Mag now, almost instantly popping it as soon as that cooldown came in, and Hardy gets anti-naded too. A perfect focus there from Gen.G. Couldn't run anywhere, so that nade was almost guaranteed hit. There's Malga with a couple there, or Mag even, so it's a 2 for 2, but the control is going to flip to Gen.G.
And this, by the way, improves later on for Canal. Once he gets the level 3 perk, the double nano, we're talking about the fact that is Ana going to be too susceptible to be kind of crushed in this matchup? Well, the double nano is going to save his life. So that's kind of the extra addition why Ana is also effective in this matchup.
Wow, Top Dragon just got rolled by the tri-shots from Psycho. No heals coming through. Nano boost available for Canal. Pops onto Mag. A little bit of focus fire here from the Echoes. The duplications are coming in. And now Mag, just with a short-range stomp, actually, he's going to send Psycho on his back. And Riley ends up getting popped here from Twisted Minds, try and counteract the Ray, but Hardy goes in regardless. Cage comes in, so now Sorna's life is literally a living hell. Can't do anything. Barrage from the high ground isn't going to do much either. Funny Astro and the rest of Twisted Minds able to focus down Top Dragon mid-ult, and Gen.G basically blow their entire ult bank to try and win that fight, and now a stagger onto Canal.
It seems like the fundamentals are just stronger for Twisted Minds. So yes, Gen.G are playing the right comp. This is where you want to see the fire. This is where you want to see the Ana. But for Twisted Minds, despite not playing that, they seem like the more well-gelled, more practiced Malga team. I mean, you would have that with Hardy. He's also an in-game leader, shot caller as well. Very proficient on Malga metas. Knows exactly what to do. Back in his time in SSG playing this, time is running out. No touch to come through because the respawns were just going to take a little too long. And I'm in fair for Gen.G because from a coaching perspective, Krusty's told them what to play. They're playing the right thing, but it's not enough, Jaws.
Quartz going to start this fight off pretty well. We've seen how proactive teams want to be, especially with their Sojins and their overclocks. Canel's got to set up a big nade here.
This ends now.
Wow, the flank actually from Quartz. All right, Mag, little overrun. Maybe a little bit too early there from Twisted Minds, but it does give them enough time to maybe cap. Oh, good shot.
Well, 5 seconds left to go. I think Gen.G will be able to contest. Mag wants to run in there. So the cap is about to unlock. I do agree that is too early. It was before the point was even unlocking. Okay, Mag didn't touch in time.
Oh, it's on his head. Nade misses from Canale too. Once again, Quartz on the board with the first blood in the fight, and it's actually just not even going to be a fight. It's a pick, and that's it. Gen.G backing up.
They got a free OC out of the enemy team, and Gen.G could not utilize that into any sort of advantage here. So it's not every day that Quartz will just deliver for you a free overclock ultimate just thrown into the wind. Gen.G need to do something a little bit more about that. Mag, Cage available, nothing to combo the Cage with. In fact, Funny Astro's orbital ray will just probably save anyone caught in the Cage.
Quartz public enemy number 1. Both Malgas using the overruns to try and gain positioning here. Cage now available, but the Ray's going to get popped regardless. Irony's going to be pretty chill in this Cage, I think, with all that healing and extra damage as well. And who's on the kill in the kill feed again? It's Quartz picking another DPS. Top Dragon dead. Flip came through for Gen.G, but it's not lasting long.
And you question, like, where was Top Dragon during that fight as well? Because the shield from the cage should protect him. It's supposed to save his life. That is really bad for any Sojin to play into. Cage is kind of anti-Sojin depending on where you place it. How is Quartz landing that shot? Top Dragon must have been Skybox or something. Quartz finding that during cage is really rough for Gen.G.
Dude, Top Dragon can't even get in this fight. Slyko's going to pop the duplicate. 2 Maugas on the board. It might have got deleted, but Kanale is history. Kanale was 10 feet under before Top Dragon can get any damage in. Gen.G have flipped the point again, but Mag is here along with Crispy. They've got an orbital ray, which is their last-ditch attempt, but Crispy can't even use it. Quartz gets the kill, and Twisted Minds are going to walk away with this 2nd point in a row.
I mean, Gen.G, just they don't even get to play the support ultimate. This is what I'm talking about. I think the fundamentals of TN in this matchup are just that much stronger. They're better drilled. They know how their comp works better. They know how to play against the mirror better. And for Gen.G, Mag's first time in Europe here. Brand new team. I mean, Twisted Minds are kind of a new-ish team as well, but a little bit of maybe built-in synergy still there. And Gen.G, they kind of just lack the experience on this comp. I think that's just the obvious thing to say here. As I've mentioned, they're playing the right comp, but they can't execute. Kanale hasn't. Are we seeing Sleep Darts and Byronades? They need to start coming through big time.
They need to start connecting with the Mauga. You know, pick up the Groggy as well, make it easier to shoot the Mauga. Well, there's the overclock, and Dynamo Boost deployed there onto Top Dragon. Oh, kind of rolled him, broke his ankles a little bit. A nice nade ends up connecting Avril, and that's what we need to see from Kanale over and over again. Cost them a nano, but they're going to get the point.
Well, the nano opening here is actually pretty nice because they have 5 ultimates. You want to spend one, ideally one ult for a cap is pretty nice. Twisted Minds now. But to believe Quartz actually, yeah, it looks like he spent the OC in that fight as well, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be 1 extra ult down for TM. A little bit more expensive than they'd like. Let's see if Gen.G can kind of snowball this one a little bit further. They have so much to play through. This is about as strong as Gen.G is going to get in terms of their strength of the team.
Cage available. Oh, double cage, almost exactly the same frame there, but Mag is going dangerously low. Duplication onto the Brig, a free rally in Top Dragon's sights maybe, but no, not with a rally from Irony in amongst the cage, multi-man bash, and well, the fight's already over. Twisted Minds, they're going to be able to get the flip here, but Gen.G still in good spot for next fight, although they do blow their entire ult bank.
Yeah, Kanale needed to be in a position to drop a nade in there some way, because what you did in fact see was by the time the nade came through, I did see it popped onto Irony, as he actually swaps over towards the Kiriko. Now, we've discussed this could be dangerous. The Brig is so good in this matchup, and despite the Suzu being really, really important for countering... Oh, Kanale's just going to swap up. I was going to say, I think you can still outplay the Suzu a little bit here. I still think losing the Brig hurts the Smelga comp a lot. For Twisted Minds, that is.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Irony switch back, in all honesty.
It's funny because I think Gen.G are now on the right comp because they're like, well, we can just play the Brig Juno, and now you don't have the Brig anymore, so Irony does have to swap back, yes.
Here comes the duplication onto the Mauga on the point. Oh, Psycho couldn't even get the... Top Dragon couldn't even get the beam off. Psycho just eliminates him instantly. Twisted Mind's just going to run them down now with this, just with his duplication pressure. And there you go, final fight now for Gen.G.
It's looking like a 3-0. I mean, that was what the score line was. No, actually, it was a 3-1, I believe, on this particular map. And that was due to the comeback of little swaps here or there for Gen.G. Now it's going to be the Lucio Jr. They just want to come in.
He can't get there.
Touch Top
He can't get there. He can't get there. He can't get there.
Oh!
A 3-0 Suravasa for Twisted Minds. Dude, they are getting flattened. Like, this is
worse.
A differential I don't think we've seen before in something like a playoffs. It's an elimination game too, and Gen.G haven't got a single point on the board yet.
It brings me no joy to say that it does look like Gen.G's going home first, and it's not the team that you wanted. A lot of people are saying, when I was doing my research, Gen.G, especially pre-Amalgamator, pre-Season 15, were looking like a top team in the region. They finished 3rd in the regular season. Like, this is a team that should be going way further than this, but this meta change has really ruined the kind of synergy of this team. But also, I think kind of the aura has been lost as well, and I don't know, I might quantify that as just an individual prowess. Like, you're just not seeing Sauna or Top Dragon on the DPS side able to do much of anything here. I mean, Sauna getting shut down by Quartz. Top Dragon, yesterday's performance was not very enlightening. At least the Gen.G was quite good, but he started on the Gen.G with Samoa and he got shut down, which just wasn't pretty. I mean, you know it's bad when he pulls Blade on Samoa and Irony's like, I'm not even going to rally to counter that.
Right, yeah.
Not required, actually. that's when you know it's really, really, really rough. So the individual price, because we know these guys are good. I know Sauna and Top Dragon, their potential individual mechanics is actually really high.
8 deaths again. Oh, wait, that's the same death. Wait, that is
literally
the same.
8 again.
Yeah.
It looks like we just repeat the same graphic, but it's just the same result. I mean,
that is crazy.
This is the definition of insanity. What are we changing here for Gen.G? At least they did change up towards the Ana, go over to the Fire for that kind of quote-unquote counter comp. That's actually not even, that is the counter comp. If you look at Korea, that literally is the counter comp. But as I said, you can choose the correct heroes, Jaws, but can you execute the comp? For Gen.G, the answer is no.
It very much felt like a slight hiccup as well for Twisted Minds throughout the stage. Like, we had the initial meta, the hazards, and then we had a weird sim torb, and where they didn't look confident and comfortable at all, and then it swung back around to, oh wait, we can just play Quartz on Sojourn, and what is he going to do every single fight? He's going to get a pick almost instantly, first up, and normally on an enemy DPS if it's not a support, right? It was a very terrifying spot to be in regardless, I think, for Gen.G to come into this, because Twisted Minds have been on a little bit of a run, and the confidence, you mentioned it perfectly. Irony not popping rally with the blade when the blade's coming out. I mean, this is like Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby meme, just like in a series, unfortunately. I think everybody expected Gen.G to do extra well in the playoffs, even in this kind of situation too, with all the expertise and like the veterancy of some of these players, like Mag, who's been around forever.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't remember Mag being particularly great in Malgametas.
In the clutch?
I can't even remember Mag in the Malgameta in general. We've had Malgametas in the past, and Mag's name just doesn't pop up in my mind when I think Malga plays, proficient Malga plays. And even globally, like Hardy comes to mind first. First would be more like the Hanbins and Junbins or whatever. But like when we talk about globally, I'm even thinking about guys like Hardy and KSA from the EMEA runs that we had earlier in the year, because they were really Twisted Minds, and SSG had this insane Malga kind of rivalry in stage 1. I can't remember what Mag was doing during Malgameta. I'm pretty sure he was playing Malga, but my point is it was forgettable. That's not one of his strengths. We know what his strengths are. It's not on the Malga. I don't even think it's him. There's a team thing going on. The team doesn't really have confidence on this comp. They're never the ones able to engage first. They can't get any first picks. They've repeatedly picked themselves. TVNT is coming in. I wonder if this is for a specific map. Because
this is so we're going to Dorado. That's Gen.G's pick.
Okay, that's confirmed. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so TVNT probably coming in to play something like the Diva, play an off tank, where Hardy would normally be in to play Malga or like a Ryan, something more main tank worthy. So with Gen.G picking this, definitely one of the least favored Malga maps as well. Like you were saying, if Gibraltar was in the pool, I think Gen.G would also kind of select that one. But Dorado, even like we saw yesterday, Avril, teams were not picking the Malga until like near the very end, near second point.
But you could still play Malga. I remember we actually had a Dorado yesterday in EMEA. Was it the it was the VP Gen.G game, and guess what? First point, probably the point that is worst for Malga, especially on rooftops. It was a Malcolm mirror. I mean, we even had a swap. Was it Vistola attack came out of Diva?
Yeah.
And then he was like, no, let's just go to Malga. Okay, Mag's going to start on Diva. Okay, so here we go. We're actually going to start on the Diva here. This is good. This is almost a bit of a handshake. The Juno is also banned. So this is finally, God, I love this. Thank God Gen.G have done this. They have banned a Malga enabler and picked a Diva. Let's see how Twisted Minds respond with the listening.
Diva, they have Diva.
Payload the fight, okay? Payload the fight. Yeah,
I'm just gonna play Brick then. We just play Ana Brick Surge.
Yeah. I think. Follow top. I'm following the card here. I'm just gonna break out this thing. Should Diva.
Surge stomp.
Oh, they have Brick. Follow us.
Yeah, it's gonna be Ana Brick.
I can't go behind Diva. I can't shoot Diva. Push cap. I shoot Diva from behind if you touch.
Yeah, Diva point.
Send the Diva. Keep pushing top. Nice.
Duana.
I'm to right.
Yeah, they're going back. They want to go back. Can we chase them?
Come chase.
Far away.
Alright, with team.
What a shot star from Quartz as well. And Quartz, by the way, obviously can play the Widow pretty well. Avril, like Dorado is going to be such a good map for them.
No one saw it, but I physically pogged when he hit that shot.
Yeah,
I was like, okay, there, you can't hide away from
live
that.
Avril reaction.
Don't forget, by the way, Dorado, good Widow map, turns out. So, have fun with that. Top Dragon's going to not have fun with that. He might need to look for a swap at some point. Psycho onto the Tracer here as well. Twisted Minds already pushing past Archway. Gen.G backs against the wall early in this map.
Ooh. Come on. I'm waiting for Quartz to just pop off, and I think Twisted Minds are going to wait for that as well. Look how scared Gen.G are playing. Don't want to even, like, one pixel of your head in the line of sights.
Yep. Ultimates will come though. Canale's nearly there. Just Gen.G biding their time. Likely this is probably going to have to go into mag. I was going to say top dragon, but I think on a diva, the burst damage from the nano.
Oh, he does it again. He does it again.
Though. That's the nano gone.
Yeah, goodbye. No more nano. Well, the problem may have been dealt with, but can you actually sustain in this fight? Look at this aggressive die, though, by the DPS. Gen.G are trying to turn this one around, but look at the payload. And Top Dragon dead with no tank there on the point. Means good luck defending. Oh, okay.
I respect that Top Dragon went for it, though, because that's been the most active we've seen him on the fire so far in terms of also getting success. He's really playing with a little bit more confidence now, saying, okay, well, I'm still going to make the play. I will be able to get the success, get Quartz down, have a subsequent kill. Unfortunately, his team was down. This is now Mag coming back on towards a Ram, and well, I think the Winston ban does impact this, because Winston ban means we are not going to really have Mag playing what would have been his ideal dive tank. I suppose Ball is available.
He did it again! He did it again! Oh, at least Top Dragon goes for the trade there, but man, losing your honor 3 fights in a row, back to back to back. Dude, Canal needs like an active camo cloak or something, I don't know, man. Rally ends up coming in, Nado onto TVNT. Psycho does end up going down to the railgun. So with TVNT's control of the high ground here, Top Dragon's gonna have a little bit more of a tough time actually sticking to the backline. Oh, and Quartz just jump shots him. Okay, well, dude's on fire, man.
He's tired of getting jumped on by Top Dragon's fire, and we did say,
Canal, run.
Canal, he jumped. Okay, if he was on the ground, that head would have connected.
Oh, Riley ends up coming through. Wow, Canal still trying to match up in the long-range duel versus Quartz. Ill-advised, but he's now have to deal with Psycho in the back line. And there it is, Twisted Minds. They're going to push on to point 2.
I mean, this is completely threatening an extremely fast time bank on this entire map. I mean, this could be their last map, Jaws. Are they just going to bow out of this entire playoffs in a whimper? We can't have that for Gen.G. They need a little bit more. They've done the correct bans. We've gone to a better map. They've gotten rid of the Malga matchup, but they're still not even outside of Malga.
No, Kaneo. I'm so scared, man. You know when you're against a good Widow player when they're streaking like this, you don't want to challenge him. Ooh.
Oh my, he should have died. He should have died.
He should have died there for sure. Quartz is even checking Top Dragon right now. Top Dragon takes a lot of damage. Mega health pack taken, but look at the focus fire. Top Dragon with the furthest barrage in history. Unfortunately, about 0 damage landed onto the front line of Twisted Minds, and they've already found 2 picks. DPS dead. Top Dragon switches to Tracer to try and get back to the point in time. We've got Quartz is on the God angle. And Kaneo is dead yet again to a headshot. His head is looking like a piece of Swiss cheese at the moment.
The only good news here for Gen.G is the fact that Widow is a lot less effective on scene.
That is very true.
I don't know if that's going to be good enough news for Gen.G. May's going to come through now, okay? Actually, reasonable. Just spray down TVNT at range. Well, he'll need to at least get the perk for the extra range, but at least we'll put a bit more pressure onto TVNT's Diva.
Okay, high ground push, Annihilation in hand. Same with the overclock. Good nade onto Mag, forces the shift, and here comes the sights. It's going to be tough, though. You don't really want to peek this, especially with this perk that Sauna's got, but Quartz does it anyway. Sure, Top Dragon is dead on the May. Look at the angle Quartz is taking, by the way. Just absurd. He can't keep getting away with this.
And look at the respect. Sauna doesn't want to pick him. He can't. The Infrasight's still there. What a perfect counter. The Infrasight usually not that great of ultimate at the best of times, but Sauna's OC, he just couldn't walk forward because the Infrasight... Are we going to cap out here? This is about to be, what, a 2:30 time back?
Maybe. Post bomb, self-destruct. There will be a rally available too. And look at Gen.G's ult bank right now. Psycho lands a post bomb here. It could be all over. Quartz is going to get checked by Sauna here, but Psycho with the backup. Ends up backing off, so main control now for Twisted Minds is going to be the priority as Gen.G back at full fighting force. Even Mag trying to go for a small flank. Pulse Bomb connects. Not sure who it connected to, but no damage ended up coming through by the looks of it. Quartz getting walled off, repositions with a grapple, but now the fight will slow to a crawl.
Waiting for Nano coming up next. Gen.G have at least recovered this a little bit. TVNT low HP. Gen.G have the potential to win this, but the
Max 1 HP.
Holy...
Fire nade onto Crispy and Mag. Mag 1 HP. Got to force this block, but it looks like it's already been there. Oh, no. Just about. Self-destruct onto the May. The May ends up getting nanoed on the point. Throws out the Blizzard too. Top Dragon takes down TVNT, but another good nade from Irony there sends Top Dragon really low. Psycho with the cleanup, and here comes the final dish attempt to actually get the touch. Canal 1 HP, has to back around the corner, but Crispy is still on the points. A good little blink smack there from Psycho, and with the pulse bomb in hand, it's looking very tough for them to hold on, but Psycho dead means it's only Astro and Quartz now on the point. But with no healers, there's no chance for Mag to stay alive. A good little body shot onto the Gen.G and a nade to finish off as Irony claims up the last 2 kills. And Avril, that is a 125 time back on Dorado.
And this is one of those moments where you're like, at least they managed to bleed it down to 125, but you just feel like you're trying to search for scraps to give to Gen.G. Like, what are these small little consolation prizes and, you know, little silver linings? What can we offer Gen.G in this moment of hard times? Like, yeah, but it's only a 125, guys. That probably won't even end up mattering because Gen.G, did they finish the map? That's a genuine question. I don't even mean to sound any way mean about it for Gen.G, but it's like they are so behind even in this matchup that it's becoming difficult. This is why I think the Winston ban is great because, yeah, you get the first ban Juno onto Dorado. We pretty much are not going to see the Malga here. You remove the Malga enabler, plus you're on a reasonably not great Malga map.
Right.
Of what is available, this is probably the best of the anti-Malga maps, despite it still being pretty playable. So, in an ideal world, Mag would like to play the Winston. Maybe he would like to play the ball, but this forced a D.Va matchup straight away that TVNT is so much more comfortable, and this is why the TVNT sub in for Twisted Minds was also really, really well played. I think the confidence of Course to just play Widow the whole time was insane. But this is the last hurrah. Look, we said, is it time for the ball? It is, Jack. Let's have a listen to Gen.G.
Fighting. Don't give up.
Yeah, these guys aren't good. We're better players than these guys as long as we play properly. But I'm gonna stand on point and fuck that D.Va. D.Va red.
I can change. Okay. Save it.
You can maybe go Soch as well. Actually, no. Okay.
I'm just side control. I can point.
Yeah, okay. I walk to point when D.Va drops.
Oh, sure. Kill me. Can I sit? I'm gonna mark inside.
Search full rail, watch out.
Kill me. 3-1. Two on top. Kill me. I'm chilling.
We need to contest this.
Lori. Can you push a bit?
Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, ping me. Okay, I can push.
I'm taking under.
Kill me, your guy.
Yeah.
I go push.
Try one on you, Canal. Try one on you.
I'm straight out. I can take down, guys. Can you pick?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, pick. 하나 노슬립. 이렇게 하나.
D.Va magic now.
Bottom main.
I'm walking man.
Walk up.
No name. I'm fine.
I'm stuck main. Okay. Guys, we need to play.
A grueling push right now for Gen.G, but they've not lost anybody. Okay, my bad. Crispy is dead.
Wow.
Good nade onto the front line too. Kanao is very weak, and we're out with the backup of Crispy now. It could be a little bit of a steamroll here for Twisted Minds. Looks like it's going to be.
Back Attack's going to be upset that you just cursed his team like that.
Yeah, my bad, Rack. My bad.
Oh, man, dude. He's trying to go to China, man. Let's give him some help here. Gen.G, they need all the help they can get. At least, I think they had a pretty reasonable push. The opening neutrals, reasonably good here. They got past the archway, so despite all of that, it took a while for Twisted Minds to find that first opening. And when we look at some of the other neutrals we're seeing here, Twisted Minds had no issues finding that. So Gen.G trying to lock it as much as they can for what could be their final attacking phase, their final half of any maps played in the playoffs.
All right, missed pulse bomb there for Psycho. Has to hit the recall. Can lose control of this high ground too. As once again, Gen.G make a slow but steady push onto the point. But now I do fear for Gen.G. They do have to deal with this Quartz overclock. Nice shield block there by Astro, saving Irony's life. And here it comes. Nano overclock. In fact, Quartz just jumps into the backline. Still trying to find targets though. Mag is going to succumb to a couple of little shots there as Quartz jumped on. A good nade, but Astro to the rescue. Quartz, all that overhealth is going to make sure he gets out alive. And TVNT with a 2-man self-destruct just launches that one into the backline, into the chaos.
shouldn't be happening at this level. That really cannot be it. Mag did a good job of shutting down Cords, but the body blocking, the body guarding from Funny Astro. Get down, Mr. President. Massive shield being displayed. So well timed. Just getting in there to save Cords' life. And now Mag back over towards the Diva. He wanted to try and make the Ram work. And now the last minute. Are they gonna cap? Look, they need as much time as they can to get the end. They have to finish the whole map here.
Okay, they use Bob for cover here, but Top Dragon goes down. Irony traded. Okay, decent trade here for Gen.G. They've still got Bob active on this high ground, so it's dangerous for Twisted Minds to push, but they still lose Crispy. It's a very, very like claustrophobic fight right now below this high ground. 30 seconds to go now, and they're completely split. Kaneo's alone here, and is going to die very late into this fight.
They got Cords. They need more than that. They need to see BNT as well. D-Mech. He doesn't have a remix.
Oh, he can't get the kill.
Oh, TBNT lives as well. And Cords should be coming back very soon. He can slide in. Should potentially even have a double slide if he's managed to get the perk in time. And for Gen.G, looking like final fight now. They have no ultimates, but neither did the enemy team. Top Dragon is actually in a position to maybe swing this one.
OT approaching. Pulse bomb for Top Dragon. It's got to connect Astro Irony here. Irony's so close to this Nano, and that could just take over this final fight. Taking the 1v1 though, forcing the recall pretty early on, trying to go for a little bit more. Being greedy, but you have to be in this situation.
Has Nano.
2%, 1%, there it is, but Crispy's already dead. Pulse bomb goes wide for Top Dragon 2. It's all falling apart for Gen.G. Twisted Minds looking like they're going to hold on this first point and eliminate Gen.G from Stage 1 playoffs. It was just a whimper, in all honesty, Avril. Twisted Minds take this series 3-1. A meager
That's what
attempt.
I was afraid of.
A meager attempt on that push. And a colossal victory for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, we knew Twisted Minds. I think all of us on the desk here as well, but us two coming into this one, Twisted Minds, we felt good about this team. We know they're a capable Malga team. We know that being able to put Quartz back on the Soj is going to be unbelievable. Seeing what Lambda did on the Sojourn yesterday gives you full confidence that Quartz should be able to do at minimum the same, if not more, given that he should be, on paper, the best hit scan, the best Sojourn player in this particular region right now. Did not disappoint at all, probably in my opinion. My personal MVP POT
I mean,
for that particular match.
You could just say that. He clapped. Like, the winner was ridiculous on that map.
But Soj too. I mean, you look at the first map, unfortunately, he made Sauna invisible. He made Top Dragon invisible. So he first picked Top Dragon so many times. He dominated both the DPS on the other side to the point where it's like Psycho just had a pretty breezy game, honestly. I don't think he was pressured at all. I mean, we even talked about it. It was like Psycho was on fire. Did he even get looked at or shot at the whole game? I think Quartz was just busy killing double DPS every single fight that Psycho was like, can I have some kills coming my way or no?
Look, Gen.G ended up getting eliminated. Twisted Minds pushing their way through that lower bracket. They started here, remember. They started in the lower bracket. They've got one life, and that is it. No more redos, no more second chances, and that is a way to make a statement in the lower bracket. Let's jump over to the desk, but first we can listen to some winning comms from TM.
Dash to right. You go.
Yeah, killing points.
Okay,
stay point. I kill.
Tracer one.
Kill Baben.
Oh!
GG's.
LFG. GG's.
GG's indeed. Johnny, you're rocking not quite a Twisted Minds ping, but it's as close as we can get. Yeah, the Cats has called it. We called it as well. Jake, you want to roast the audience? Do you want to?
Look, I don't need to revel in it. You know, I take this dub, I bank it, and I'm on to the next one. You know, it's already forgotten. A true competitor, you know, it's not about winning, it's about not losing.
That's why I've never made it as a true competitor. That's all about winning. I'm not graceful in my wins and even less so in my losses, but that's why I'm not playing.
At least you're honest, Joey. Respect.
Minds, I am very honest. Twisted Minds came to play though, and they played some good, honest Overwatch on my server here. That was a very dominant performance, so much more dominant than I actually even expected. I love that we saw Hardy back in the mix as well, obviously, like rocking that Maga. I love the subbing strat they have, which seems very map specific and tailored to the compositions they want to run on those respective maps. Johnny, what was your biggest takeaway? Why was Gen.G not able to get anything going there?
I gotta be honest. I'm pretty
Be honest,
disappointed.
please.
I'm pretty disappointed by Gen.G.
Oh no.
I think it was just a really bad performance from them. You know, even map 1, like they could barely get a team fight going because they just kept getting picked all the time, which just made Twisted Minds. They just got an insane ultimate bank. So Gen.G, like, they kind of hurt themselves in confusion here a little bit. I think Mag had pretty poor positioning on the Mauga, get punished by Hadi a lot on the Mauga as well, where, you know, if you didn't get value from a Cardiac Archer Overdrive, then Twisted Minds would just turn on you and get the better of it. And then sometimes Mag would just leave his backline out to dry, and Twisted Minds were just happy to take the trade. On Dorado attack, you're like, yeah, we're gonna play Ram with no speed, and Irony is just having a field day, just throwing down the nades. They're keeping TVNT topped up on the Diva as well. So I just think going into this match, like, it's quite clear that I think Gen.G, they just weren't really prepared for this meta, and ultimately they fell short. I think they put up a performance that, like, they can't really be proud of at the end of the day here.
Pretty brutal, Johnny, but I think pretty true. Honestly, I think it was a tough game for them. I felt like even listening in on the team comms I was like, oh boy, this one is over when we listened in on the Gen.G attack, because there's just so much chaos, you know. And in contrast, right, the Twisted Mind comms, when they come in, there's a lot of call and response, people talking to each other. The comms aren't crowded. I guess that, you know, part of that comes from winning and being ahead, but they're really cool, calm, and collected under pressure for Twisted Minds. And this is the potential, I think, of this team that they've been building for all stage long. Maybe it took them a while to get there, but this is a meta where they're really starting to shine. I think Quartz on the hits game was huge. I also think Psycho had a huge game. I mean, as much as Quartz is like getting, you know, a lot of the accolades, you know, from these big pickoffs, right, which of course is super critical, I think the echo from Psycho was really important for their win, you know, across the board. I think Hadi as well crushed it. Like, Kaneo went to this Ana on Suravasa thinking that's going to be the counter, and he just got caught off time and time again by Hadi jumping on him, right? And like, that's, you know, as good as Ana is, if you get caught out, right, and you die, then, well, your skills don't matter for much if you're dead. So I honestly want to give a lot of credit to Twisted Minds for playing really well.
Well, if we're looking at Gen.G though, and the performance we saw today, you did say it looked so disconnected, disjointed. There was not the same synergy that we saw for most of the stage. Is this a direct result of playing in a Mauga meta? Is that just kind of what broke their backs there?
Yeah, I think this is a team that cut their teeth on dive and that looked way stronger in a dive comp with a little bit more individualism, with players allowed to, you know, be a little bit more free. But when they're, you know, trying to group up and play this like core team play style, that's where it felt like they weren't nearly as comfortable, you know, in the brawl meta, which in fairness, this stage has mostly been dictated by dive. First it was Hazard, which, you know, you could call a brawl meta, but really Hazard plays as a dive hero, and, you know, Wrecking Ball as well. And then this is sort of the first time this stage has been a meta where it's really all about, you know, the team play, the brawling, you know, the group fights. They take it to Dorado, but the fact that they can't even win on Dorado, I think that's partly a strategic issue. Like, why are you playing Ram on Dorado? I don't know. That's bad to me. Like, I can't understand that against Ana, just like you said, Johnny, like casting nades from high ground 24/7. So I think they're kind of crumbling by the time they get to Dorado, but I think even previously, the rest of the series, this meta in general was a gut punch for them, and they didn't have the flexibility to compete here, which is going to be critical, right? You're going to go to China, you're going to play against the best teams in the world. You can't be thinking that like one style of Overwatch is going to carry you to the top. It's not. You need to be able to play it all right now.
Can I
back to the...
just before we wrap up?
Sure, but be quick.
Too much. My Swedish has ticked over, Zoe. I'm sorry. I just need to be. I just want to say as well, like, this clearly wasn't Gen.G's meta, and I think that, you know, trying to fix your mistakes from yesterday, they probably had like a bunch of review, a bunch of notes going into today's match. But I think it's quite clear that this performance today, it's not representative of who we know these players to be, right? We know Sana can be amazing on the hit scan. We know Top Dragon can be amazing. Mag, you know, didn't have the best day, especially playing Mauga, like Avril said, maybe not his forte. So it's not representative of who the players are as individuals and know what they can put forward. But it's quite clear that they fell short in this meta, and the preparation wasn't quite there.
Yeah, overall, looking at back at stage 1, they went 5-2. They were top 3. They were the third team in the standings at the end of the stage, so I'm sure great things are on the horizon in the next stage. For now, though, I want to talk about the winners, or how about we're going to talk to the winners? We should have Quartz joining us for a quick interview, voice only. He's also our player of the match. So Quartz, if you can hear us, congratulations on being our player of the match, and congratulations on that first victory here in the playoffs. This was an insane performance. It looked so very dominant. What did your prep look like against this team heading into this one?
First of all, thank you so much. We prepped same as any other team. But Gen.G specifically was a bit hard because they play like some weird dive comps that feel uncomfortable for me as a hit scan. But overall, with our practice, we came through, yeah.
So, Quartz, I'm just curious, you know, you guys started in the lower bracket, right, as the 5th seed, you know, basically playing potentially to get eliminated every single match you play. How does that favor into your mental when you go into the next match and you know you have to win quite a few matches in a row to qualify to China? Does that put a lot of pressure on you guys, knowing that there's a threat of that elimination at any time?
I mean, me personally, no, because I always go into games with a winner mindset. I'm never worried about losing. I think it doesn't matter much for me, at least. Yeah, it doesn't affect me.
Of course, I want to talk about your own game as well here. I mean, your hit scan has just been fantastic. How do you feel about your own game? How do you feel like you're performing? I mean, looking at some of the other hit scan players in the region as well, how would you compare yourself to the other hit scans in EMEA? Do you think you're at the top right now?
I definitely think I can be at the top. I can beat them all, I think. I'm very confident in my play. I think I've had a rough start at the start of the season. New team and stuff, haven't got quite used to playing with them. But now since we've played a lot, I think I can get back to the top, yeah.
He's humble and confident. We love to hear that. Now, one last question before we let you go to celebrate. In your lower bracket semifinals, you're going to face off against either Team Peps or the Ultimates. Do you have a preference, a team you think you're having more fun to play against or that you will fare better against?
I think I would like to play against TU, but in terms of preference or the other thing you said, I'm not quite sure. I'm fine with playing both. I think we will win against both. I'm feeling that the team is in a really, really strong state right now. So it doesn't matter who we play against. I think we're going to win.
Right on. Well, we're looking forward to see more dominant performances like what we just got to witness. Quartz, thank you so much. And once again, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you too. Thank you.
That was Quartz, our player of the match from Twisted Minds. Absolute insane performance on that sojourn all stage long, and he continues in that fashion here in the playoffs. They're popping off at the right time, guys, and they are looking to make this lower bracket run. And so far, they're making it look easy.
I gotta say, every time I hear from Quartz in the interview, I'm like, this is like your dream player as a coach. He's like exact spot of confident but not cocky. You know, he's like mentally really cool, calm and collected. They had a tough stage, but it hasn't fazed him at all. And he's been able to come out here in the playoffs, be incredibly impressive. And I think their confidence is well placed. I think Twisted Minds, he's gonna be one of the two teams to qualify for China. I think they're gonna make it all the way to the grand finals. Yeah, I mean, I predicted this, but now after watching that game against Gen.G, after hearing those comms, the confidence from Quartz, I think that's shared across the roster. I don't think this is just Quartz, you know, putting on a brave face, being in the lower bracket. I think they are probably going to beat everybody in the lower bracket. I'm kind of wondering, can they win it all here? Can they go and challenge somebody like a Virtus Pro in the grand final? I think that could be an interesting match. I don't think that's going to be easy one way or the other.
Yeah, I do love that all the matches we're seeing here in the playoffs obviously are rematches from, like, you know, matchups that we've seen during the stage. However, it is in a different meta, so things changed dramatically over the course of each and every single week we had so far. I'm very excited to see what our next two teams have in store for us. Team Peps and the Ultimates will go at it for their lives. That's right, they're fighting for the playoff lives. We are in the lower bracket, so the loser has to go home, unfortunately. All of that and so much more coming at you right after a break, so don't go anywhere. That's right. Face It Pucks is starting very soon, so go to fce.gg/play rank pucks. Better to sign up for the closed beta and get a chance to get early access to just that. That is a long / play rank pucks beta. Just throwing it out there. But yeah, you just switched your jersey again. I noticed.
I did.
Very excited. How many do you have actually? Is this it?
We'll have to see.
Wait for the show. Do you have enough to keep a change every break? That's the real question.
My personal highlight for today.
This is no, actually, I tried to look at the player history, but there's actually no Soul Dynasty player competing in this upcoming match. But, you know,
they're always with us in spirit.
So here it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's the gold colors. Team Peps is coming up next. They're a golden nugget. Yeah, so I think the connection is clearly there. For sure. Soon played against Soul Dynasty at one point in his life. So there you go. The connection. We're reaching, but that's okay. Ultimates and Peps will go at each other. This is it's going to be an interesting one. Let's talk about Team Peps first. Team Peps, we just got to see them in the upper bracket semifinal yesterday. And let's just say that did not look too great. If you're a Peps fan, you might be a little bit worried. They fell to Alcatia 3-0 and they just couldn't get the ball rolling. Jake, what was your big takeaway from that game yesterday? What can they do in such a short turnaround to recover from that loss?
Stop playing Kiriko. Number one, it's so bad in this comp. I'm convinced it's unplayably bad because Brig just runs you over. Maybe the Kiri could make sense if the enemy's running Ana, but I don't even think that's very good. I think in the end, they're just going to counterpick you back to Brig, and I think you just get run over way too hard from the heals Brig can give to the DPS in these comps. And I think that's a huge change-up that Peps really needs to make if they want to keep playing the Malga comp, which I think they should. That being said, like they've got the DPS firepower to make this happen. They've got Exodial and Ken, both of whom have been really strong. I think if Eisnam can find a couple maps as well to take us off the Malga, we've seen big performances on the Diva, on the Hazard. Those could be weapons in the toolkit for Peps if they can find a way to leverage them in this meta.
And perhaps they can find comfort or draw some confidence from the fact that in week 3 they won against the Ultimates 3-1. Granted, of course, it's a different meta. Now the Ultimates on the other side, that is a team 2-5 in the in their respective standings, or rather they're at the bottom of our. Doesn't matter. They're not at the bottom of the standings. They're 6th in the standings. They went 2-5. There we go. We got there eventually. But the Ultimates, this is a team that underperformed. Obviously, we had very high expectations for them. Just looking at the roster, but individuals have been a little streaky, Johnny.
They have. It has not been the ultimate stage.
You say that so sadly.
So yeah, I'm saying it sadly because
this is Kevster's number one fan you're talking to right now, Zoe.
Okay, well, Kevster's been okay. Kevster's been great. Okay,
he's always great. Let's be real.
Kevster's name.
Let's be real. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that I plan on going into this weekend, and I'll be like the Ultimates. They've been 2-5. They got really nothing to be hyped about. They got nothing to show for themselves. They just beat up on Vision and Sakura. But it's a new meta. It's a new dawn for the Ultimates. Surely this is going to be them popping off when it really matters for this team. I was so out, but Sky is in the lineup and Sky can play the Juno, swap over to the Ana if we want to go full Avril Korea meta as well. Kai, just sit on the Sojourn. We just need to see a little bit of hope from Kai. We just need to see a crumb of popping off on the Sojourn. That's all I asked. It hasn't been Kai's stage so far, but surely he comes
Kai's
to
the GOAT.
Matters.
He's got
the
this.
Playoffs as well. And then, you know, you got KS in the mix as well. Like, they're playing the Malga meta. They're playing the Malga meta. The players will be comfortable. They're 2-5, but they're gonna turn it around against Peps here. I'm bought in again. I already bet the channel points. It's already on the other line.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. The man is manifesting a performance here for the Ultimates.
I can't believe I'm doing this again.
I'm a TU believer. I'm locking in. I'm going for another upset pred as well. I'm locking it in.
I mean, I went for Team Peps, I believe, in my bracket. I honestly can't remember because I did it yesterday, and everything that happened yesterday literally never happened in my brain. Either way, we're living in the here and now, and that's where the Ultimates will face off against Team Peps. It's an elimination match. We're going to send it over for all the action to Avril and Jack.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Dude, it's just Swedish glazing. Also, I did, that being Johnny, I did bring in the, oh, you got the... Yes! The Twilight jerseys, bro.
Guys.
The Twilight
it's
jerseys.
so fresh. It's so fresh. The tag is still on.
That's
all.
got mine on too. We forgot the tags.
I forgot that I actually got given a Boston jersey as well, and it was just right next to me.
Go to,
I was like, wait a minute, I have a Boston jersey like right here. I can just
I was thinking like, I surely have got something at Twilight or something like that. Yeah. All right. Let's get into this series. Team Peps choosing Samoa, banning Farah, and then okay, Ultimates banning Hog. Kind of a throwaway ban at this point, Avril.
Just Hog and Junkrat, just massive. By the way, everyone remembers in that last series, as soon as Junkrat became available, just both teams locked it in really. So Hog gone, throwaway pick. Farah, actually pretty reasonable it's an okay first ban. And Farah does get played, is a relevant hero in the meta. This is the opportunity. I mean, they just kind of talked about it, but you get KSA back in. He's very proficient on the Malga. It's time for the Ultimates to prove themselves, but the competition is gonna be tough. I don't expect KSA to actually play the Ryan here. He's not gonna do the Hardy cosplay, but he is gonna Hardy cosplay the other direction because he is the other half of that 2024 EMEA SSG TM kind of Malga rivalry.
All right, we're going to roll out on Downhand again. And Avril, they don't want shades of their former selves either, do the Ultimates coming into this. The last time they faced off, Peps reversed. There was a reverse sweep, reverse swept Route 66, Colosseo, and Numbani to round out the series. It was an absolute banger. Obviously, it wasn't pure Malga meta, though, at that point in time.
Fortunately, it is for these two teams. So we discussed already the fact that, you can play through Farah ban, obviously, but Farah as an option, Honor as an option, not picked up just yet. Exodial is the guy I'm looking at, though, because he did struggle in the previous series that we saw yesterday. He has to be the guy, in my mind, that steps up big time for Peps today.
There's the point and there's the push. Som doesn't actually end up getting a little stun there on KSA, and Ice is the one to go down first. You saw him initially there, Avril, extending past the point, just took so much incoming damage that he had to back off.
Yeah, it's quite low here as well, Peps. Yeah, this will be the cleanup for sure. Kai, another member that has had a little bit of a struggling season on that hit scan, did have a couple of good moments, but largely still, along with the rest of the Ultimates, not in a great spot. And as Jake mentioned, right, get rid of the Kiriko. Zerion and FD God taking that one too hard. Speaking of Zerion, looking over towards a pretty reasonable, not a giant lead, but is a significant enough lead on the overlay. Unless you lose your tank, no.
Yeah. Wow, Ice got nuked. You saw Zerion there trying to over-peak to try and heal, but the Pulsar torpedoes didn't connect in time. Wow. Rough stuff so far for Peps.
Peps is just doing so much. Look at the confidence. Has the deflect to get out. Blade built up. Oh, decent.
Oh, it's so low. It's got dash. 1 second to dash. Oh. Overstayed is welcome by a literal second there, Avril. Peps are going to be able to push in now, but they're trying to deal with the cage. Rally's been popped as well as that Ray in this small corridor. Looks like Ice has made its way through near to the point already. Double Stomp ends up coming in, so KSA and Ice do end up swapping, but that Orbital Ray from Zerion a little bit earlier in Sky there ends up winning them that fight.
We were playing Rally Chicken there as well because there's Cage and Orbital Ray, but Ice Storm, he didn't get the chance to pop in his. They didn't need it at the end of the day. Just a solo Orbital Ray from Zerion was enough. He built that a little bit early in the Sky just before, but they lost Ice Storm. This time around, Faith, he's the one that loses the Rally Chicken. Probably needed to be the one to pop it. 2020 hindsight, I know. The Ultimates, at least they have the lead here, so it's fine. We'll just work through the fact that they're 1 ult down, but largely 3 to 4 ults are still pretty good.
All right, overclock from Kai. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an annoyance for him. Just end up shooting the cage, though, but KSA is just way too low. They couldn't break the cage quick enough to get the heals in. They do trade for Zerion. Actually, a rally pop from Faith to try and win this fight. Blade from Ken's good, isolating Sky. So this rally from Faith might not be what it's cracked up to be. Ends up going down to FD God as Team Peps turning up the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, Team Peps at this stage are trading very effectively on ultimates, and they're winning the fight now in a way where they will get the 69 coming through themselves. KSA being caught in that cage. I mean, what are you really supposed to do if you're anyone else in the ultimates, unless you're Faith running in with your own rally to try and save KSA? That would have been the only real, I think, attempted play there.
Blade available from Kepster, but here comes the overclock early from Exodial. The push in from Ultimates. It's going to get delayed for a little bit. Good shot onto Kai. This new perk as well from the Sojin, getting the 150 energy on the railgun is just so deadly. Kevster ends up popping this blade, but taken down by Zerion. There was a flip mid-fight though, Avril, as Ultimates end up getting it, and they're nearing 99 now. And Ultimates are so isolated, they're so split, and Exodial makes good use of it and kills Sky. And now Faith is just getting his legs broken, in all honesty. Ends up picking up the kill there, but Ultimate's still in full control, it feels like.
It's basically 3v3 here. Kevster's going to come back from spawn. Kai even trades his own life out, so this is still kind of winnable by Ultimates. I know Casey didn't want to pop the ult, because he's in a situation where he's thinking, we are just stalling out, we don't have full confidence. However,
yeah, this pocket is crazy.
Steep. I think Ultimate's team is just hard confirmed now.
Yeah, they really do. What is Ice going to do? It looks like he's going to back off completely. They do need to touch, though. They end up getting it the last, split second. This Orbital Ray is going to make it good for the time being, but as soon as that fades away, Ultimates are going to pounce. Rally, Cage, incoming now. Is all that deflected damage going back straight into KSA's face, but he kind of shrugs it off with the Cardiac Overdrive. A return rally here from FD God. He's just swinging away in this Cage, but it might be too little too late. Kai and Faith already coming up with kills as the flip almost came through, but now it's Zerion versus the world. And the Overclock's going to finish it out for the Ultimates.
I mean, the backbreaking fight was that second to last fight where Ultimate should have been cleaned up, but they were trading effectively. Kai trades his own life. Kevster dies pretty early. He blades, right? Doesn't get too much done there. And you think, surely Peps, they'll get the flip here. It'll be a pretty simple fight for Peps. You also noted that during that fight, the flip came through for Ultimates. That's the impetus. Because if the flip doesn't come through, Ultimates have to reset. They got nothing to play for. But because the flip did come through, they can play for just stalling and milking out a little bit of extra of the map percentage there. And as they sort of just trade evenly and maybe even come out positive, thinking, hold on a minute, we're winning this fight now. Peps should have won it, but Ultimates actually clutched it out.
All right, gates come down, and no changes either from both sides. Also, no Echo, no Pharah, just happy in the Gen.G Soj mirrors.
With the Pharah banned here, I don't think the Echo would be.
Oh, that's
a very NA thing. I think both these teams, between Kevster and Ken, definitely more known for their Genjis. So the Echo, I personally am not a believer of the NA Echo kind of hard locking it high for the Gen.G version, but Zodiel, that's who I was looking for.
Yeah, nice shot onto Kai there to start us off with. He's got the orb perk as well, so it attaches to people, which is very annoying for the Malga, to be fair. Nice cleanup though on Exodial, but with KSA dead, their sustainability in this fight is next to nothing. And look at that, yeah, Cardiac Overdrive popped. They're going to chase the rest of Ultimates away.
This is a back and forth kind of game at the moment. This is giving you confidence that Ultimates, especially after winning that first round, maybe in a much better meta for themselves and back in a position where they can really clutch through and play the potential note. Peps did win that fight, but let's see what Ultimates have on board for us here. Kevster still got a lot of damage, still leaves Kent by so much in the ult charge, despite losing the fight.
Sky needs to heal KSA up desperately. He's been sending those pulsar torpedoes to top him off. Kevster going extremely low too, but a very, very hard point to actually cap. Disruptor shot on top of the Malga. Just consistent damage now. A nice little stomp too. Both Cardiac Overdrives popped to try and make sure Ken stays alive. Doesn't end up going down though, but the trade is still good here for Team Peps. And the Ultimates are trying to still grapple on this fight with the Orbital Ray. But as soon as that disappears, it looks like Team Peps is just going to come back in with one of their own. But it looks like the backline going a little, well, quite dangerously low. And actually a double support ult pop to try and stop that blade from doing the damage. Kevster shut down, and the Ultimates, they are not going to be able to hold on to this point for much longer.
I respect that TU went for the opening orbital ray though. Sky noted that he had a potential for a timing difference against Zerion. Pulls through the orbital ray. In fact, he did have a timing, but they couldn't push forward and actually confirm kills. Using that ult before either Zerion or FD God could respond, enable the 5v4. They just couldn't do that.
Early push from Team Peps as well. Yeah, it's just a swift back up here from Ultimates. They lose a little positioning, but they do trade that for an ult.
Cage is coming up. It's going to be big. Not a lot that Peps can do about this one. You can't really fight against this KC. Even just a solo Cage and Ice Nom.
They're going in.
Just win the fight alone.
Yeah, they're going to go in. Ken jumps to the backline. His backline, that is, but looks like he's only was going to go down first. Overclock in hand. One ultimate is all that was needed for them to win this fight.
This is where they want to milk this out a little bit more, though. They did have to spend Kai's ultimate to get in, but that's fine. They get to save the Cage, and still, until you see something like the Orbital Ray or a counter Cage from Ice Nom, it's still a really tough ult to navigate around for Peps. I'm glad we're seeing Kai and Exodio, but definitely Kai because he's struggling a lot more in this season. But right now, playoffs, Ultimates, as we noted, fighting for their lives in, you know, they didn't get to play in the upper bracket. They start in the lower bracket here. So a little bit of catch up to do in this particular round, but they are also one up in this map. Here comes that Cage we've been waiting for.
Cage comes in. All right, Ken, once again, just giving up that positioning. Just the Cage burnt there.
Miss. The Cage completely whiffed.
Orbital Rays coming up very soon for Ultimate, so they can step up to this quite easily, you've got to imagine. We see if Ken wants to go in. Dashes to the sky, ends up putting the blade anyway. Spots the Juno high in the sky, but the Orbital Ray is just too much. It's just too much damage. That's an instant kill onto Ken. That blade just getting absolutely zero.
And this is the timing that Sky finds again because he was the first to find Orbital Ray in the opening neutral. He uses it basically immediately. He gets to recycle that back into another timing advantage.
They're going to go early.
And FD God, well, they have to use it afterwards, and timing is an issue now. So Ken over towards the Tracer. You know they have to touch. Kevster now gets to play through on a blade. Nothing to counter yet. Zerian.
Oh, onto the Mega Health Pack. Oh, nice little whip shot as well. Actually just staying alive. Jumps in the Orbital Ray, but he's delayed enough time for Kevster to only get a single kill with the blade. Now can Zerion actually stay alive? Kevster takes to the skies. That's both supports now down for Team Peps. They do end up getting the flip here, Avril, and here comes the Cage. A final ditch attempt there for Ice Gnome to stay on the point, but there's just too much sustain. Yeah, there's just, as soon as your backline are dead, Team Peps, the desperation picks the Lucio and the Kiriko to try and get back in time, and Ken on the point too. Does end up killing Kai, so in fact, Ultimate's now on the back foot.
It's 2v2 and Ken on the Tracer has actually made the difference here because yes, Zero and FD God went down, but so did Faith and Sky. 99 to 98 now. And KSA has not respawned. It's 4v5 now.
It is 4v5, and here comes the overclock from Exodio. This should just be the round over. Realistically, Faith has to dash on the point. Yeah, that's going to be it. Kevster sniped before he could even touch. Another overtime doesn't end up triggering, but it's all over here. No chance you come back. It requires an absolute miracle from Kai. He found one, but needed a couple more than that. Team Peps tie up control.
I think we got a competitive series on our hands here based on what we've seen so far in EMEA across yesterday and today. A lot of one-sided games. You can really see how the momentum plays here, and the fact that both teams have such incredible moments of clutch factor when you think they should be losing here. Kevster gets basically a free blade, small timing versus Zerion. Orbital Ray does come down, but kills both FD God and Zero. That's a 5 versus 3 advantage. Faith even has a rally in that final fight. But it's Ken coming back on a Tracer, utilizing Ice Storm, dropping in that final Cage, because it's like, well, final fight. Ice isn't just going to chill on this Cage for no reason. Exodio and Ken both just get barely enough plays, but most importantly, the backline is that Peps turn it around.
Oh, we're going to rock out with the same 5 on either side. Final round, and this is exactly how it went down on Samoa last time, with Ultimates actually taking the map. Worth keeping in mind, that was a few weeks ago, of course. Week number 3, the strange meta week with the Torb and the Sim. See KSA just piling on this pressure, though. Yeah, good aggression from Ultimates.
Yep, didn't feel good about losing that last round 40. Felt like it should have been probably 2-0 for them, and opening neutral was so clean. You saw Ice Storm's HP half basically out the gates. First trade of damage. Ice already has to run away. KSA, smelling the fear in the water, just completely leaps after him, and they get the clean. Their double kill for KSA.
I see now the reapproach here for Team Peps. No Ultimates on board for either side just yet. Kai's got a railgun though. So close, so close.
Ice
just
again low.
donking ahead. Ice extremely low, pops the cardiac overdrive. Faith turns to fall, but there you go. Ice Gnome just permanently focused by the Ultimates. Jeez, it's hard to keep him alive in these front lines. As soon as that cardiac overdrive ends up going down, it's almost it's just a death sentence, Avril.
It's hard to even notice where the damage is coming from because it's not like Kai's leading Exodio. Kev is leading Ken, and as this fight continues, Ultimates, they're getting the cleanup here. FD God, he's going to end up saving the rally. It's what's happening to Ice that is the biggest question. KSA
nice
does
touch.
by decent amount. That actually might be where the difference is.
Oh, look at Ice Gnome again. Cardiac overdrive already popped, but he's just going to leave his team, deciding the fight is very much lost. Just backs up completely.
I mean, momentum is completely gone for Peps here. Ultimates have gotten 57 and counting without a single ult being used. That is a bad omen for Peps.
Oh, it's push. Cheeky. Overclock popped here from Kai. Oh, turned away from Exodio then, who was chilling in the spawn with his own OC. And here comes the push and the kills, but that's a lot of ultimates burnt for a spawn fight.
By both teams though, Kai and Faith also dropped ones in there. But yeah, I mean, Peps, they burned 3, so 3 for 2 trade. Ultimates, we've seen more than plenty of times other teams as well, and I've seen in different regions going for these hyper aggro pseudo spawn camp type plays in a full 5v5, and oftentimes does not work out for the aggressive team, and in this case did not work out for Ultimates, except for the fact that they did come out with 1 extra ult.
Bladers again popped inside the cage. It's just a mess of colors on my screen right now. My word, looks like I've opened up a paint shop or something. This is insane. There you go. Okay, Ultimates end up coming up with the kills. That is Cage, Blade, 2 Rays. And Ultimates do end up winning that fight. 90%, and here comes the spawn push. Ball selected by Ice to get the touch.
Back to Pollock Panning, comes out all orange for the Ultimates. This is final fight here. Ice on the ball. It's not looking good.
They do end up getting the touch there, but look at Ice in his health already. Oh, he's not going to get to Mega.
He's gone.
Oh, it doesn't even touch the Mega health pack. Well, here comes the dash from Exodio. Does get another touch there, Avril, but I think this is pretty much over. Actually misses the blink to get onto the high ground again. Everybody kind of just tripping over their own feet there. And yeah, this should be the cleanup. Ice is going to get back, however, so they are stalling out for a considerable amount of time, but the likelihood of you actually getting a pick is extremely low. Yeah, there's Ken actually getting taken down, and this should just be it.
The comp just doesn't work well. I mean, you're basically on a comp that just enables you to touch the point but not do too much else. Team, for the Ultimates here, that's kind of what we were expecting. We were waiting for this version of Ultimates to come on through. Many people, the regular season for TU was not good. We had Chase for, I think, 3 out of the last, or at least 2 out of the last 3 or 3 of the last 4 matches. And the dive out of this team was just, it left a lot to be desired. What this team needed, I think much like Twisted Minds, is to get themselves back into some sort of Malgo base or just brawl base type of matchup. Get KSA back in there. Chase, I know he's got on his particular picks, but the team just looked a little bit lost, looked a little bit like, unfortunately to say, Gen.G and Mag trying to navigate the Malgo. That's where TU were last week. Now, much like what we saw at TM, a much cleaner team. Similar to where Hardy, fantastic on the Malga, knows how to lead the team in the Malga, KSA knows exactly how to do that as well.
Man, Overwatch history, man. It dictates that history repeats itself over and over and over again. This is exactly how the series started off in their series in week 3. With Samoa being the map pick and a 2-1 scoreline as well, going the Ultimates way. You got to have a sneaking feeling, right? That's in the back of their heads in this series, especially starting this series exactly the same off as they did against Peps before. Look at the scorelines too coming into this week. 2-5 for the Ultimates, 5-2 for Peps, complete opposite. And again, like you mentioned on map number 1, they only get 1 chance. The Ultimates, they ended up in the lower bracket coming out of the regular season. They get 1 life, 1 opportunity, but Peps also in the same position now.
It's a real wake-up call, right, for a team like TU. I think for Peps, they... I mean, it was a bit of a rough matchup that they had versus Twisted Minds yesterday. I think we all agree now. We've talked about this plenty across all the talent that TM looked like a hard favorite alongside VP to make it to China in that final. Maybe Alcatia could give them a run for their money, but that's given our assumption that TU as a team have kind of fumbled too hard in this season to make a recovery. But you are still able to, if you can lock in the final moments, make a lower bracket run. And that is on the cards now for TU, because it's not just the fact that it's possible we are in a new meta. We get to see in that particular map some real signs that they are competent on the meta. The mechanics are showing. Kev is popping off as you would expect. That's what Kev was doing even when they were losing. But more importantly, some of the other players that did struggle, like Kai, are showing up bigger today. And that's really important for a player like Kai.
Man, I mean, the winner here also has to face Twisted Minds, and after that series against Gen.G, I'd be pretty scared if I were either Team Peps or the Ultimates currently. That 3-0 was a flattening of Gen.G. We're going to give the teams an extra couple of minutes here. We're going to jump into a quick break. We'll be right back.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, A worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Welcome back, everybody. Remember, season 15, it's live right now, by the way. So you can jump on, grab that battle pass, and get that mythic Zen skin. Also, there's some loot boxes as well in the battle pass. I've been saving all mine, by the way. I have like 30 plus. I'm going to open them at the very last day of the season. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, so make sure you go pick up the battle pass and collect all the skins. Back to the series, though. Ultimates versus Peps. History is repeating itself, Avril. Samoa was their first map before, and it was a 2-1 to Ultimates, and the same could be said for the series, but a little twist here. We're going to Route 66, picked by Team Peps, and this is where they made their epic comeback. A full hold on Route 66 is where the Ultimates lost control of that series in Week 3.
And this is going to be double flex support time, if I'm not mistaken.
Twilight is in.
Yeah, and so with Twilight coming in, instant Ana ban. And look, I think the Ana ban would have been valuable regardless of whether Twilight comes in or not. It's doubly valuable because Twilight comes in, as Ana right now is identified, I think, as an extremely important hero, a signature ban that you need to look for in current Malga matchups. Sigma, target towards Ice Storm. Pretty reasonable here. KSA could probably go there, but I think just getting rid of the Sigma just leaves us back on the Malga. If I'm TU right now, if I'm Christopher looking at these matchups here, you should be feeling good about your ability to outplay Peps in this Malga mirror, given what we just saw on map 1.
Expecting Malgas on both sides. Twilight maybe coming out on something like a Zen or like, dude, I would love to see an Alari again, but very doubtful. Looks like Twilight, starting on the Zenyatta here for Ultimates. Of course, you can see Faith out now, double flex in for them, and Sky rocking the Juno.
The problem here is, though, you don't have, like, your Brig Juno anymore. So, yes, great, we don't have the Sigma anymore. Ana is banned, which we've said is a pretty damn good ban, but I don't know, you kind of have to navigate this in a weird way. Have a listen to see how that's done.
Here we go. I go Hazard, I think.
Okay.
Against Torp too?
Muga.
Yeah. We don't
We play kill shoes again. Okay, I'm shooting.
Go on the right. Just look for hard at pushing.
Look for backhand. I'm just going top.
Yeah, Sojourn on the right. I'm booking hard at Sojourn. Sojourn one, by the way. Yeah. He's on top. He's slamming out. Nice.
He's out now. He's out.
Can you give me the
I'm fine. Backhand. We need to
backhand. Can you look for hard?
Yeah, I go for
Yeah.
Mugga no ship.
Mugga one.
Nice.
Mogga. I'm low.
Yeah, you guys are low. How many?
Pretty close.
I'm shooting Mogga.
Taking space on right.
Is it me? Did they call for an Ana pick at the very start there, Avril? Or do my ears deceive me? They was like, it's all Mago, maybe pick Ana? Let's go on to Twilight.
Anyway, yes, well, no Ana available. Twilight on the Zen. I need to really see if the Zen can work here. Right now, Peps just rolling their way through TU. Ice even started on a hazard, but realized, you know what, D.Va is pretty good here. D.Va, especially with a little bit of high ground, low ground. D.Va scales extremely well, by the way, onto B. That's why we see a lot of teams, they do end up swapping to D.Va here.
I mean, Transcender's coming up for the ultimate. Using that for the blade, most likely. Here comes the ring to get out of this choke point as well. With this orbital ray, is going to be good for actually sticking on the point. But like you said, Peps kind of rolling through them currently. And here comes the push again. Very early ray usage, but good slam, actually. A GX ISO from the mech, and the sound barrier coming from FD got a little bit too late, so that mech did not get it. However, on the other side of things, though, Kevster unleashing that blade has already found one, but Ken's going to do him one better, maybe. Kai already down, and now Kevster struggling to actually find kills. Connects with another, does Ken and Kevster, but KSA still alive on the point, but now has to deal on this low ground from the high ground Sojourn, and the Lucio just peppering him with bullets.
He's the only one. I mean, the cap's going to come through now. He can't touch again, and you can't really retake this one without KSA. Your pack on point.
Exodio's
play 4v5s, and they got to do it. Twilight's ultimated.
Yeah, he ends up killing Exodial. Pops the Transcendence on the point. 3 players alive now for Ultimates on this point to try and defend. God, please don't say history repeating itself. No full hold, please. FD God and Ice do end up claiming the kills, and that should be the point cap now. Just these last couple of stragglers coming in. KSA's in, pops their cardiac overdrive almost instantly, and Sky's the next focus here at 14 Peps.
It's just too optimistic coming through from TU. I suppose Twilight's realizing, as we all are in real time, hey, probably the Zen in this comp doesn't make that much sense, because if you really want to play a Malga comp, you need to play the real Malga enabler. Zen is just not one of those heroes, so might as well throw in the Transcendence, but it does also cost your entire team a retake situation where your full team gets wiped. KSA dies twice in a singular fight, it feels like. And their entire respawn sends them so far back that Peps get the early push, take the early ground, and on the high ground, TU have no setup right now.
Yeah, no setup whatsoever. And it's hard as well to take it away from Ice, because Malga cannot scale that building. Maybe one day he will with a new perk or something.
4 arms along with the 2 hearts.
Yeah, can you imagine? It looked like Goro. That'd be kind of sick. All right, Twilight is isolated right now. Wow, okay. Well, that's rather unfortunate for the Ultimates. They do end up rotating to the point, but man, they are just getting feasted upon by Team Peps currently.
Yeah, I think this point, again, as mentioned, is just so good for D.Va that Icenom banking on the fact that if they can just walk through A, win that one, he'll be able to scale with perks directly here, have a bit of a power spike. That's exactly what's happening here, on top of the fact that TU wanted to go for once more that really optimistic but ill-fated retake with the Transcendence, 4 versus 5. They fed extra ultimates, cost themselves set up on B, and now they have the retake on B coming through very tight chokes.
Cage available from KSA, but it's going to be a tough one to actually use. Ends up going for the 1-man onto Ice. Rush actually on the point, but look at that. It's already dead. There's a Kai on the low ground with the overclock, but Avril, this is just falling apart for the Ultimates right now. Kai's getting completely denied by this D.Va. Most of those railgun shots, maybe 1 or 2 connected, but no initial kills, and Twilight gets booped out of the doorway and instantly dominated by Ice. Team Peps running through them on this second point once again. Although the time bank, you know, nothing extravagant, but having 3 minutes to push on to last, you are super happy with that for Team Peps, considering you have beaten Blade for next.
And that's the thing, the beat was saved. I'm impressed. FD God, I got a little scared there because I'm thinking, okay, we are really ulting here for TU. FD God's holding on to his ultimate for a very long time. He needs to pop it. Now he's low again. they destroyed the cage, and so they won the fight off the back of that. Just a Kitsune Rush got rid of the cage, and FD God says, we can hold the beat.
And look at this complete map flip. Team Peps on the wrong side. They are attacking, by the way, not defending. Getting the little 1v1 versus Kevster. Wow, he's out. Blade popped by Kevster's going to try and chase the Gen.G. Here comes the sound barrier. FD God pops it pretty late here, but now Kevster is in trouble. Kent ends up just dashing forward with his own blade with the sound barrier to boot, instantly killing Twilight. And this spawn flip, spawn hold, that ultimate tag going is dead. It's gone.
Only critique there is I think Peps are a little slow. I mean, they are the ones that are losing time. TU are happy to just stall that one out, flip the map, and play on the payload and say, Peps, come at us. And Peps lose a good minute for that. Really nice play between Zero and FD God, where the Suzu comes in to block out one of the swings from Kevster, which gives enough time for FD God to drop the beat, put all the green HP on, and just enough green HP for Ken to also survive a Brick Bash.
KSA's 1 HP, mate. Ends up having to back off that mega health pack. Even Kevster, defensive countermeasures activated with that deflect. That orbital ray, a little bit lackluster right now. Can't even pin down the kill onto Zerion. Here comes Kevster with the confirmations though. And KSA as well. Okay, their push halted for now. 1 minute and 30 to go.
And a stagger on the Baby Diva here. Also, Exodio probably would have liked to have got a lot more done on the OC that came on through. Team Peps, this is the first, I think, major reset that we have actually seen on their attack. They haven't really slowed down that much. We've had some extended fights, but for TU, they needed this. They needed an opportunity to just reset the map, put it down to a minute. Look at it. The time is now stringent enough that TU have a great opportunity to hold.
FD God off angling right now with Ken, but they are getting checked currently by Twilight and Kevster. Oh, this is definitely a fight of all time for both Genjis.
But Peps is losing time while this is happening. TU build more ultimates. Peps losing HP.
Ice is really low as well. Wow, Kai. Slip, Freddy the Evil there. Ken low in the background too. Here comes the push from the Gen.G and the Lucio, but is it actually going to be enough? Like you said, time ticking down. Cage deployed, and Sky's going to be there with the backup. Same with Kevster. It's going to be another stagger onto Ice.
If they can't reset, then the fight is, it's just, the map might just be over now, because what is Ice going to do? If he can't respawn into a mech, there's just not enough time. Is he going to even get in?
Good Suzu there, stops the stomp stun coming through. 19 seconds to go. Payload not too far around that corner, so there will be a touch.
It's going to be a touch with beats into Blade. Do you have more to play through that? Do you want to get...
They actually need the beat though. They actually need the beat though. The overclock's going to come through. Sound barrier from FD God is going to connect, but not before. Ken ends up going down. Kevster pulls the blade, isolates the Gen.G, and now just follows up into the kill onto Exodio, and no one touches. FD God tried to get there in time. But I would imagine Twilight had something to do with that little touch as well, probably booping FD God before the touch came through. That sound barrier, Kev, I mean, look, didn't end up connecting with Ken, so they were already a man down before they got the touch.
And yeah, still trying to regroup properly as well. Ice Nom staggered ever so slightly, trying to remake himself in time and get back in time. And
there's the kill.
This is essentially the fight. Yep, this is where FD God doesn't get to save Ken. Time runs out. FD God...
Twilight wasn't even like whip shot in there or bashed him or anything. FD God just didn't make it.
I really don't think the touch, unfortunately, would have mattered. That's probably my signature phrase at this point. But when you look at the HP bars, you look at the time remaining and the distance required to finish the map, with full respawn advantage for TU for the rest of that OT as well, I don't see a map completion, honestly speaking. So, yeah, not great that FD didn't touch, but I think Peps were done for at that point. TU had really locked in for that 3rd point defense after struggling a lot on the first 2 points. Some of this is due to the fact that map geometry just didn't favor them, particularly on B. And you noted this as well, but the Diva has such a great advantage, and you see KSA's POV from the Malga looking up,
right,
not able to do anything about it. So that's part of the reason why they lose B so hard.
Good stuff from the ultimates on their defense to see what they want to do on attack. Of course, Peps now switching over from the Gen.G. Ken on the Torb instead. They're going to know this, of course. Peeking their heads out. We'll see if there's any small changes here from ultimates, but probably not.
Is Torb really going to deliver more value than the Gen.G for Ken here? That's the curious thing. It will certainly be a lot of poke. The Eva double poke is a thing.
They're backing up real quick.
See what Kevster can do with that sort of situation here. It does have to play into a turret, but Note, by the way, that Twilight is on the Kiriko here, so they have kind of pseudo locked in a double flex support, whether you define Juno as a flex support or not.
Those terms, it feels like a fading by the day. Same as Sky though, fades into the void as Ice takes him out. Ice is then getting desuited though, so Ultimate's actually off to a good start. If they can make a repush. FD, God, come on.
Ice is not going to get mech back in time. Ulting for TU is now here. This is really, really bad for Peps. Turret down as well. Look at how far back they have to go. I don't think Peps can do anything until they get mech back.
Sky's dead
again.
Or
a kill would be nice.
Yeah, Sky's dead again. That is not good. Traded though. With Exodio. Kev's in a very precarious spot though against the Torb. KSA falls to Peps. Avril, okay, don't want to call this too early, but if you remember from that series before, Peps did get a full hold against Ultimates.
2.5 minutes here. We haven't seen the ult yet. I think after we see the ult play through, then I might be on board there. Peps blow through a bunch of ultimates, or rather ultimates blow through their own ultimates and can't quite get the cap on A. This is the important moment. Our double support ults online. FD God notably very far behind on his beat.
Yeah, it's been tough to actually get a lot of that charge, most definitely. Sky almost going down yet again. Sub like 50 HP there. Ends up using the rush and the orbital ray on the point. My word, that's going to be a lot of damage. Ken is going down to Kai's. Just a generic right click there as the blade from Kevster is proving it's going to prove quite difficult to actually deal with, but Exodio's already taken down Twilight and actually just jump into the backline completely. Exodio just absolutely dominates the ultimates. And the ultimates now kind of wondering what happened. Exodio with 3 kills and both support ults used there in that push.
Well, no one marked him. No one marked the fact that Exodio went for a big flank around the back of Big Earls and just got some decent rail from OCs in the back line. And, I mean, he overclocked. Somebody needs to mark him somewhere. This is what Exodio needs to be able to pull through, though. A hero play in a moment where they're down. They already lose Ken. If the god doesn't have beat, they need to buy time. Exodio saved them in a previous situation when he got Sky down with a one-shot delay. This time he saves them again on the overclock.
Blade overclock first here for Kai as they try to make their way in. Ice going to eat a couple of those shots, and the rest of the team Peps are going to cower behind Big Earls as the rotation for Ultimates does end up coming through. But Sky's dead again! Exodio 3 times in a row now has managed to pick Sky first to fight. Kevster ends up pulling the blade, but Peps have the perfect answer, Avril, and that's the sound barrier. KSA's going to fall, and Team Peps pushing Ultimates once again to the limit on Route 66.
It's about to be final fight, and I have to question now, is a single cage enough to get past this? Because who are you going to try and catch here? Ice Nom typically tanks. He could potentially fly out of that one, but even if Ice ends up in the cage, a lot of Matrix will keep him alive. Zerian also getting towards the orbital rate. I think that's enough. I think the cage won't be it. Ice Nom also has the remake. Peps have more than enough to survive this.
There's the overrun to the point. Cage comes in, does connect with a couple there, but you got to be fearful because look at Zerion right now. So close to that ult. Orbital Ray popped, self-destruct high in the sky, gonna remake straight on top of Twilight, takes infinite damage and dies to FD God. And now Sky's gonna be the focus fire for Ice as he's all on his lonesome in the backline. Overtime ticking down, and Exodio just takes the skies and takes down Kai. KSA running rings around the point as OT, a very familiar spot for the Ultimates, be locked in place, and Team Peps have done it again. They full held Ultimates on Route 66 to tie the series 1-1.
Yeah, and Exodio at the spare front of all of that, at the end, the confidence where he's like, you know what, I still have an overclock here. I'm just going to not even pop it at the end of the map for this full hold. But when you saw the ultimate situation, I don't mean the team, I'm talking about the actual ult bank of both the teams here. The fact that Isom has the extra remake to play through, we talked about Zerion being close to the orbital array, only a cage in, and the cage is used for the touch to go for the push. It wasn't built in to try and catch anybody. He's trying to catch people to get into the cage, which Isom essentially opts into. Isom says, I will touch, I will run into the cage, I've got a remake anyway, I'm gonna be fine, I'll matrix a bunch of this one, and I'm just gonna chill. Sky, though, dying multiple times to Exodio. Exodio saving in one of those kills of the Sky, saving that defense, because we remember, it's like, what do Peps do here? They're so far behind that they don't have an open for this fight unless they got a kill. That's what Exodio delivers. But this moment,
that clip was,
this is the back-breaking moment.
Just ridiculous. Do not mess with Peps on Route 66 is what we've learned today. Now, The series before, Colosseo was the next map pick, and that was picked by Ultimates. And of course, Peps won that, and then the subsequent Numbani. And you can see the KD. 50 deaths.
0.
I'm sorry,
7.
50 deaths.
Yeah.
Why? They didn't even get past first point. 50 deaths is an
I actually
number.
think a big part of this map was Peps baiting the Twilight sub into the instant Ana ban.
Sure.
That was actually so slick from Peps. That's a huge outmaneuver in the drafting phase because now you're stuck with Twilight on your roster and you could tell, it's like, what do we do now? We clearly want to play Malga, but we've lost to Ana, which was our plan. So we're going to do Zen,
right?
Which didn't feel good. They swapped
then
up
Kiri,
the Zen.
then Brig.
But then you have the Twilight Brig. I don't know, Twilight didn't have a lot of experience on Brig to my knowledge. That was Violet's here back in the day when they were on the same team together. So it was awkward, man. That was one of those situations where they get locked in. Faith's on the sideline like, bro, I need to be playing Brig on this team right now. I need to be in that map. But I won't say a coach gap, but it certainly was a draft gap.
Substitutions coming in, and it looks like Ultimates subbing out Twilight, Faith back in, going to Suravasa, so it's going to be Juno Brig again.
Yeah, the good news is Ana can't be banned again, but at this point you are going to go back to Juno Brig for the Faith gameplay. So unless you want to put Sky on the Ana, which I think is still possible here, we're going to, as you mentioned, Suravasa.
Banning Lucio, and then a ban for Malga for Team Peps.
Oh, huge. Okay, so that means we're probably on a Diva matchup now.
Yeah.
Lucio denies the Lucio Kiriko. So it's going to be a Diva mirror because I didn't see Chase getting put in here. That actually might have been a curious choice where... Oh, I wonder if Chris flirted with the idea of maybe throwing Chase in there, banning the Lucio, deny the Lucio Kiriko, put into a dive mirror. Maybe you do like a Brig Ana and then you have the Chase ball. But it's like, no, you know what? We're playing with KSA now. We want to be in a situation where we are not banning the Malga. We still want the option of playing the Malga, but then Pep say, you know what, let's just not have any Malga at all. So it'll be, yeah, it's going to be some Diva sort of dive, but it doesn't have the Lucio. So Brig Ana, maybe like a Juno is still obviously in there as well. Brig Juno might still end up working potentially.
I mean, it's still a really strong backline, like very hard to actually deal with. Much easier to deal with something like a Zen, like we saw on Route 66. It was the 3-0, by the way, for Ultimates on Suravasa in that series. So, and I know I'm referencing a lot because it was an insane feat from Team Peps. So you can kind of see why Ultimates want to go here. Ban the Malga, get that out. Maybe you're not confident in that head-to-head. And the Lucio too, sure. I mean, you're taking FD God on for one of his preferred heroes, but he's been very serviceable on the Brig too.
That ended up being a Diva matchup, except KSA went through and picked a Zarya to counter the Diva, so that could actually come through big again. And it was Lucio Juno for the supports, but of course with Lucio banned, they're going to have to change that up a little bit. Once again, Brig is open, Faith is best hero there. DPS will be remaining the same. I don't think either team are going to opt for the Pharah here, and I think both Kai and Exotic are feeling good about the Soj to not bring in the Ashe. Some teams do like to play the Ashe here. Don't get baited by the ball. So Brig Juno, as expected. I think Brig Juno being available, Brig being available, and that being just a nice combo is good. Ice should be looking at Diva. KSA might be looking at Zarya. Maybe Ice is looking at Zarya too, because they're both thinking the other team wants to play Diva.
Both teams making their minds up what they want to play. Oh, a little Ramatra. Okay, Ram for both sides.
Ram is safe.
Completely mirror comps.
So Ram is safe because it doesn't just lose to the Zarya, but it still has a good matchup into the Diva anyway.
Right.
If you pick the Diva, you can get counterpicked by the Zarya, but if you pick the Ram, it has the least amount of like, oh, we just lose the neutral now because we picked the wrong tank. This is a safe tank pick for both teams, and they made the right call there.
All right. And now we recline in our chairs and wait for one of the Sojourns to get a pick. Most relaxing point
Sky here. Sky has had the fear of rails drilled in his mind at this stage. He needs to recover from that mentally. Zodial, we're on his POV. Oh. He's one of these players that looks for it, but low HP he got that down to.
I don't think he even uses them to go upstairs anymore, to be honest with you, after how many hit his head last game. Slowly but surely, they're trying to chunk out. FD got extremely low. These Vortex is very good as well at kind of catching people. Looking at the aggression, though, from KSA. Actually isolates himself with the rest of the team. He's just going to go down. Exodial gets the first pick.
Punished. Huge Peps. That should be the flip now. There is a cap for TU, so at least they are able to slow this one down. It's not a total unmitigated disaster, but there's still a lot of members with Kai potentially being stacked. Yes.
Man, Kai was like one railgun away there from getting maybe 1, maybe 2 kills. Sky ends up also getting slightly staggered.
Precision and control.
Oh, it's a big stagger, unfortunately. Super late death, unbelievably late death. Zelda just needs to make sure now he's not too overcommitted here. You wouldn't want to go down. We did see one Kev moment on a previous map where he probably just pushed a little too far. Read on the Gen.G there. Look at the ults, by the way. FD gone zero and so far ahead. Peps now, strong opportunity to snowball this one forward, but you can see how TU just getting the opening cap gives him 34, prevents that 34 from going to Peps.
Right. Overclock's being charged up here pretty rapidly. Exodio was going to pop his really early on. KSA again falling to the same spot he fell before. And Kai, my God, how did he manage that shot? He bent the bullet like he was from Wanted. Nice kill onto Kevster too. That might just be the first point as well, Avril.
Nice, nearly there. Ultimates might have one good reset if they can all get back and spawn, but anybody getting staggered, Kai getting staggered, Sky rather, yeah, it's done. The Vortex will prevent him from moving away. So now I do agree it's looking hella unlikely for them to actually be able to make it back in time. 85%. It hurts because they've got more ultimates to use through. And actually, Exodio looked like he popped the OC too early. Didn't look like he was going to get any value, but that curved rail shot, a pixel shot into Kai, gives Peps just enough of that advantage to make that OC worth and confirm the first point.
All right, rotations here. It's going to be pretty nice, actually, for the ultimates. They spawn pretty close. A lot of ultimates in hand, too. We'll see if Kai can kind of repeat that success, and they're going to be able to hold choke now.
Oh, they have the positioning. Doesn't get better than this for TU. One more ult and position.
Ken is so low. Look at the Annihilation just kind of ripping and tearing through the front line. But already, Zerion is going to go down, so his Annihilation is going to hurt even more because the Brig healing is just not enough to sustain through this.
Peps will just have to be okay with the fact that they trade 1 for 2 ults there. KSA and Kai popping in. Ice Storm responds. They give Peps maybe a little bit of a fighting chance to see if they can test the waters of putting a few more in. The 3 versus 3 ults, the exact same 3 ults on both sides as well. But yeah, you sort of mentioned this is quite important, but the TU so positioning to have that choke where Peps have to walk through, they had such a good sort of positioning to push Peps away, and Peps just too slow to get to the point.
A rally used pretty early there from Faith, but Xerion is going to respond in kind.
Lost his rally.
Oh, and Faith pops the rally, torn asunder. Kevster and Ken just blow for blow right now with the blade. Kevster takes down the backline as though for Team Peps, so this fight is destined to be over.
It was a 3 versus 2, but the 3 included 1 extra healer with Sky alive for the ultimates. He goes down, but I mean, ultimates, Kevs, he really pulled through massively. That could have been a disaster, given that Faith goes down so fast, loses rally. You would think that Peps should be able to win off the back of that advantage, but Kevs, as he does, carries through in sometimes very difficult situations.
Oh, Exodio. Didn't expect KSA to be there, maybe. There's the Nemesis form being launched in, and a good Vortex again, and Kevster. God, he's like an assassin in the night, appearing out of nowhere, just getting these resets. And that's going to be a point over to the ultimates.
Yeah, he's buying ultimate advantage here for his team as well. KSA is going to be up by 1 now, 1-1 in terms of the scoreboard. And it's 100-0, if I'm not mistaken, as well, for that last point, which is really, really strong for TU. A good comeback, considering they would have wanted a little bit more on that opening for first point market. Peps will be able to, start on the ground.
This aggro. Okay, they do know. They are very aware, but it looks like Ultimates want to try and force this issue, maybe. Ice and KSA do have the Annihilations. Kevster bows out of that fight. And here comes the Annihilation from KSA. So yeah, they are going to want to go early, but KSA is so low, there's no backup. The Annihilation swapped by both Ramatras. Exodio and Zero are making this hurt, though. And the Ultimates, they make the proactive play and end up getting turned on completely.
Well, chunking Kevster down at the start of the fight makes a difference that you have Exodio just dropping a shot into Kev. He has to bow out of the fight. Suddenly it's 4 versus 5 as Kevster has to kind of recoup himself, and KSA ends up being committed into it. And they just burn right through the Annihilation, courtesy of Ice Storm's own Annihilation also being part of that. Peps get themselves a nice lead now.
Oh, overclock. Oh, wow, Exodio! Dominated by the Vortex there, couldn't slide away, couldn't do anything. FD God's going to get jumped on as well, both DPS from the Ultimates. Acutely aware, FD God is going to provide quite the nuisance for this team fight. And there you go. Good slow field coming through from KSA.
All that Exodio has done well so far on this map. Kevster is paying him back, and combined with the Vortex, Kevster dashes in, is able to confirm onto Exodio, shut down the OC. Exodio otherwise would have had plentiful targets and opportunities to go for these picks. Ken is still behind on Blade, finally has it available, but the extra rally on board for Face should be the difference maker, assuming he doesn't just lose it straight away.
What?
Oh,
Wait,
Ken's
what?
dead.
Ken ends up going down. I guess the pulsar torpedoes and a couple of shots. Dude, this guy is just a menace. It's going to pop the Blade as well to make it even more punishing. They do end up using the rally to do the ultimates.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that. One ult might have been okay. Double ult is not good. Faith in particular needed to hold the rally to do something up against not just Ken's Blade, but the double support ultimates of Peps. Now Peps in a commanding position to get this flip, and Peps already have 49 on board. So,
do they know? Peps is just going to dash through them again. Forces to slide out, and FD God's already dead. This is disastrous for Peps. Ken may have got a Blade kill here, Avril, but has to go to the point. There's 10% to go, and Ken is completely alone. They're making decent trades, however, Exodial manages to clean up the fight, and the touch comes through just in the nick of time. Pixels away from losing that point.
Yeah, 3 versus 2 here, but as the fight goes away towards the point, Kevsa runs out of targets. He's by himself. KFC, speaking of which, is also by himself on point, gets kind of destroyed there by Exotic. This was not a good start to the fight for Peps at all. It is still required to be a bit of a comeback here with TU having the opportunity to go for a retake. But finally, FD God might be able to play into this rally. He got taken down so quickly in that last fight due to Kevsa, who right now has the game in his hands. Kevsa's been lights out.
Needs to find one of those miracle picks again, but against these ultimates, it might be quite difficult. Overclock rally popped for Team Peps. KSA now already dead. High ground control for ultimates, but it's going to be absolutely nothing to Peps. Oh, what a shot. Flicked high in the sky. Kai vaporized as Team Peps are going to cap this point and put themselves on, well, map point as well.
Super important recovery. I mean, Peps, the fact that they already had the opening 49, we talk about how important it was that they won the opening fight in the neutral to even get that 49, to be able to clutch through what was looking like a lost fight. Kevsa just forces his way in. Flanks, you said, do they know? Apparently not. Kevsa gets a brilliant angle to backline to delete FD God, but TU couldn't clean up that situation, and so Peps get the recap and they just have a bunch of ultimates remain for the final fight.
Exactly the same fight as we saw a couple of points ago, but that's some very quick kills. Kai dashing away from that annihilation as it ends up fading. It's all Team Peps though here, as they do end up just chewing through the health bar of KSA. There's the team kill, ends up coming in a little bit delayed here, but Team Peps are going to get the first rotation to the point.
That's so rough for TU because they lose their double support so early in that fight. FD God, I think, still stayed alive, and just a hunt down a KSA at the end. No opportunity to pull ultimates for any members of TU. Kevster and Kai would have liked to have done that. So Peps get another early start. It is potentially the final point for Peps to have the early neutral in. So good for them.
You know, here's the overclock. A lot of places to hide, though. ISO just getting absolutely vaporized. Look at that. Yeah, good focus fire coming through from the ultimates. Now they just have to play it patiently. Ken dashes on to the point to try and buy some additional time, but they're not going to waste any ultimates here. Not like they had any to begin with, to be fair. Anyway, 39%. Very reminiscent of the last point, Avril.
And this is the kind of thing where the situation flipped. Kev still would have gone for a play here. He has the confidence, and ultimates would have been able to pull through in a bit of a deficit. Team Peps, though, they really didn't have a response. TU just walk up. Kai goes for the OC.
They're going to go early.
Ken, not a flank or anything.
Rally.
Okay, Faith is
Bash is a 3-man bash. Still gets taken out, though. And Kai and Kevster, they come up with the goods.
Another classic. Press Q. Right click, left click, death.
Oh, don't get the flip either. Oh, sneaky footwork there by Kai. Oh, they do get the flip. I tell a lie. Only a couple of percentage of awarded, though. Ken is on the point, battling. Are they going to be able to get another retouch? Okay, Ken ends up going down. They're buying a lot of time here, our Peps, but Kev's has still got the blade and a perfect dash kill onto Zerion. Here comes the flip in just a moment.
And the problem here for Peps is, okay, you do milk the point a little bit more for the extra percentage points. I think 10%. You do kind of also cost yourself the ability to just reset a little cleaner, get that fight in there. I wonder if it would have been better for Team Peps, just let go, allow the counter flip to come through from TU, but you actually regroup. Ken's not trying to delay too much on the point. You're really close to ultimates. You just take a fight as soon as TU get the flip, which they eventually do now anyway. It is final fight for TU. Try and bring this up into 2-2.
They're going to try and go earlier. Well, look like they were going to with that speed ring. Kevster on the high ground. And here comes the annihilations from both sides. A dash to the point. A blade has been popped by Kevster, looking directly at Ken. Ken's got nothing to say in this fight whatsoever. But Exodio does make it even. But of course, Kevster finds a second there as KSA's annihilation continues to rip through Team Peps. And that will be the point.
It's another situation where FD God has a rally advantage, but he just can't find Kev. So Kev goes to the point, locks down Ken, and by the time he goes back to FD God, I'm pretty sure the Brig Bash is on cooldown there. So FD God just gets chopped up in a couple of slashes by Kevster, who doesn't care about the rally at all. Peps is not able to block out this blade whatsoever.
Oh, they're going early.
Time early has happened.
Someone look at Kevster, please. Nice slow field there. Deflect still in hand, and a good kill onto FD God. Traded though. Faith also down, but Kevster now in a small room with maybe a couple of dashes to his name. Sarion ends up cleaning up the kill, but Team Peps, this is still looking rather dicey. Ken goes down to a Vortex, is now the ultimates are making them pay. Peps end up falling, and ultimates cap.
The problem is Ice Storm died there. That in the trade, it's still even numbers, but you don't have a tank, so Peps don't really have much more left to say in that fight. Kev pulls through big once more. Excellent damage. No ults, but they are catching up. I think by the time that Peps is ready to go, Kai can challenge this one. Exodia has a very limited window. He's going to need to find a miracle rail to even be able to have something to work with for Peps.
Trying for the sneaky off angle here. There you go, railgun pops. KSA popping the Nemesis form, but Kev's just actually the first one to fall in this fight. Maybe he was trying to look for another pick, but Ken was there with the kill. Team Peps now still struggling to get up to the actual point itself. Rally from Faith, bash into the backline. FD God manages to escape. Another amazing slow field from Ice annihilates Faith. And we'll see if the ultimates end up losing this point, but I mean, they're just pushing all the way to the spawn. Team Peps, they've managed to cap this point, Avril, but ultimates are one fight away from taking this map.
Yeah, they got that 80 confirmed. Really nicely played there, and just still even a few more members trying to get this one a little bit further up. They don't really need it. 80 is enough to confirm a final fight.
They got 90.
Kevster at the start of the fight, though, is so big. I mean, that is the player that has been so dangerous for Peps to run up against. Was it Ken? I think it was Ken that actually managed to get that kill. So humongous. Ken has not been doing so well in that battle versus Kev. He needed that fight.
He's picking it up where it counts. Ray in 5. KSA on the point, taking a lot of damage though as both Ram straight places, but look how low Ice is going. Annihilation pop by both sides, but here comes Ken with the blade, just carving them apart. Kevster's going to try and do him one better and ends up trading the kill, but look at Ice getting focused again. Kevster's blade doing enough work there to help KSA finish off the car. Last couple of stragglers with the annihilation, and it is now danger zone for Team Peps. Exodio has to dash back as ultimates do end up finding the flip, and Exodio just gets walked on, and the ultimates secure the fight and secure the map. They're on match point 2 if they can kill these stragglers now.
FD God's going to come with a rally, but it's 3v5, man. They don't have the firepower. Who's going to get all the kills here? Ice Storm doesn't last at all in the ball. We've seen this before.
Railgun ends up coming through. Kill onto FD God as well. As Kevster just trying to pick up the last couple of frags, and here it comes. A 3-2 on Suravasa as ultimates find a match point.
And I think the real bow tie on top of this gift box that is Kevster is the fact that we look at the final fight. What happens? A 3v5 blade. It's a losing fight for TU, and Kev says, no, I'm the hyper carry here. This is going to be a typical Kevster moment. Pulls blade, numbers are low, still completely wipes up Peps. I think they bring it back down to a 3v3. And then they just brawl it out from there and slowly whittle Peps down. Notably, FD God could not find a rally in that fight. I think he was about 10% off. But even if he did have rally, I would have liked to have seen him be in a position to stop Kev. But we've seen so many FD God rallies now that couldn't stop Kev at all. In fact, FD God just dies while Kev's slashing around.
Yeah, even if you're not guaranteeing kills with the blade there as well, it's enough. One slash is enough to send them pretty low, and then the annihilation was still ticking. It was still coursing through the veins of Team Peps. It was hard to really deal with that, and especially in those OT situations as well, Kevin. Like, you're kind of split. You're trying to find picks as DPS. You're trying to reposition as supports to heal your team, and that annihilation is just proving too much for you. Good map win here for the Ultimates, a confidence builder. They're on match point now, and an elimination game too. Winner here goes on to face Ultimates.
A fun game to cast because my name's also Kevin, and we'll navigate our way through that one. Kevster, What a big play, though. Look at the stats.
Oh, so
way
brawly
better for TU.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had games where it was, what was it at one point? 0.7 or 0.8?
So like 10 KDA or something. Yeah.
Yeah, something gross. I think the 10 was more in the Gen.G game, if I remember correctly. But here, we still had something really high for Peps at one point. But yeah, good to see that TU is able to bring that back a little bit and fighting for life as both of these teams. And, you know, a lot of questions to be asked. Are we going to see a redemption arc for TU? Kind of the team that people were looking forward to seeing, that we expected to be at the top of the leaderboard in terms of threat level at the start of the season, that never really delivered that performance up until potentially right now. When it matters the most, TU look like they're locking in. Doesn't look like there's any major holes in the team at the moment. Yes, Sky did get sniped a couple times by Exodia, but yeah, Exodia is going to do that. He's going to be able to, he did that to Kai as well. Exodia is going to be a threat, and I do feel like Exodia was shut down quite a bit more towards the end of Suravasa, which is one of the win conditions for TU. And conversely, Kefso never really got shut down except for that one Ken kill.
Well, Corsair and Nambani was the other maps that Peps managed to win in their their map 5 series in week number 3. We'll see where we go after this break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Start your climb to OWCS by joining Faceit League. Gain competitive experience in weekly Faceit League matches. Rise to the top in divisions balanced for your skill level. Learn more at fce.gg/s4.
Ultimates on match point versus Team Peps as we load into Esperanza as our 4th map. A Brigitte ban from Peps and a Diva ban from the Ultimates.
It's going to be a nice targeted ban coming on through. This is kind of looking kind of Malga-ish, but without the Brig in play. So Juno available. Lucio is also in there as well. I think without the Brig, Juno Ana is likely going to be the choice coming in. I wonder if there's a substitution, if it is going to be the Ana being played. This is where Twilight would need to come on in. Brilliant Malga map as well, as we all know. Very flat, nice geometry for the Malga to be able to run through. That's what it looks like to me as we get into a bit of a dangerous period for Peps. Match point onto you.
Hey, we'll see what other supports are kind of run. Of course, Brig and Juno have been the go-to. Could see something a little bit more aggressive. It feels like Malga is just too strong to even run with something like a ball. Let's see if Ultimates can come up with anything spicy. Of course, Winner here does face Twisted Minds. And Twilight, the GOAT, subbing in for Faith. Both players, by the way, playing for the Boston Uprising at some point. So there you go. There's a small little tidbit for you. And no Ana ban, of course, Avril, because we saw that already on Route 66. So Twilight is free as a bird now.
And because the Brig ban comes on through, it basically guarantees the Juno Ana, which should play directly into the strengths of what TU want to do. This is essentially what they would like to have played on Route 66 if it wasn't for the Ana ban. They were kind of stuck with Twilight in a situation where he didn't have anything to play. Ice is going to come through on the hazard. And look, they know it's going to be a Malga on the other team because the comp is exactly as described. So this is like, I don't know if this is going to be a good enough counter comp. I think Ice would have preferred to play the D.Va. He clearly doesn't want to go Malga.
All right, so it's hard aggression here, following up from a nade for Team Peps. It's probably going to be the game plan. Although Twilight, you know, still pretty safe with the Juno, right? I mean, a lot of heals coming out from Juno. Speed ring is very, very apparent too when the dives come through. Oh, good nade.
Got high ground here. Here we go. First nade coming on through.
All good though.
A lot more of those from Twilight as this match progresses. Very slow start though. I'd like to see where some of these tanks are positioned. KSA also playing quite conservatively. Zero on 1 HP.
Oh, Twilight. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Goes for the nade. Oh, misses. A little bit short. Okay. Not something we're used to seeing from Twilight there. A missed nade. KSA is very low, by the way. Good sleep from Zerion too. Just interrupting the back off there from KSA.
No one has tanks, but Ken is also down 3 versus 4 situation as tanks are starting to respawn here. Kev, could be a good moment for him. Anti-nade will slow him down.
Good nade again on FD God. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, Kevster. He's got the dash to get away. Hasn't got a dash to go back in though. It's going to be a problem. And Zerion's waiting there with a nano.
Onto Ice, no doubt. Should be the play here.
Nade. Oh,
okay. No, he does hit.
Does connect in the end, but it's actually enough. Nano boost comes out. Oh, reflect. Oh, and a sleep onto Ken. Yeah, see you later. Zerion ends up going down as well to Kevster. They do end up trading, but look at this high ground now. Ultimates end up using that nano too onto Kai. Hasn't got the overclock, but still might be able to do some damage, but that wall is going to hinder him for the time being, and actually extremely low, out of range of heals, but still manages to collect a kill.
Yeah, Ken just kind of delivers himself into the sidelines. Kai had no targets realistically and isn't able to really charge up rails. He didn't have the OC, so not the most ideal nano target for either team. Zerion went for Ken, Twilight went for Kai, possibly, I believe, for both Anas, just under pressure, couldn't find either of the tanks. Should be Sky ulting next. That's going to be Kai instead, but Sky might still go
dude, look at Ice's HP, man. Sound barrier comes with FD God, but it's too little, too late. And look at the ultimate's positioning as well, Kevin. They can just play all the way at the back, and Nixodio even trying to duel out with Twilight, but he just slips out of his grasp. Surely Twilight dies here. Surely. Twilight. Oh, no, he's just the GOAT. He is just the GOAT. What can I say? What can I say?
Well, he delivers sometimes. He does whiff a nade, but he also delivers that moment, which is pretty damn nice.
Kevster, don't break his ankles, please. All right, Ken does win that kill.
4 HP, sadly. Not enough to win that fight. Now Peps looking good for ultimates, but not looking good in terms of distance. I believe that was actually capped from TU, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. Let's see the 53.55 in there, locked in. Some distance to go. This will be the first meter on board for Peps now. 4 minutes roughly deep, 3.5 minutes rather deep. Nano online, big time for Zerion. Although I believe Twilight has, I think Twilight might have used one more than Zerion at this stage, but this is the moment for Peps.
All right, wall comes out. Look how Ice is playing right now, just kind of scared. I mean, the orbital ray is going to come in, but Ken just pulls that blade, just isolates Sky. Is going to maybe find 2 as well, although Kai takes the high ground, takes down Zerion. Ken still manages to confirm the kill here, but with Ice dead, it's going to be a really tough fight for Peps to actually stay in. And they're going to, yeah, okay, Blade's just going to get popped for Kevster just to guarantee the kills. Nice double there onto the front line, and this checkpoint in the grasp of ultimates right now.
Yeah, because it wasn't clear who was going to win that fight. It was a 3v3, still healing was still there. FD got alive. You know, TU weren't perfectly tracking ultimates. It's not exactly clear what the result was going to be. And this is where the hazard ends up being shelved. Icelam has to go hazard. This is a hazard map. TU in such a great position because they have unlocked the correct comp, and better yet, there's no Ana for Peps, which is so great for TU. TU are playing the better version of the comp.
Nano boost. Oh, onto the Maga. Double stun there. And here comes the railgun, the overclock for Exodial. Lands one body shot, but kind of getting his ankles broken. I'm going to be honest with you, has to dash away, but so low. Peps just getting run over right now.
Yeah, they can't even build ultimates. FD God is still working on the same ult, the same beat. And again, it's a late swap from Ice.
Avril Theorem.
He's going slow on perks.
Oh, it's 100
guys.
meters.
100 meters in 5 minutes.
Uh-oh. The Avril prophecy. It is becoming truer by the day.
To be honest, this time it's like really real now. 110 to 14. That's exclamation mark Avril theory right there.
What? Whoa, FD. Okay, FD God goes for the flank beat. Okay. Well, connecting with pretty much everybody, so they needed to make something stick here, that's for sure. Kevster still sneaks away with a kill with a deflect. High 1 HP. Okay, fight's eventually going to get cleaned up here for Peps.
Now the long walk back, resetting to mid. T will obviously have all of the forward spawns for their members. Cage online slightly faster for KSA. Nothing to really enable the Cage further. Of course, we've seen how fast cages can get broken once the Katsuna rush from the opposite team gets broken into it, and everyone just kind of dumps damage into the Cage. Peps, all about momentum here. They have enough time technically to make this comeback happen, but they really can't afford to get reset. Here comes Kai.
Kunais are connecting, but this overclock is just making them scatter, but they've already lost one. Sky already down here. They're gonna have to rely on Twilight for the heals now. Cage comes through, but Ice is already super low. Cardiac Overdrive's popped on both sides, but now Twilight is dead. Exodial cleans up the backline, and here's the turnaround that Team Peps need.
Yep, a 2-for-2 ult trade there as well, so not even bad for Peps. They were able to just kind of outpace the singular Cage with their own Cage plus the Katsuna rush, basically as prophesized there. Now this is the opportunity. They can just keep this going for the next 3 minutes. Likely this is still going to take until OT, but when it hits OT, it's only winnable for Peps if they can close the gap enough that during the long OT respawns for TU, Peps can really just get the flip in, close it down to like a 25-ish meter gap with the last 3 minutes, and Peps can make it winnable.
My guy writing the script out here for Push, how Push is played. I mean, honestly, it happens more than
Push. By the way,
KSA's dead.
Predictable sometimes. Anyway.
Orbital Ray used by Sky. It looks like Team Peps are going to try and wait this one out, buy their time. Kevster on the high ground with the blade. It's available. Oh, what a kill onto Zerion. Okay, that's the difference maker kill. And he still has the blade in his back pocket, and he's going to go for it too. Spots the Juno high in the sky. FD God trying to run away, but Ice is there with the kill.
The shutdown is humongous. Now Peps can maybe make the comeback happen just a little bit better. They got past the nano play. They only realistically lost one member. It doesn't take that long for them to rejoin. Icelam can't go down though. That's not allowed.
I think Cardiac Overdrive is in session too. Oh, Exodial, patience. Patience on the railgun. Ends up taking out Sky. Ken too, taking out Kai. These fights are so scrappy.
And it's still not over either. I mean, this is just bleeding timer down. Peps get nothing while this happens, even if it's just a stalemate. And Ultimates don't win or lose. Peps just, they lose by default by nature of not being able to push payload for. They haven't got cap yet, by the way.
Orbital Ray, Nate comes in, hits Ice, but can they actually take him down? Looks like they can. Nice little stomp, blade is pulled by Ken, dodges the sleep, hits Kai with a double slice. We'll see if he can kill Sky. Fails to climb up that wall though, so only one kill confirmed with this Gen.G blade. Now Kevster is in hot pursuit. Both Gen.G's using that deflect, but Kevster's got the backup. Ken trying to get away with the kill, and he does! Ken gets the kill onto Sky, but Kevster does manage to secure it. But now, Avril, with a minute and 30 seconds to go and 113 meters ultimates, they got the win in their hands.
And that's the thing, right? Ultimates can now shove payload all the way into Peps territory. Okay, please do that. They need to kind of maybe respect Exodia a little bit. Okay, the respawners came in enough that it is a bit of a problem. Note that the Nano and Cage about to be online, and they have out-timed Zerion on the Kitsune Rush. Can't break the cage if it's not available.
There's the Everclear to start the fight off. Maybe they want to take a cheap fight. Ice taking so much damage in the front line. They're backing all the way up.
That's a really nice disengage from Peps. It will lose some time.
Oh, the cage.
Okay,
it's super early. Russians are coming through as well, but Exodia is already dead. A good nade connection there from Twilight. Does send one of them pretty low. The nano boost on top. The double nano as well. Twilight just buffed all the way up. Takes care of Ice Gnome. Not quite by himself. But these fights, if they're scrappy, they're in favor of the ultimates. Peps need clean ones back to back to try and get the lead. And Twilight and KSA are still alive.
We're hitting the OT now, and the problem here, as I've mentioned, is they just haven't closed the gap enough. Once you hit the OT, perfect gameplay is going to be required. Even a single death on Peps is inexcusable. They won't be able to win if even one member dies. So this is
good nade again
now.
Good cleanse, though, onto Ice Blade, popped by Kevster. Exodio is just standing there, succumbs to the blade. Zerion dies. Miracle Blade here required from Kem, but unable to get it done. And the ultimates, they take down Peps, advance through the lower bracket, as Peps are eliminated.
And the TU Ultimates team that we hope to see, hyped up, huge roster, big budget, large names and everything, massive veterancy finally pays off. We get this lower bracket run versus a top team in Peps, where honestly, I wouldn't have blamed anyone, myself included by the way, for predicting Peps to reasonably win this one, because TU just hadn't, up until this point, shown enough consistency. They've been just a little bit too messy. Maybe it was because of the dive. Maybe Chris just can't coach dive. Maybe it's a chase thing on the ball just wasn't working. But bring back Amalgamator. Put KSA in charge, leading the team with the Malga engages. Gen.G gets to be put into the hands of Kev here as well. We get away from the Symmetra and the Torb. I think the Symmetra and Torb definitely nerf a team like Ultimates, similar to TM. Like we look at Twisted Minds and also a team like the Team Ultimates, they realistically have very similar strengths and weaknesses. They don't want to be in a Torbson meta. They want to be in this meta, and that's why they're so much better now.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're coming alive where it counts as well. Of course, they landed themselves in this position because of how, honestly, disappointing their regular season was. This Stage 1 season did not look good for the Ultimates, and the star power, like you mentioned, Avril, is just so astronomically high for this squad. Everybody was ranking them, what, like first or second in everybody's like individual power rankings? Like, everybody was expecting this team to blow everybody out of the water. Everybody also thinking VP were going to do well, but not that well, of course. But they're coming alive when it matters, eliminating Team Peps even after that full hold on Route 66. We're going to jump over to the desk. They're going to break down that series and set us up for North America.
Thank you two so much. Welcome back to our imaginary desk. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're about to break it all down. Well, I'm not muted to the stream. I'm just muted to you, Johnny, because I don't want to share everything. It's true.
That's a fantastic point, Zoe. I just couldn't
Thank
agree
you.
more. Couldn't agree more. Loved the way you put
well,
that.
I really just introduced the two of you, so yeah.
Exactly. That's what I loved. I appreciated that. It was
absolutely
fantastic.
loved
Thank you for
it.
introducing me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. This time we're sporting a gladiator shirt. Love to see
and Kai.
it. Yeah, a good throwback. I like
I've got
it.
so many channel points now. That was disgusting.
That was disgusting. But this is exactly what we needed to see from the Ultimates. They're turning it up when it matters the most. With 1 foot out of the door, they are starting to farm. I mean, Kevster specifically was just insane. Absolutely insane. But let's talk about the entire team here, because they really set each other up for success. They're looking very confident and very aware of their win conditions in this brawl meta, Johnny.
Yeah, I think this was a really good meta for the Ultimates, and they came out just looking so comfortable playing this composition. I think KSA had a great game, just setting the pace here in the front line, setting up the rest of his team, going aggressive, being proactive with it. The way the Ultimates set up these fights, where depending on what the Ultimates were available, they would go aggressive, they would take off angles, they would try to make plays depending on what the Ultimates they had, but also what they knew the opposition had. And that is a team that is just really comfortable with what they're doing. So Jake, I think it was quite noticeable that this this is Team Ultimates now playing at something they're more familiar with and a composition that they could go quite far with in this tournament.
Yeah, I think with Ana coming into the meta in Korea, that does bode well for Twilight. I was a little bit worried on 66. I think, staying on the double flex support against D.Va was a huge mistake, lost on that map. But in the end, still the power, the threat was there. I got to give an honorable mention, though, to the Peps DPS. I was really impressed by both Ken and Exodial in this match. I think the team overall, yes, they lost today, but those DPS put on a big performance. I don't think that they should feel bad about this. And, for Ken in particular, kind of a newcomer on this top level scene, Exodial just started really last year competing at this level. I think this is a great playoff showing from them, and the fact that they can continue to turn up in these high pressure situations is big for them in the future.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think Exodial like popped off the last couple of maps, right? Like obviously, the Ultimates, they look dominant on the composition as a whole, but I really thought that Exodial, got the better of Kai some of those moments, right? Overall, I think the Ultimates, Kai did have some moments, especially on Samoa. I think it looked really good, and that's something we wanted to see from the Ultimates, right? How can we see these players like come online, right? Kevster certainly did so on the Gen.G, Kai did so on the Sojourn, but like you said, I think Exodial had a great game on the Sojourn as well.
Yeah, lots of individual standouts from both teams, of course. Now we do have to say goodbye to Team Peps, but we will now celebrate the winners of this lower bracket match, specifically Kevster, that was just insane. Okay, the deflect on the sleeve. Like some of those clips are actually how Jake
you guys will
put it,
see the
criminal.
replay. We snagged this one. I wasn't even sure what happened in the moment because I thought it was so unbelievable. But I mean, across the series, Kevster, his Gen.G leading the way so aggressively, and I think Suravasa was where we really started to feel this impact. I mean, quite a few huge clutch team fights. And this is just what Kevster does. Like in a way, this guy is just always this good. But for the team to be finally hitting their stride, for it to be a meta where Gen.G is enabled to not only be a huge playmaker, but also a leader of the team. That's something that Kevster really brings that not many other top DPS players, especially flanker players, offer to their squad, but being a really effective communicator. I mean, doesn't talk much in the interviews, but I've heard from former teammates. Here we go. Let's see this deflected sleep by Kevster. That sleep, can you believe this is all right? I'm sorry. As much as we're glazing Kevster, this is pure luck. This is 100% luck.
No way.
This is 100%.
Across the bridge, deflected the nano. That's just stupid, honestly. Also, I saw Twitch chat. They were flaming Faith. I just want to add this too as well. They were blaming Faith, going in there with the rally, double shield bash in. It didn't look pretty, but made space for Kevster, and supplying the repair pack. So I know sometimes it looks like the Ultimates are feeding, but it was a team effort, and I love the proactiveness, the aggression in their play, and it certainly helped Kevster get the job done. Part of why Kevster got player of the match today.
That's right. He had to feed so that Kevster could eat.
Sometimes
it's all part of it's all part of the big plan. Another part of my big plan is to chat to our winner. I think we have KSA joining us for a voice-only interview. So I hope you can hear us? ?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yay! Okay, KSA, congratulations on the dub. You guys are turning it up when it matters the most. Can you maybe talk to us about your mindset heading into the playoffs and your performance in stage 1? Because the expectations were very high on the Ultimates, and a lot of people would say it was underperformance from the team. Are you worried at all? Is that in the back of your mind?
I mean, obviously our regular season wasn't great, especially when you look at the roster on paper. But we had some issues we had to fix at the start that we couldn't really seem to fix. But now I think it's getting a little bit better, and obviously the meta again just keeps shifting, and it shifted to Mauga, and I love Mauga, so that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so speaking about this meta, thinking ahead to the rest of playoffs, next up, you guys are going to be facing off against Twisted Minds. Do you think that this Mauga mirror is a place for you guys to shine? Both of you guys have looked comfortable on the comp. So how do you look going ahead into that next match, looking ahead to the rest of playoffs?
Yeah, TM also loves to play Mauga, but we're also pretty confident in the Mauga mirror. I think it's going to be a fun, and also in my opinion, whoever wins that match, either TM or TU, will qualify.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, taking down Alcadzia along the way there in the lower bracket, perhaps. I'm curious from your standpoint, obviously, playing the Mauga here as well, but what makes this team so good at the Mauga composition? Talking about the rest of the players on the team as well, communication. It just looks like you guys are way more comfortable and proactive in your play. Why is that? Why are you guys excelling in this Mauga composition in particular?
I think it's really like easy for me because like I've played Mauga so much at since from stage 1, and when I came back with SSG a bit, I was like scrimming with the Mauga, and I've visualized every scenario on Mauga, every ultimate scenario, so it's everything is a lot easier for me on that hero. So it just makes it easier
it
for everyone.
shows. Yeah, you got Mauga on lockdown. It's confidence, and that exudes when you're playing Mauga. We absolutely love to see it. KSA, thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations and best of luck in your match against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear it from KSA. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where they are at now, as they're keeping themselves alive in the lower bracket and are now meeting TM in the lower semi-final match. Of course, in the upper bracket here in the European region, we do have VP and Alcadzia going at it. So some good matches coming up. Very interesting shift, of course, in the meta, which does benefit some teams and less so others.
I think all 4 teams look pretty scary right now. I don't think all 4 of these teams have shown that they're pretty solid on the Mauga comp. I think the teams that have really tried to shy away from it are now eliminated, right? So the top teams bringing different looks with the ultimates, using a bit more of the Ana. I'm curious to see if that spreads a little bit more into other regions. As much as it's been dominant in Korea, it's had mixed results so far today in the EMEA.
Yeah, I also have to say, I know VP has been fantastic so far. They've been the best team in EMEA. But like we say sometimes, Mauga composition can be a bit of a great neutralizer. And so now we're looking at today's matches, Twisted Minds, the Ultimates. They really brought their A game. And now I kind of feel like it's up for grabs for all 4 of these teams. I'm really excited to see what we see next week.
I just continue to play it close in the region. We absolutely love to see it. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to Gen.G and Team Peps, but we will see them again very, very soon in the stage 2 of the regular season, where they can give it another go. Perhaps in a different meta. We'll find out when we get there. For now, though, we are wrapping things up in the EMEA region as we fought our way through the first round in the lower bracket. And we'll be shifting gears and jump straight into all things NA. Timeless will be facing up against Avidity first, so you don't want to miss that. For now, we're heading into, that's right, another battle of the bots. They're also playing in playoffs right now. There's a bracket and the whole thing going on. If you missed it yesterday,
Who's going to China of the bots?
Who's going to China? Which bot is making it to China? Someone will come out on top. Today we have broadcast producer Ray's team going up against our graphic producer Jade. All right, only one team can come out on top, of course, so make sure to spend your channel points on who you think will win. And we're going to see you again after the the greatness that is Battle of the Bots.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. The objective is now active.
Maintaining damage boost. Amplifying your power.
Join me on the objective. Meteor strike.
Let's get loud.
Everybody
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Woo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Welcome back, everyone. Day 2 of our Stage 1 playoffs is in full swing, and we just had to say goodbye to 2 of our EMEA teams and 2 of the NA teams. We'll be following suit after the day is out. Jake, you look entirely too happy.
Thank you.
Oh, it's just about it's the Outlaws jersey.
Thank you.
Nothing can make
Jake?
Jake smile the way an Outlaws jersey can. It's beautiful. You saved the best for last. Is that it?
No.
So there's more coming, baby. We got breaks in the day. Surely this is not the last.
No.
How much did you get paid over the last couple of OWL seasons?
I didn't get paid anything. It was just for the love of the game. So wait for the love of the game.
Oh, so
love of the game.
You're selling out.
The OWL store was closing, and I was like, I'm taking advantage of this sale.
That's what they're gonna put on my tombstone, for the love of the game.
I thought they're gonna put on your tombstone.
The OWL store is closing.
The OWL store is closing. I took advantage of the sale.
For the love of the game.
It will make people stop and wonder. I think that's a smart move. Anyway, let's talk about the matches we got going on. But actually, first, let's talk about the drops, because whilst we're here for the love of the game, I know the people watching are doing so for the love of drops. This is what you can get if you connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. But honestly, if you haven't done that at this point, then what have you been doing, actually?
Yeah, there might be some new people out there, so it's always worth reminding.
There's never new people.
You gotta link your BNet. Come on, guys. This is basics.
Basic stuff.
First step. Link your accounts.
I was in the YouTube chat, and someone was like, why aren't they playing Roadhog? And I was like, well, welcome into the world.
It's because you didn't link your BNet. That's why they're playing Roadhog.
You know, they tune in and they're like, why is there no Roadhog? It's like, welcome into the warmth. You learn about Mauga.
That's right. So link your Battle.net account and free the hog. It's simple as that. Of course, these are only available through our playoffs, so this week and next week. So make sure to do the thing. Now, speaking of people doing the thing, these teams are doing their thing as they work their way through our bracket. Let's chat about what happened on day 1, Johnny.
Yeah, so day 1, it was pretty dominant from SSG and Timeless, and they find themselves in the upper final here. Look, SSG, they looked spectacular on the Mauga composition, and I think they remain the favorites. They proved it to us playing the dive composition earlier on as this stage was kind of coming to a close, and then they showed yesterday against Timeless 3-0. Mauga's not a problem at all. The way Kellan was playing the Mauga, I was really impressed by SSG. So an exciting match brewing in the upper finals.
Brewing in upper finals, that's right.
Brewing.
Well, we're cooking in the lowers for today, Jake. Let's talk about this, because both of our teams in the lower bracket that have been awaiting their opponents, it's gonna be an uphill battle for both of them in every sense of the word, as they're going up against 2 of the top teams we have. That said, though, Timeless yesterday, they low-key got rolled. They did struggle in that Mauga mirror against Space Station Gaming.
They did get owned by SSG, but this is a very different team, SSG. You know, we heard from Sugar Free that like the top 3 teams in his estimation are pretty far ahead of the rest of the pack. If that means maybe Timeless is more vulnerable to an upset here, we'll have to see how the match plays out. I do still have some faith in Timeless, though. I think just SSG is so good right now. I kind of write that result off for Timeless. I still think this is a team that should be expected to win this match. That being said, Avidity and Rad are the 2 teams all season long who have been punching up a little bit, challenging some of these top teams, giving them runs for their money, and especially in a brawl comp. I mean, this is the NA special, playing these like death ball brawl styles, and honestly, this is one meta where I think the DPS impact particularly high, a lot of outplay potential on the Mauga. So from my perspective, I think this can be potentially chaotic even for the teams we expect to be the favorites here in the lower bracket.
Right, so if we're looking at those rosters, Johnny, Timeless roster, which of the players do you keep your eyes on for this match?
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a get-right game for Timeless because they were just outclassed yesterday against SSG. I think that Kellan was so good on the Mauga and really diffed Riker in that regard on that role, right? And similarly, I feel like Rocket, it took some time to really get used to what Sugarfree was putting out on the Echo. So we tried out the Pharah here in Nepal. It didn't quite work for Rocket. Then we moved over to Suravasa, tried the Gen.G. Again, didn't quite work the way for Timeless here. And so I think Rocket might just settle into the Echo for the rest of this match here. But I'm looking at the rest of the squad. Chopper had a great performance on the Sojourn still, and that is what you need. We saw earlier today how good Sojourn can really be in these compositions, right? And then Riker as well. It's crucial on the Mauga in these compositions to set up your team right. Crucial cardiac overdrive usage as well, and utilizing the overrun, not to really leave your team behind, but to put your team in a position where your damage players can do some work. So I would say that this is a get-right game for Timeless here. They just want to be pretty stable here and not commit too many mistakes.
If we're looking at Avidity though, Jake, just like Reinforce mentioned, Rocket does prefer playing that Tracer, can't really do that now. Zomba on this side has the same issue. We're not even seeing him in the starting roster right now.
Yeah, I guess this will be an NVM on the Gen.G, maybe more comfortable for NVM or the Echo. Kind of curious to see how the DPS lineups play out. We've seen a lot of different looks across the stage, but I think Zomba's Tracer was consistently a strong point for Avidity. So they're going to have to be running with a different playbook today. I don't think that's a tough highlight for their own team's highlight. That's brutal production. But still, nonetheless, I think this Avidity squad, they have strong players. It's just going to be, I think, a pretty tough test against Timeless that have been together for so long, right? That are very comfortable matching up together, comfortable in these team fight deathmatch brawl comps, where Avidity is running a roster that they haven't used, frankly, so much this stage.
Is there anything that Avidity can take away from the match they saw Timeless play yesterday? Any very obvious weak point or crack in the armor?
I feel like when you go into a meta like this, Jake, where the meta is evolving almost on a day-to-day basis, you kind of have to focus on yourself, right? How can we play our best and how can we not overanalyze what the opponents are going to do? Because I think the same applies to Timeless, where Timeless, they're probably going to make some changes based on yesterday's performance, right? And so I think if you're Avidity in this case, you're focused on what you're doing, not necessarily what the opponents are going to bring out as much, because that could change and then you just kind of wasted the prep, right? So I think for Avidity, I'm curious to see how they've prepared this week, given that going into Saturday's matches yesterday, we weren't quite expecting there to be this much Mauga in the meta.
Very motivational, Johnny. Put it on a t-shirt. Margo quotes to sell some merch.
The whole rant, or?
Yeah, all of it.
Okay.
It's gonna be a lot of print on that shirt, but it will once again, just like
Focus
Jake's tombstone. Yeah, it will make people stop and read, and that's what we're all about. Now, Margo quotes, of course, to sell some merch. We can only get if we get Mitch and Matt on the mic. So let's do that, guys. Please walk us through the map set and the hero bands.
Thank you. It'd be my pleasure to. Welcome back, everybody, of course, to the commentary booths, the two cameras on the overlay. We're here, of course, to check out some elimination games. And Matt, we have an issue we have a situation in NA that, frankly, below that top four, teams have not been able to break in. So looking at this fixture for today, one might expect some one-sided games, but both of these matches were actually played out in our last week, and they were 3-1s.
I think if there's any match that has a close result, it's probably this one. Avidity was kind of always on the outside looking in, as that next team into the top four, and not like Timeless looked horrible yesterday, right? But Avidity probably has the most talent out of the teams that started in the loser bracket. It'll be a Kiri ban for Avidity, and it will be an Orisa ban for Timeless to kick things off. I think the Mauga meta is really interesting here, Mitch, because remember back in go to other types of metas, right? It could kind of even or lower some of the skill gap between teams or skill disparity between teams. I think Mauga kind of has the same process in terms of using your abilities and cycles and whatnot that can result in that. So could prove to be at least make it a little bit closer here for Avidity.
I think Johnny called it a great neutralizer earlier on in the show here, but I tell you what, there's a lot to rest on here for Timeless because they're playing a composition. They bait Avidity, force them, into playing this Malcolm Mirror, and then they kind of craft something they feel like is designed to dismantle it. Like a Reaper in the front line. That to me says they are really doubling down on punishing 12s. And I like that we, have a Pharah here for NVM, but they don't seem to feel like it's enough against an Echo who can, of course, burst the bird down.
We didn't see any Reaper yesterday, so the Reaper thrown in here could potentially just be for this point is a really interesting touch, right? If you want to play close and aggressive to the spawn door, right, you can push up with that Reaper, probably get a little bit more advantage from the Reaper than, let's say, a Sojourn, and that's actually some damage that's put down by Rocket over the top, playing the Echo. Yesterday, we saw him kind of playing a lot of Pharah, trying to make the Gen.G work, then eventually settled on the Echo. Started to look better. They come out with it again today.
You saw just how effective that Mauga stomp there was from Riker. Lands it onto about 2 or 3 people, and Avidity were never really able to keep up in terms of sheer output of damage or throughput and healing through that fight. And the Echo chase down. Rocket is going to be a problem for Twirls. Rocket and Chopper both have this immense anti-tank capacity here. The Twirls is going to have to play so carefully, but is an orbital ray straight out front of the spawn. Timeless very quickly wanting to make a statement here. One is that they're not willing to offer any quarter to this Avidity roster.
Oh, Avidity with a back cap though potentially here is NB will get on the point, but this has looked quite brutal so far here. For Avidity, it'll actually be a cage fight here for Twirls. They're going to use the orbital ray as well.
Okay, Rocket going to be duplicating Amalga, and there's the Death Blossom! Oh, buddy! Inside the cage! And unfortunately, Avidity's demise is of their own design there. Forced to play within that very small area, hoping to throw a cage fight to catch, presumably, Riker out. Time is just unload 5 ultimates and get on with their life.
And for Avidity, I mean, you may not even end up getting a Blade or Rally throughout all of this, as I imagine if you're Timeless, like, keep this pressure amped up, right? You're going to see Riker go in here, followed up by the Reaper.
All right, look, they've split them completely down the middle. Chopper getting into the back line here has made it so Avidity are working in 2 halves. Twirls on the point here trying to keep the game going, and NVM was so low. They pulled the Blade, but they'd taken too much damage, and the supports had already mostly been downed. Well, they got the Blade in the rally, Matt. Unfortunately, it didn't make a difference.
Oh, yeah, they got them at the very last second when they were basically the only 2 alive. I think they had their Malga there as well, but ugly round for Avidity. You just kind of have to toss that one in the bin and go again, potentially. This is a round here where you can't exactly run that Reaper. Maybe it makes it a little bit easier on Twirls in the front line.
So a lot of issues for Avidity there. I think a little maybe shell-shocked dealing with that Reaper setup. I do think that in the rest of Lijiang Tower, Reaper is less viable. Obviously, there are some more of these more wide open sightlines to cross, but Chopper is someone that never really gets targeted, in terms of bans, because they're usually playing Sojourn, right? Or something that's just so good, that long range stuff. On this Timeless team, it's actually normally Riker that gets most of the looks in terms of bans. You saw that against, Space Station as well, having the Ball and the Winston both looked at. So, but Timeless here with the Amalga look, Matt, they don't want to deal with Orisa, and so far they're showing us they've got supremacy in this Brawl mirror.
I don't even think it's they don't want to deal with the Orisa. I think it's just banning the Orisa, so you have to play the Mauga, right? So potentially, right, Avidity doesn't have the opportunity to ban Mauga here in map number 1. I think that's kind of the idea with that first Mauga ban. It'll be Squid and Timeless moving their way onto the point. A few players left here for Avidity, so not going to be a clean cap, so to speak.
Tough to cap this actually without a frontliner, right? That was Riker that actually got brought down by a shoulder charge there from Twirls. So Timeless with 2 supports and a DPS try to hold on, but Avidity have the bulk basically to displace them from the point. We're going to switch over towards the Ana here for Lukmino. So got yet another pick that really looks to try and punish the Malga, and also gives your backline the ability to interact with this Pharah from NVM. So you've got Ana and Sojourn pressure, plus the Echo, looking to try and blow you up. It's a lot to handle.
And with Curie gone, right, there's no cleanse for the bios. So you see there with a little bit of help, Squid is able to take out NVM. The bios could be quite devastating, right? The Malga, not a mobile target, pretty easy to hit there. And then when I hit with a bio that comes on through from Lukmino, is that'll be a point flip. Now back in favor to Timeless. And yeah, like you mentioned, also was really good at dealing with that Pharah potentially up in the sky. So, NVM switches over to Gen.G here. He'll be able to put a little bit more backline pressure on. This is where you'll end up missing the brig.
Maybe not. Yeah, I don't. We'll see how much they miss it. With Lukmino close to a nano here. Great on many targets. There's going to be a cage fight thrown down here by Twirls trying to catch someone out. Lukmino a little bit low inside of it. Railgun here for Chopper. Able to break through eventually that cage fight and secure a trade. It's Twirls falling as well. So before the orbital raid gets used, the Malga's out of the picture. Your best use of that big healing and damage amp ultimate was the Malga. And now Timers have a lot to work with. Riker's got the cage fight. Squid can hold onto this orbital raid. And that's bad news for Avidity.
Riker just comes on through, is able to take out 3 players there, and you don't have to end up using your cage fight here for Timeless and either your support ults, right? So you're going to be able to use this Nano potentially onto Rocket or Riker, right? Two viable options here, and with like no real speed, right? You're gonna have that speed ring, but obviously very telling. You're gonna be able to cross that bridge. You're gonna be able to land a really nice cage fight here. It's gonna be a rally into the cage fight. It's gonna be the Nano here that goes on a chopper.
Okay, that's going to be the brig burst down instantly. So an NYS rally, no one is able to benefit from it because they can't get close enough lest they plunge into the cage fight and they get burst down at the start of that engagement. Furthermore, Squid is now still able to hold on to this orbital ray. Still bringing into the next fight where Avidity are just trying to decide what support it has to be. They're going to switch to the Lucio here probably just to get them in fighting form quickly.
You may not even get in fighting form though, because you see how Timeless is playing close up here. They're going to go aggressive behind this orbital ray right into the spawn.
It's great tempo here from Timeless. They're not giving Avidity a chance to set up. Very disruptive. And a Bionade on the 12s means no amount of hitting the wall is going to keep the Malga in the fight. Squid perhaps is overextended here.
Oh, he's off the point.
Okay, he woke up. He woke up. There will be a touch here at least over time. Secured. MVM's able to duck away and grab that mega health back, and now will attract some attention. There's the rest of Timeless. Return to the roost. There's a blade here for the Gen.G available, but NY is going to go down here, and that break healing won't be an option. NVM never had a chance to draw some steel, and Timeless should be able to clean things up here. Lukemino lazily sending a couple of darts in the direction of the brig. Should be able to bring them down, and this erstwhile Diva pick from 12s will also be silenced. Pretty open and shut case here on Lijiang Tower, as Timeless do not respect Avidity.
The stack card from this one's going to be ugly, as Timeless just kind of runs through them. As I thought Avidity would put up a better fight. Obviously, there's still a lot left in the series, but at least here early on, Timeless looks to be on point.
Yeah, look, I mean, first of all, like you mentioned, they basically force Amalgamira on Control Center, by banning that Orisa, which has been a pick that some teams have gone for. And obviously that disruption of Orisa, more importantly, can be a problem for Reaper to deal with. Just like Javelin the Reaper knocking back, like you can always space, but Amalga doesn't have that displacement ability outside of a charge, which puts him in harm's way. So, you've got a comp that's really tailored to win the mirror. And it's one that it feels like Avidity don't have that same option. Like they tried with the Pharah, and the Pharah would be great if it was like May Reaper or Sim Reaper. But it's an Echo. Rocket who has the maneuverability to close the gap on a Pharah, get a lot of sticky bombs, and then blow them up. So you don't have a good answer. In theory, you probably want to play Sojourn. You want to play Sojourn Reaper yourself, or like just straight up mirror the comp. But maybe Echo is not an option for NVM. Maybe they just don't have that up their sleeve. So maybe the limitations of hero pool or just stubbornness and preference from Avidity really hold them back. And you're right, Matt. That is a damning stat card.
Yeah, I mean, that is a almost 15 KD there from Timeless. That is just nutty stuff. Really, 9 deaths. You're like, it was just kind of like one fight, and then just a few deaths kind of spread throughout the rest of the map. But man, as good of a performance to them in map number 1. I think for Avidity, this gives you an option, right, in terms of getting that map selection, but then also potentially banning that Mauga. If you can get rid of the Mauga, maybe you can like kind of squeak out a map that way. But it seems like, remember when we watched Nightmare yesterday, it was like, okay, it seems like eventually you're going to have to play this Mauga, right? You can't just kind of delay the inevitable, and it didn't work out for Nightmare yesterday. I think something similar would happen for Avidity.
It has to be a Suravasa map pick Wrecking Ball ban, I think. We've seen Avidity obviously go to that map ban in the past.
But if they ban Ball, they're just going to play Mauga. And then what does that do, right?
Okay, so but you're right. But if you ban Amalga, obviously, that does open up the Wrecking Ball play for Riker, which teams have seen fit to try and ban. SSG didn't want to deal with it. They've got Kellen on their team, for God's sake. Avidity actually banned the ball in map number 1, which is Samoa against Timeless in their last series. So I do think they're scared of that. I mean, that's a big problem.
We're just saying
if they don't have an answer to the ball comp and they can't win the Amalgamira, they're screwed.
Yes, you are most certainly screwed either way. I think you would take your chances playing against the ball, something you've had a lot of reps playing against, right? Because the ball was in for numerous weeks then to go. Against the Mauga, which is obviously, the last week or so, we've seen a ton of Mauga and seems to be kind of taking over play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit inexplicable, really, because Mauga's perks, I would say, are not the most impactful, compared to some other heroes, right? I don't necessarily know if they really do much to redefine Malga. Maybe just make him a little bit more effective with like the 100, basically 100 burst heal. You know, every time you pop Cardiac Overdrive is quite nice, and maybe that's a difference maker, because for so long, Matt, like it was Malga or Orisa, and it was based on who had more armor, and like the armor between the two of them was getting swapped around. But I don't know about you, but it doesn't feel like perks necessarily catapulted this hero into a powerful position.
So it didn't necessarily catapult it. I almost think I look at it like the opposite way of no other tank with perks gained enough to be better than like Maga, for instance, right? Like that's one reason I think you can make an argument. I think I saw an OC video is really good where like Mercy's inherently like worse now than pre-perks because there's so many other heroes who have better perks than her, so then it just kind of pushes you even further down the totem pole. So Havana is a map selection. Avidity will ban the Zen, and then you get rid of the Sigma on the other side of things. So that kind of takes away some of the poke abilities, right? If Avidity wanted to play that, and I mean, obviously the Zen on a Zen is a combo that a lot of teams go for here on Havana.
Obviously, Zen is really good at punishing Malga, I think, in the right shell if you have good poke.
Yeah,
decent against the Orisa comps as well, as it can be a little bit hard to shrug that Discord off here. I don't think it really moves the needle hugely in terms of what, you know, Timeless are going to be able to play. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the attack side comp later, but we actually still have this like Ana, we have this Ana Juno setup, so no Brig here for Lucamino.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? Because you're also getting a lot of value out of that Ana. Maybe it forces them over to like a Kiri, where Kiri doesn't really seem to be as strong as some of the other supports currently at the moment. As we'll see Timeless, they will play an aggressive spawn hold here, you would imagine, as Lucamino also, without the break, right, with the Ana, can play much further down that street, you know, still be in a healthy sight line. So Avidity looks like they will actually end up playing a Maga. I imagine Wub ends up kind of playing the Widow, and then maybe switches to the Sojourn here.
That's
nicely nasty.
Beautifully done, Scuffed. Yeah, I mean, at some point there, I think Wub turned around and said, maybe I can get involved in this a little bit, but the echo is down, which does mean that Farah has now a lot more ability to play aggressively, especially without Sojourn. So this little forward hold here is dismantled by one little sleep dart.
Now, really nice sleep there from Scuffed, and then after that, it kind of all falls apart, right? Rocket pulling above like that spawn door here as Twolz gets put to sleep. No bio, though, to follow it up, so you're going to continue to move the payload here for Avidity.
I mean, that let Squid sneak away. At that point, they were at a great risk of being caught out by the Malga. The little sleep let them slip past them and get back into the fight. It's going to be an Bionade hitting Twolz instantly. And Rocket is, well, suffice to say, they're back with a vengeance, Matt. Twolz under extreme pressure now, and Lucamino has a lot of space to work with here. Chopper trying to play pretty close, and obviously Disrupt the Shot very powerful over towards that room. Then why his shield just gives out, and Riker does fall. It is a critical mass of damage leverage in the Malga direction. But Wub is trapped here now, and that constitutes a stagger that will allow Timeless to get their tank back in the fray when they're needed.
Yeah, and I was like wondering, because NVM was up there on the high ground as well. Is he going to be able to make it out? That's actually a deflect there. They know he's kind of trapped in the corner with the Malga coming off the spawn. That is Scuffed basically surviving like 1 HP. Okay, so you're going to get Riker back in the fight, so everybody back at full strength.
Okay, let's run it back once more. Nano just around the corner. There's going to be an overclock here for Chopper to work with, and obviously that comes with a perk that you can equip. Oh, cross that bridge when we get to it, because right now, Avidity just get cleaned up out in the open. The Gen.G must be uncomfortable to play here.
It's not where you want to see your Malga charge directly backwards towards your spawn door, as Riker and Crow play quite aggressive. Dude, well, it's also difficult for Gen.G to close the gap, right? You know, with the Echo and the Sojourn on the other side, and then also the Ana being able to play at such a safe range and keep everybody topped up.
All right, here's that overclock now. Chopper takes 150 charge perk, so a couple body shots and will be just fine. Cage fight there, thrown down by Twolz. Again, ends up just allowing Timeless to group up and put that pressure down. It was a ulting nanoed Chopper there that tore shreds off Avidity.
So that's a nano onto the Sojourn, slides right into the cage fight, and now Twolz going to go over to the Diva here.
What about Cage Blade for Avidity, Matt? Like, why not wait for NVM to have a Blade there and maybe have a solid combo? They're sort of just blow the cage so early?
I mean, maybe they think that's like pushed up, right? They can actually kind of maybe catch some of the players off guard. It's definitely not advised, though, I would say. Is a nice dupe here from Rocket, just trying to keep up Riker, just maybe build up towards an orbital right. Now the blade will come on through, but who's the target?
I mean, jeez, Riker just had the combined mind of the World Health Organization leveraged to try and keep him alive. That was an insane dupe of the Juno. And he's able to charge back, get back to safety. 12's also desuited now. That's a huge blow for Avidity. Yes, they're going to push up in this rally, but Timeless should be able to respect it and then use the orbital ray to get back in their faces. 12's is down, of course, was in mini diva form, so wasn't contributing. And this stomp is going to be a problem. Straight into the midst of the remaining Avidity players go Timeless, and we are running out of those seconds. 30 seconds left.
Avidity pushes up pretty hard there, Mitch, so they have actually nobody moving the payload at that moment. So you didn't really even gain much progress. It's still kind of sitting around that first corner where, take a look at some of the statuses here, right? You're going to get up to a self-destruct potentially, but that's going to just be to get a remake back. This Chopper building up towards this overclock here, going to potentially get a nano here too for Timeless. This has been brutal for Avidity on their map pick.
Lukmino, biotic bounce there ensures that Riker is going to be kept fighting fit. NVM, of course, up on the rafters, a long way away from a blade. At least Tors has an opportunity to remech here. Squid is slept for the time being, but Timers aren't taking huge damage elsewhere, so they'll be able to pick themselves back up and get to work. And how is Malga in the backline killing Irana? Riker just walks up there and blows up the lion's share of the healing for Avidity. It's just as well, of course, they got an orbital ray, but my goodness, that hurts them. Riker deals with Dwab though. Sojourn out of the picture now as an attempt for Scuff to keep them in the game with an orbital ray that frankly falls flat. And this is the end of the line for Avidity. A very anemic attack push on Havana.
Well, because you're in OT, right? You can't have some of the players move off the cart. So you have the D.Va and the Gen.G there at the moment. And Riker kind of just charges straight past them all and goes right on top of the Ana, and nothing you could really do at that time. Like what? If you send the D.Va back to potentially peel, right? Then you just have Gen.G on the cart. You figure the Gen.G would have got focused down. I know what? Just a few shots, and then the focusing beam would have been able to take the Gen.G out at that moment. So nobody able to really go peel there. And then that's when you end up in a lot of trouble. I mean, nothing you could really do there. And Avidity are forced to play close right now. If you don't play close, you're basically getting a one fight scenario. Just in a world of hurt they are right now.
And again, it is a pretty slim margin for this team as they move to the defense side of the map. Timeless have the option to also try and continue to craft a comp they feel like will be very powerful against like a Malga based front line. There's no reason to move Chopper off the Sojourn though, as they have been just stunning for the entirety of stage one, really. Fortunate, I guess, you know, for those that are incredible hit scan players, that Sojourn has just been so very, very good. But there are other options here. You know, I don't think you play the Bastion, but obviously we saw the Reaper on control center.
We did see one team play the Bastion, but it was like OT where you had the level 3 perks and you can come out of the spawn with like the tank, but yeah, no, not right now.
True. Yes, obviously, yeah, you know, perking into being able to, you know, use the rockets in tank mode like the old Bastion ultimate is quite funny. Right. Okay, Iari for Lukmino was just a ruse. Quick switch back there, and Wiper's going to be denied that little safe haven. Bionade already hitting 12s.
Also with a bio, he's here with a bio and then slept immediately. And then, you know, just GG after that, right? The cart will just move straight down the street, and now we're just in like one fight here for Avidity to kind of keep this map alive.
I think this match is emblematic of a tier break here between maybe our like 4th and 5th teams, 5th and 6th.
Potentially a chasm, not just a break.
Deeper than the bloody Mariana's Trench.
Which is pretty deep as far as I know.
Say, Matthew, it might be one of the deepest things here, outside of some of your thoughts. They're very deep. Here's Riker here.
I've heard that mentioned on a few YouTube videos how deep it is, so I get it.
Well, if you can't read a book, I guess watch a YouTube video.
Walls is in trouble.
One way or another.
And NY is down as well.
Yep, they are learning the just the limits of their mortality here. Quick games, good game, folks. We're here for a good time, not a long one apparently. Timeless here, absolutely batter Avidity. They hang them up in the town square for all to see. It's a 2-0 already in this series.
I don't know what you do here. I mean, you gotta ban Malga. I mean, I don't understand. Like, okay, I get getting the Zen out if you don't want to play like on a Zen, But like for Timeless, right? You just see you dominate them on Lijiang Tower playing Maga. They give rid of Zen. You're like, all right, fine. We'll just continue to play Maga. Like there's not really. They get rid of the Sigma, right? Sigma potentially can give some trouble, like in the longer sight lines with the shield and being able to poke. But once Sigma's out, I mean, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna play a Risa here in the street against Maga. Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of out of luck there.
I mean, if you do that, I feel like you have to play close corners, and then Malga can often rush past you towards your backline. So, you know, you want to poke comp, I think, again, if you feel like you're going to lose to this Malga setup. But like this Ana adjustment, both teams obviously are going for it. Scuff obviously hit a really nice sleep off the start that broke the spawn camp instantly. So that's where like, okay, Avidity really starting to get rolling here. But I do think that, like, you know, some of the options that Timeless have available to them, and their comfort in playing this Malga comp is really incredible. I think that, like, you know, immediately making sure you are bioing that into Malga here, and there's no Kiriko to cleanse this off quite often, right? When you have Juno Ana comps, that Bionade sticks around. It's a real problem, and you don't have a lot of ways of actually avoiding that, especially if you take Biotic Bounce. That nade, in theory, has more coverage, even if your throw isn't perfect. You can splash off the second shot, the second bounce, excuse me, and put a lot of, you know, anti-chip down. So
2 rounds of control and then a full escort map, and it's like 17 combined deaths for Timeless on those two. And I think Avidity was like in the 40s in map number 1, right? So it's like 17 to 70, something along those lines, right? So really tough scenario. Esperanza, this has to be a Maga ban. Just get rid of Maga. Just see what happens, right? If they play ball and beat you, at least you know there wasn't really a path, right? If you get rid of the Maga and you play good and you win, you know, maybe you feel a little bit better as it kind of goes on. But I'd imagine you're gonna have to do something there.
This is not a ball map, so you know that obviously is something that you know is worth noting. You might see like a Winston comp here. We do get that sometimes. Winston looks on his map. Obviously, Hazard is still playable. I think there are some scenarios in which, you know, he can be good despite.
Somebody in chat earlier
away from it
said that Johnny looks like Hazard, and I was like trying to visualize it, but I don't know. Okay, so we got a ding ding. Yeah, they think so too. Zoe giggled and said no.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, I'm not really sure.
We'll have to get a side by side.
I'm not good with this. I'm not good with like these comparisons, you know. But I think like the chin. It's the chin for me. Malga has this like, very crimson chin.
Wait, you're comparing it to Maga? Yeah, I know. I said he looks like Hazard. Yeah,
no,
Johnny I was like, Johnny does not look like Maga. I was like,
Zoe thinks she looks more like Hazard than Johnny. So I'm not really sure like how I'm supposed to read into that, frankly. And I'm also not going to weigh in on that for you know, self-preservation reasons, but
we all look like Hazard. We were all Hazard deep down.
I think, you know, like Matt, you look kind of like Cassidy. I reckon if you got some scruffy hair, we might be able to make it. We might be able to make that happen.
Yeah, a lot of people have told me I give off cowboy vibes, so you know.
Yeah, obviously
get that done.
That's it. Obviously, Matt, with his formative year spent in Santa Fe, New Mexico, really nailing that southern twang.
I've never been there. I've never been there. Shout out New Mexico if you're from there, but I've never been.
He's a bit of an Albuquerque Andy, is what they say.
I don't really know what's there, but I'm sure it's great. This Avidity, they get rid of the Ana. So Ana was definitely giving them some trouble, right? But then Timeless just gets rid of the Diva. So what? You're just gonna see Juno Brig with a Malga here, right? That kind of what you're playing yourself into.
Yeah.
The Ana was pretty good for Lucamino, right? He brought out the end of like Lijiang, and then we saw the lot there on Havana. So definitely was really impactful as we highlighted. But still, this kind of goes right into what feels like will end up being the meta, or currently is the meta, with Juno Brig and then the Maga.
This is legitimate Twel's erasure. This whole series in terms of like the bands that we've been seeing. Obviously, I think their Diva looked really. I swear we saw him on Dorado play like a Diva composition, and it looked quite good. So we're now obviously entering into a game that doesn't have the element of the biotic grenade here, and in a Malga mirror, I suppose that can change things.
But you still have the like Maga, Brig, Juno is totally fine. Like
and
you're
the
not.
Echo still is really dangerous for these high health pool tanks.
Yeah, it's. I would have went with a Maga ban. That's just me, but let's see how this works out here for Avidity. One thing also to know for Timeless is actually they end up playing the Kiri here. So we've seen some Kiri Juno. It seems like at least early on, the Juno with the Brig is like a really good setup. But if you feel like maybe the other team's going to play like a Flyer or something, maybe it feels like a little bit harder to play Brig on like a defensive side of things. You could play Kiri, but the rally seems to be a little bit easier to get impact from than, let's say, a Kitsune Rush in some of these comps.
I would say, though, that like having multiple Cardiac Overdrive rotations in a fight for your Malga is pretty handy. So that haste buff, that cooldown reduction that Kitsune Rush offers you, I think is really powerful. This was a genuinely close fight until Wipe started popping off here. This is a great start for Avidity. So look, we really needed to see them try and distill, and I think this is the kind of map where they can try and answer a lot of Timeless's strengths. But there, they just basically won a straight throwdown against the Malga comp. So good sign, because they're going to have to do a lot more of that this map.
Which the Gen.G can definitely do in a lot of those neutral fights, right? Being able to kind of put down some damage and then kind of dive into the back line. I don't love the Kiri with the Juno, but we'll see if they can kind of make it work for an extended period. And NY ends up falling, but this is one of the harder things to deal with, like I was talking about. Like whether it be Pharah, whether it be Echo, there's not really a way for Brig to interact with those characters.
Bob's looking deadly here. No one's really doing anything about the Sojourn. I think like in the longer fight, late in the fight, they're pretty dangerous. Charge comes in here, but Wub has all the healing they need. Well, apparently they needed a little bit more as even orbital raise going up. But hey, 2 fights, 1 in a row for Avidity. Very good looks. They are forced to use that orbital, but Squid is a little way away from theirs. It's time to find out just how good Kitsune Rush is with this Malga comp.
I think you also switch after this Kitsune Rush. Like, this has not been good. You know, considering how good they've looked the rest of the series without playing any Kiri, the only kind of major changes bringing the Kiri here is this will be a dupe here. Rocket onto a Malga. They'll actually just back up straight away, right? Don't want to allow Rockets into building towards that cage fight also while in charge in the Kitsune Rush.
Okay, well, a lot of ults being used. Eventually, it's going to be thrown down the cage fight because Avidity were able to escape and kite so much of this time is got a little bit frustrated, apparently. Raika, though, goes down. Here's that orbital raid that's much needed, and the rallying NY is going to be forced to succumb. Rocket, though, has been removed. Squid trying to do their fair share over this fight, but a late blade here is a little bit dangerous. NVM looking for another target, but there's no dash reset for them after Lumina fell. Now they're in trouble. Stranded out in the open. Squid will be able to bring them down. Timeless, it's a slim win in that fight. And they can start to push back.
NDM knew that it was Squid and Chopper right around the corner. Could not peek really either of those players, but also not able to kind of get any healing or trigger anything necessary. Is that now you actually give up high ground here to Chopper. This could be bad.
Riker is deep, man. That is super aggressive. And Chopper does pop an overclock, but the sightlines aren't great for him at all, really. Oh, buddy, this has gone horribly wrong, and Timeless maybe get a little ahead of themselves there. Looking for a fight where, frankly, there was none to be found.
They wanted to play quite aggressive there. I mean, they end up getting out the cage, and then now, but the bot's going to keep traveling into your territory. Is Squid with a kill. I mean, he finds so many kills on the Juno whenever we're watching. Like, just the movement to him on the Juno is crazy.
Actually goated. Yeah, this is one play that I refuse to see them pick anything but the mini blaster crit secondary perk. Shoot him! Hit him with a torpedo, son! Here's an orbital railer coming in from Avidity, and Rocket does get caught amidst that scuffed. Gonna be the one credited with the kill. Riker, a little bit too far away to be helped now. As that orbital raid causes Timers to split awkwardly, and they don't have the formation, even with like the Kiriko here to bounce around quickly. I tend to agree the Brig has brought a lot of value here for Avidity.
It's just, I think, just a better pick, like, just overall. And I mean, maybe Luka just doesn't want to play Brig. We've seen players who just, obviously, are kind of crushing running through the series. Maybe it's like, you know what, I just really don't want to play Brig in this type of scenario. But right now, it is Avidity taking a huge lead. Some really nice play from Scuff as well as on the Juno, getting lots of value out of his race.
And everyone obviously trying to group up around the Malga to benefit from the Cardiac Overdrive. Also are getting hit by that Disruptor shot thrown straight in the middle of them. This time is throwing down Kitsune Rush, the only ultimate they used in their fight, and it looked pretty good. Pretty bloody good. Again, I think also, if the Echo can benefit from being able to dump cooldowns on 2 rotations in that fight, you've got like these, a couple of heroes, Matt, that really can do so much with the haste buff.
Well, I mean, you're going to see now Timeless have a pretty nice advantage, right, by just using that Kitsune Rush. It was not a lot invested by Avidity, right? It was just the overclock. This will actually Rocket. He'll actually dupe a Sojourn. So one of the only times we've seen a Monaco after a Maga is potentially it was like a little bit of a miss. That's going to be the rally here as well.
Okay, well, Wub does fall there. Lumino's the one with the finisher, but Rocket definitely is able to get some value. Did build a overclock there in that fight. Okay, Blade here inside the cage for NVM. Quite happy to be here, I think. Messy stuff from Timeless, but conversely, Avidity have actually done really well at hiding back from some of these hard engages and actually exposing Timeless for being over-aggressive, for taking these risks. They're looking a lot more tight.
I imagine that Rocket was not looking for the Sojourn there, that it was potentially looking for like the Maga and maybe kind of just like a misclick or somebody slid in, just kind of got in his line of sight, but you get 45 meters, you don't get checkpoint there for Timeless, so that's huge for Avidity. And then also Avidity has their cage fight orbital ray to kind of fight behind here. You don't have a blade to combo with it, right? But still, a fantastic combination of ults to use here.
All right, orbital rays here come clashing together. Cage fight, though, I feel like is a difference maker. Riker does get brought down. Lumino is able to hide behind the bot for the most part, but he can't hide from the questing shurikens of NVM. To the high ground they go, and Lumino does not have adequate opportunity to respond. This is a beautiful little Gen.G sequence, only brought down by Squid, but it does represent another fight win for Avidity. Keeping their heads above water, and frankly, the better team so far in Esperanza.
I mean, just a really dominant performance, kind of swinging the entire other way, right? Where Timeless just kind of ran through them. These first two maps, but Avidity showing signs of life. This is what I was hoping. I'd hope we have like a really close series between these two teams, but right now it'll be the Timeless squad battling back out of spawn. Not out of it just yet, as we still got 3 minutes. Still a decent amount of time here left on Esperanza, but they got a lot of meterage to go. And also, you imagine here, right, Timeless are going to lose some time over by like the butt scratch by the checkpoint, right? So you're in a lot of trouble there.
Oh my goodness. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Lumino obviously takes the perk where a kunai hit will spawn to healing Ofida out, and they go and heal a target. They've got to be in front of you though, so it's like a little hard to sort of secure value all the time off that. But also taking the the Susu perk that gives you the increased move speed after the fact, which is in a pinch really handy to reposition away from Malgo, who's trying to close in on you, and the Gen.G as well to space out from Gen.G, who needs that dash to close on you. So Timeless here need a string of successful fights here. Cage fight going to get thrown down instantly. It looks like Lumino went very, very low, but that Kitsune rush now they're going to work with. NVM, Blade, looking for something. He only gets the cage fight. Not what he's looking for here, I think. And that will be Timeless, who do spend heavily on a fight like this, but it will get them in a position to take this checkpoint.
And this is somewhat of a window opening here for Timeless, right? You're going to have your overclock with Orbital Ray. You know that there's going to be Orbital Ray cage fight overclock on the other side. That'll be like the big fight. If Twals drops this cage fight, you're able to kind of withstand it, right? Use that overclock and then maybe your Orbital Ray and win it. Then you're in a spot where you could very easily see them kind of get close to taking this lead.
Chopper a little uncomfortable there, just making sure they have somewhere to back off to. NVM is showing themselves to be pretty dangerous on this map. Now through the choke we go. Wow, oh my god, instantly takes control of that position, but Chopper goes for a rail. Pops the overclock and gets down instantly by Scuff. This backline of Avidity looking absolutely bloodthirsty. Twals is holding onto a cage fight here. It doesn't need to use it because this bot is headed into Timeless territory again, and we're down into our last minute of play.
And that Chopper's overclock just kind of burned there as well with Squid's Orbital Ray. So it's as good as things could probably go there for Avidity. You get that bot deeper into Timeless territory. I love this decision here as well, right? You capture 2 players, finish off these 2 kills. You kind of secure the game, and then that's a massive play there from Twals and Co.
NVM steals away the health pack though, rude. Paul's still healthy enough now. Timeless just, it's so unreasonable for Timeless to win this map from here. They do not have any ultimates to use. I wonder how closely we're going to look at the Kiriko sort of difference here later on, but Scuff has been getting involved with some of these first eliminations. NVM's looked great. Chopper there had a big overclock earlier and just died basically instantly as got shot in the head by a Medi Blaster. So here we go. 14 seconds left in the round. Timeless have an unbelievable precipitous climb to make on this map, and I think it's going to be a tough ask. Here comes one, Overclock, Flat and Squid. This one's over. The backline just disintegrated, and where has this Avidity team been all series, Matt? This is what I'm talking about. This is peak Overwatch.
This is what you thought this series would look like. Obviously, Timeless comes in the favor of Avidity, extremely talented as they display here, taking Esperanza. I think you'll definitely look back and be like, hey, you know, that Kiri probably not it there for Timeless. We haven't really seen Kiri work out for anyone, really, where a lot of teams, they'll try and run it at times where the break just gets so much better value, especially inside of like cage fight, right? When you're popping that rally, whether it's like a plate on the other side or using it your own, keep the Maga up. And look, I mean, Avidity, they kind of steal that map, right? They put pressure on Timeless now. At least for Avidity, you have some confidence, right? That's a Maga comp that you're able to run against them and be able to win.
I mean, what do we have left? Is it like Flashpoint Hybrid available in the pool from here on out? If I'm not mistaken?
Yes, I believe we have not seen that yet, right? Because we saw the Havana and then we saw a push here. So it'll be Timeless's pick of one of those. So it'll be a Flashpoint or a hybrid.
So before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I guess we can sort of double back to what we saw in this map. I think we talked about the Kiriko. I speculated earlier on in this map. I thought, okay, maybe with the Kitsune Rush, that's like a really high value, you know, ultimate, and really seems worth it. It does appear though, just like the general throughput of what, you know, Juno can offer you. Also, you know, I think when they're perked up, the Juno becomes a bit of a different beast entirely. I do think that we were, you know, seeing Scuff make some pretty good use of the more offensive perks that she has available to her. But MVM on the Gen.G looked pretty unleashed on this kind of map, and maybe it's the absence of Ana. Maybe it's that Ana ban, right? No Bionades here to make the frontline fights a problem for you. No sleep maybe to disrupt. We are seeing a lot more, you know, players taking into the groggy sort of perk at times, but Lucamino so far has been using the Biotic Bounce to just, you know, get good nade coverage. So time must probably try and go back to a scenario where the Malga mirror is forced and you can't ban Ana anymore.
Yeah, and I wonder what Timeless decides to pick in terms of map. I imagine it's like Suravasa, right? We've seen a lot of Suravasa. Yep, there it is. So we've seen a lot of Suravasa played throughout all of North America, pretty much from week one all the way up through now. It seems like some of the only hybrids we see are like Blizzard World occasionally here in NA. That seems to be kind of the one that sneaks its way in. But Suravasa, I'm curious what they do with their first ban, you know, in terms of what they try and target. Do they potentially try and protect like a tank or support? We saw them ban the Orisa early on in map number 1. Seemed much more to be like a protection of like a Maga than kind of generally worried about the Orisa. Curious if they do something similar.
Bans obviously will be coming in just a moment. Last time we saw these two teams play was also a series in which Avidity were able to win a map. We see that performance on that map extrapolated over the rest of the series. This one could get extremely spicy. Okay. And we save the Malga ban here for Suravasa. Timeless obviously looking to, you know, get the NVM Gen.G out of the picture, which I do appreciate. But the Malga ban here being saved for map 4 is kind of correct. That is, that's crazy.
This one should be way different, right? Potentially, like you're looking at like a ball type of setups, right? You can play like Winston Diva here. Ramatra kind of enters in, right? Before Maga Mania started here this week. Like last week, we were seeing like loads of different tanks. We were seeing Sigma, Ramatra, Orisa. Then all of a sudden, it just kind of circled its way back to Maga all the time. Where now this kind of opens things up a bit.
Okay. It does mean that, yeah, we might see the first appearance of the Wrecking Ball here. Now, we sort of seen it at times yesterday, although the Wrecking Ball was sort of countered by a good Winston comp in one of our matches. So, you know,
that was a TL game. The TL game.
Right, exactly. And we did, I think, you know, in fairness, Infected was maybe a little bit too ready to switch off that. But Avidity might try something similar with this Diva. This is definitely a bit of a signature look for Falls and this team. Will it be enough to disrupt this Timeless full dive setup, or at least this Wrecking Ball Tracer look, before they can, well, strike at the heart of this Avidity comp?
I think the DPS lineup here, like with Rocket on the Tracer and Chopper on the Sojourn, like these are both the comfort picks for these players, right? I definitely think it gives them a little bit of an edge in that regard. I think it's really on Twals and the backline. Can they kind of stop some of the chaos that this ball is going to cause? And right there, it's a combination of the ball and the Tracer who takes out an NVM.
Scarfed under a lot of pressure here, and it's a quick, swift step away for Lucamino. So Kiriko here for Timeless. Obviously, no real insistence on trying to play the Juno. Avidity have the Lucio, so they do, of course, have access to that speed boost, but Timeless are more than happy here, just playing this less speed-oriented comp.
This is where Kiri looks good, though, right? Kiri looks good in these types of compositions, and this is where D.Va does not. I thought he was. They knew he was coming for that mech kill because he just kind of started running in a straight line at them. So, kind of giveaway there is, man, that's like what? It's going to be another like 15 or so percentage. So NBM needs to be careful, cannot fall at the hands of this ball tracer combo yet again, especially now as you're waiting for 12 to come off spawn.
Yeah, Rocket and Riker playing as loose ends here, just continually pulling at Avidity's attention from the periphery of these fights. Big bio on NVM, though, that's cleansed off pretty quickly, and Squid falls to a railgun from Wub. Good opener, but it's going to be support for support trade, and the entirety of the backline for Avidity. Just bought the farm. Riker now. It's a decent 12s, of course. That is brutal. How much of this game have they spent in Avidity before? Almost half of it, especially with these staggers. Excruciating. And there's the mech recall.
What do you think Avidity can do here? Like, I think if you're Avidity, potentially, you could play something like we saw yesterday, right? We saw like an Ana Brig with a Torbjorn in the mix. I think we saw Winston as well, putting pressure on the opposing team's backline that was running the ball. You could potentially go for something like that. I think, potentially playing this comp, it's going to be quite difficult to make anybody sweat really in the backline at Timeless.
Okay, well, NVM has at times struggled to deal with Rocket. I think on this tracer, it's actually one of their better looks. They just don't see it as much from them. Wub caught out. Big bio onto the backline of Avidity, cleansed by Scuff, but that put them in harm's reach, apparently. And Riker once again is able to account for the Kiriko. This will be an Avidity hard L at the start of the second flashpoint now. And things are not improving for them. Makes us worried that Esperanza was just a flash in the pan for this team.
Yeah, really fast point to take here for Timeless, and you have just about everything here working into this next fight. What's nice here for Timeless as well, like when the Kitsune Rush drops, you can just drop the minefield inside of it, right? And potentially also forces out the beat, so very advantageous position here for Timeless as Riker just with a pile driver there, puts down some damage, also separates the opponent.
Yeah, and Twals has to spend the defense matrix to stop the Sojourn follow-up on the pile-driven target, which was Wub there. Really important to keep this guy alive, as you can see. Riker eventually will fall. This is too much damage here coming from these railguns, and it might have been a Kitsune Rush to guarantee higher healing throughput for Timers, but they can make great use of it in other ways too. Wub down, and NY missing. Rockets just cracking heads together here, and Avidity are going for a pretty aggressive Kitsune Rush with only 3 players up. Timeless happy to let this one elapse and come back in to punish the lack of that Curio. Oh, man.
Oh, that's true. That's Scuff and NBM. You're not going to invest your sound barrier in there. Oh, 12's going to get demeched here. So you're going to get, what, 25 or so % here and counting for Avidity, and then just flip it right back where Riker ends up getting hacked as we have a Sombra in play now for Avidity. Not able to use his minefield, but you're already going to have Squid with another nano. So set up fantastic here for Timeless to take our second point here. Put themselves on match flashpoint.
It's immensely
early overclock.
Okay, go for a beat. Fair enough. And much of it is going to expire there by the time they actually get to the point itself. Chopper going to get a Suzu straight away. Look how low Avidity are already. Nenwai blown to smithereens. Rocket is clambering upon this backline. They do lose Chopper, Timeless, so they have to rely on this tracer damage, but Rocket seems to have plenty of it, and that's a bio from downtown. Squid deals with NVM and has a lot of room to breathe.
Yeah, and with just 3 players there for Timeless, it's still good enough to hold on to the flashpoint. So we move to the next one, but Avidity knows that there's going to be these 3 players here. They need to cross the gap. They're going to push up a little bit closer here. Nice seed on the bio there from Twal, so that bio grenade here from Squid. Not going to do much of anything, but they lose the Sombra straight away, so now the ball is going to be able to run crazy.
God, this Tracer performance is electrifying. Avidity have obviously brought the Sombra into the game, but Wub has felt mostly invisible here. It's just, I guess, an answer to the ball, but Rocket makes extremely good use for Nano. I am going to suggest that Squid just want a Nano for themselves there. Rocket, though, does very well, burning down these Avidity backliners, but this is going to be a little bit closer fight. Pulse Bomb here is available. Pile Drive follow-up would have been great for Rocket to get in there, but Riker does get hacked in midair. Kitsune Rush are now going to come down for Lucamino. Needs to be able to heal people up, but they cannot play within the rush itself. Minefield, though, deployed. MVM finally gets to run through them on the Tracer, and what was fortunate not to get blown up dropping onto one of those mines.
Yeah, Rygar was holding on to that minefield for ages. Decides to use it there, potentially try and swing that fight. You did not have Squid in the fight there for Timeless. Like you mentioned, I know he ends up getting picked off right after his use of the Nano, and now going over to the Brig. So bringing in Brig with the Kiri. So this is going to be able to kind of protect that backline a little bit better, right? Especially with Tracer Sombra in the mix and the D.Va. You need that Brig just to be able to kind of swing, put down some damage, some, you know, easy healing kind of that comes out from the Inspire as well.
God, this Tracer play is getting scary. Rocket's double perked now, so does get all his blinks back after they recall. EMP came down. Rocket was affected by it, but nobody was looking in the direction of the Tracer, so they just get a reprieve. They're able to back away. Wub, that's dangerous to play. Final boss Squid deals with the Sombra. And now you're in trouble with your Avidity. Rocket back to the point here. Pulse Bomb available. Nice little stick. The Pulse Bomb on the donkey. It's 12's knocked out. Has to go for a remech. It is able to hide behind, of course, that self-destruct remech to get in. NVM's down, though. Rocket is just dominating.
Well, we know how sick his Tracer is. Like, I would say Tracer's probably like his best hero that we kind of see him play throughout all different metas, as this will be 12's getting demeched, but putting on a sick performance here. And I also think that's why you end up banning the Gen.G here if you're Timeless, right? Get rid of the Gen.G, force into a Tracer head-to-head. Now you're giving Chopper for some really good protection with that Brig in the mix, right? So he's able to play the Sojourn a little bit safer against that Sombra, and you lose the Sombra yet again early on here. So 2 fights in a row, you lose the Sombra right before they even kick off. This is going to buy even more time for Timeless.
I agree. Like, we knew that Rocket was a good Tracer play map, but even for me, this is even, it exceeds, I think, those expectations here. Genuine, like, take over the game level performance here from Timeless's Tracer player. Where's Nehemiah trying to go? Into the midst of things here. Sound barrier available for... Oh, buddy! The humanity of it. Scuffed gets taken down before that sound barrier can be imparted to them, and NVM gets ruined even with that Lucio ultimate in play. I'm ready to call time of death in a couple moments here, Matt. Nothing's gone right for Avidity in this last fight.
Scuffed ends up using the Kitsune Rush there as well, and he's not able to get any of the benefits of it because he ends up falling right before the beat. Gets him 95% and counting. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush and Minefield available. It'll just be the Minefield for the Baby D.Va, and this should wrap things up.
Impressive stuff here from Timeless. I would say, you know, Esperanza was a hiccup, something worth looking at, but as soon as they get back onto a map of their choice, they look squeaky clean. And once again, it's a 3-1 result between these two teams. Avidity are vanquished.
And you get rid of the Maga, and it just becomes kind of what we've seen over the last, like, I would say, week or so before this, right? Where it's a lot of ball compositions, teams trying to counter it with some D.Va-based stuff. But, I mean, you see, when the ball's in play, especially with these two teams, Timeless definitely looks a cut above.
Yeah, I think it's a core problem that we lightly touched on in the first map or so, Matt, that, you know, if you can't beat them in the Amalgam era and you can't beat the ball comp, you cannot win the series. You can only ban one of those looks at a time. And the moment that Timeless get to choose maps of their own, and again, if Avidity going to win that series, Timeless will get to choose 2 maps. That might be, you know, more than they could handle. They dealt with the Amalgam well on Esperanza. I do think that's a genuine bright spot for Avidity, but the Gen.G got banned. The Wrecking Ball came into the game, and all of a sudden Avidity did not have the cards to play. NVM could not even stand in Rocket's shadow in the Tracer duel.
No, I think the Tracer duel was definitely won by Rocket today. I'm also extremely curious to hear from the desk because they've been harping on how much they've disliked the Kiri Juno for a while, and the only map we see lost here is with that. So I expect a decent amount of commentary on that backline.
All right, let's get that. We're going to head over to the desk here and have our crew break down this first match of our NA days, and these are elimination matches, folks. So it is goodbye Avidity. Let's see what our desk have to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome back to the desk. Everyone's over here, joined by Jake and NYXL Johnny. That's right. I'm baffled at the fact that you just have your entire wardrobe is just like jerseys.
I'm calling Dallas Fuels coming next. Predding.
Oh, we're predding? Yeah,
put your
preds in the chat.
We should do a channel point pred on Johnny's next.
Johnny's next one. You just purposely do something opposite of that. Either way, I do want to talk about...
I can change my jersey, so.
That's nice. Thanks. I want to talk about real interesting things, though, not Johnny's wardrobe.
Please
I want to talk about the match we just saw. Signs of life from Avidity. Jake, Esperanza, though, I visualized your facial expression.
Were there signs of life, Zoe, or did they just play
Yeah,
Kiri that has lost
that's
every single
exactly
game so
where
far?
I'm
We've seen
getting
it
with
in the
this
meta.
one. Yeah, so far Kiriko has not really worked out for any team in the Maga mirror. I'm not entirely sure why they decided on Esperanza particularly to die on that hill after having been so very dominant the first two maps.
Luke Mino wanted to get out of break jail. I can understand, but it's just not happening in this meta.
yeah.
You know, I think sure in a dive comp, totally fine. I think there's other ways to play. You know, the Lucio, the double flex support, but you know, the Ana can work. I don't mind the Ana Juno, but I do think the Kiri Juno is just, you really are depriving your DPS of heal, right? And you've got players like Chopper and Rocket. I mean, the level of aggression they can put on with armor packs, with, you know, the constant inspire from that perk from Brig. I mean, Brig just has, in general, I think some of the best perks on support. And so I just think Kiri was a really weak choice in Esperanza, and I think it's a huge mistake to throw away maps, even against a team like Avidity. Maybe you're very favored on Timeless, but still, it's like, I want to see them have a really dominant showing to win something like this 3-0. You know, they do have more opponents to go up against. They do have tougher tests ahead. And so I think if they continue to bring that Kiri out, it's going to continue to be a weakness for them.
Yeah, I mean, Timeless punching down there when it came to the Maga composition. And also just seeing, you know, Rocket back on Tracer, Riker on Ball. All is well in the world when they get to play those heroes, Johnny.
Yeah, I think it's a great wrinkle for them because there are going to be situations in this tournament where hero bans come into play and you'll be forced to swap away from the Mauga composition. So yes, we cannot say that the first thing at top of the list is that you play a solid Mauga composition because it usually boils down to that composition. But then, you know, if a Juno ban comes in, a Mauga ban come in, depending on the map as well, then yeah, being able to play dive like this, it's something that Timeless does well and it's something they've relied on in the past, right? So yeah, Rocket stood out on the Tracer, great wrinkle for them, and you know, there's a few teams here in this tournament that might shy away from the Mauga. That's when it's on Timeless to bring out that kind of ball Tracer kind of composition.
Any last words for Avidity before we officially say goodbye to them as they just lost their elimination match?
You know, I think as many teams so far that we've had to say goodbye to today, you know, the Mauga meta wasn't for them. It really took them out of their comfort zone. This Avidity team had some impressive performances throughout the stage. You know, I think was impressed by Wub, by Zomba, especially on the Tracer Sojourn. Pella's Wrecking Ball was fantastic. And I think, you know, it's just the challenge for playing at this level is you've got to have more depth, right? Even if you're insane on a certain comp or a certain meta, things will change. You're going to have to adapt and you're going to have to innovate. And that's where the top teams distinguish themselves, is that they're building rosters not just to succeed in one comp or the current meta, but to look ahead to the future and to be able to perform, whether it's here in the playoffs or ahead in the international stage.
Yeah, I called them a dark horse, right? I really meant that going into the tournament. It just so happened that we kind of went into a meta where they perhaps weren't as favored as much.
And now we actually do have a winner's interview ready as well. So let's bring in Luke Amino, who's also a player of the match. I see Jake grinning already. You know what, Jake? I'm just going to take that question away from you. I'll get it over with.
Wait, don't take my question, Zoe. This is my question.
Luke Amino, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, Jake has a very important question. Something that's
all right. Tell me, keep it a buck for me. Is the Kiri a troll pick? Are you just escaping Brig Jail on Esperanza, or do you think it's legit the better hero?
I mean, we'll see. You'll know next week. But I like to play Kiri. I like to have some fun in these matches. So.
All right. See, that's I can respect that. Playing for some fun. I respect it. Oh, the highlights, production. Come on now.
See, I don't respect this.
Good.
I do not respect this. This was not a real answer. Look at me now. Give us the usage case. Where do you see Kiriko is actually strong in that very Mauga meta?
So when you're better than the enemy team, you can just win the duel and then win the game. But the Suzu is pretty nice. You do get the cleanse of DPS passive off your Mauga, so.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about yesterday. Like yesterday's performance obviously wasn't, you know, you putting your best foot forward there against SSG. What was the team kind of like talking about as you were viewing that series, and what was kind of like the differences going into today's matchup?
Well, we switched things up, so it's harder. I think it's harder for Ability to adapt. I'm not sure how it would go if we played SSG on these comps, but we'll have to see. I think we might play them again.
It's very mysterious.
Right,
Yeah,
today is just full of mystery. Look at me. Well, we're gonna let you go. Congratulations on the dub and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thanks.
You are most welcome. Lucamino from Timeless joining us for a very quick chat. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how they are keeping themselves alive in our playoffs for stage 1. They're taking down Avidity. 3-1 was the score. Avidity showing some signs of life, as we already said, but unfortunately falling at the hand of Timeless in the very end. They had a good run though through stage 1. I was like, which number are we on? Stage 1. They came 5th overall in the standings out of 8 teams. They avoided relegation, so there is a lot to build on heading into this upcoming stage. Now Timeless, of course, are awaiting their opponent, and we're going to find out who that is going to be with our next match, Rad versus Nightmare. We haven't seen Rad yet, so we have a lot to discuss, but first things first, we're heading into a quick break, and a break means... not really a break, actually. We have more action inside the break. Battle of the Bots continues. It's the final Battle of the Bots match this weekend here, so I know everyone is on the edge of their seats for this one. To round it all out, we've got producer Eric's team battling it out against our comp ops lead, Trevor. So make sure to vote on who you think...
Wait.
These are the heavy hitters, guys. Like, you don't even know. But yeah, make sure to vote in the chat and let us know who you think is gonna win this one. And we're gonna see you all on the other side of this break.
Ready for battle.
Hiya.
Hello.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. Area denial. Recharging.
We're so grateful to have the mobile clinic because there's a lot of people that live literally across the street in the burn zone. Having these resources is so helpful because already as is this patient population, they're under-resourced. And their main clinic where they get cared for, unfortunately, burned to the ground. So, which means these people who normally don't have very much have nothing right now. So having this mobile unit here, plus your generous donation, will help reach the masses that need it. And so the antibiotics, the breathing treatments, because people are breathing in the air and the ash, whether they have asthma or they don't, they're coming in with respiratory illnesses. So all this is going to be a great use, and your generosity will go far based on just where we're located. We're literally right across the street from the burn zone.
Head on over to directrelief.org for more information on what they're doing and how you can get involved. Welcome back, everyone. Green Room is going crazy today. Also,
sorry.
that's an OG. It's okay. Yeah, I'm actually Breadman.
That's a season 1 Vic jersey right there.
I was about to say, like that's some OG stuff you're bringing out now.
Look, I gotta represent. Again, Matt just asked if it's game worn. It's not game worn, indeed. No, I just supporting my guy. Of course, he carried me through several tournaments, and so I just gotta be a fan of his. But yeah, I am wearing a Forum AM jersey because we got a bit of a featured guest coming up. So.
Oh, why don't you host it? Since you're already in.
I could.
Why don't you host the show?
Straight to it?
Homie?
Yeah.
Let's bring him in. Why don't you bring him in?
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present to you today's featured guest coming on OWCS North America. It's none other The McGravy, welcome back to the show. Good to see you.
I love that you call him a featured guest as if we had like 100 guests. But Caleb, you're also the only guest. So there is that. Just bring it down a notch.
I'll take whatever I can get. However you want to put it, I'll take it.
I'm with you. You know what? We're happy to have you. We're so happy to have you. Also, very much belated happy birthday. How did you celebrate?
Happy birthday.
I celebrated by staying at home and watching Overwatch and playing Overwatch like I have done for the past decade.
Do love that for
relatable,
you.
Relatable. Thanks for the duo the other day, by the way. Put up some dubs.
We were farming. Me and Jake were farming on stream. There's proof.
It's good to see. It's good to see that you're still around, still playing the game, still loving the game, still talking about the game. Maybe catch us up for everyone who kind of lost track of you after you retired as a professional player in, when was that? 21? Early 21? What have you been up to?
Too long. Too long enough where I'm a Masters player now, so I'm not very good at the game. But I have just been coaching the Florida Mayhem up until the Overwatch League dissolved, and then now I've been coaching the collegiate scene. Now I've been coaching the University of California, Irvine. I've been doing that for the past year and just kind of putting around and doing my own thing.
Doing your own thing, but you're still keeping up with the scene, looking at our upcoming match. Who you got winning this one, or your general thoughts on the teams and the competition this very stage?
It's gonna be Nightmare is my heavy favorite for sure. I think this is a team who's pretty confident, and I feel like they could be the best team in North America. And I think after their last loss versus was it Team Liquid, I think they're gonna be pretty motivated. This is a get back match. They have to show that they're a top dog. So I'm pretty confident with Nightmare.
Yeah, I honestly agree. I think Nightmare have looked amazing, and even though they lost to Team Liquid, some of those maps it really felt like it was going to go Nightmare's way, and then barely slipped away from them. That being said, I think Rad has shown to be pretty strong, pretty threatening on a lot of rush comps throughout the year. I think this is potentially a comfortable meta for them. What do you think Rad can do to shake this up as far as playing into this Mauga meta? You think they're going to go for that or try to attack Nightmare with the bans? Who do you think is going to deviate more, I guess, from this established meta we've seen so far in the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm interested to see from Rad what they do with their tanks, because I know they have Painkiller who normally plays, but they have Zeb on their roster who's known to be kind of like an Orisa Brawl player. So I'm interested to see if they play the Mauga with Zeb or with Painkiller, or do they kind of opt to go for that ban strategy with the Mauga meta coming in? Maybe Zeb plays the Orisa. I am interested to see what they do with their tanks. They've been pretty straightforward with Painkiller, but I'm interested to see if Zeb maybe comes in and they shake it up a little bit.
Now, I'm also interested to see how much you have your finger on the pulse of the community still, Caleb. So that's why we're going to play a little game of Overfeud before we're heading into our very last series of the day. I don't know if you're familiar with the game, but essentially we polled our audience with some prompts, some questions, somewhat Overwatch related. And the three of you are now in a team and you have to guess what the community said. We need the top 5 answers. If you get it wrong, you get a strike, you lose a life, and you have 3 lives overall. So you can sidebar, you got to play together and really get with it. I don't know. So far, I don't think we've been very good at the game. Or have we? I don't think we have.
Johnny and my record in these games is so trash.
No, it's not good. So you low-key have to carry them. So as much as you carry Jake in your games, you now also have to carry him here on the show. That's what's going to happen here.
We got this.
All right.
Jake and Johnny.
All right, you got this.
Protect us. Take us away. Usually I'm ending here, so.
I feel like this is an easy one, though. And I think Caleb is just the right guy for this one as well. Name a hero whose mains are most likely to have an anime profile picture.
Oh, wow. I mean...
So
I'm immediately going like Gen.G.
You're not going first, though. Caleb goes first because he's
I'm talking with my team here.
Okay, I'm sidebarring. Okay, sorry.
Pretty confident in the Gen.G. Gen.G feels like that's like a key.
Gen.G was my first immediate thought. Yeah.
There you go.
This is the highest percentage we had for anything thus far, I think, in Overfeud. Right.
What are we thinking next year?
Peak anime.
I feel like sticking with the DPS theme. I think that's kind of where to go. It feels like this is a DPS player category. Potentially like a hit scan.
I'm leaning Widow.
I'm not sure
I like
which
Widow.
one.
I think the solo snipers is a classic anime profile picture vibe.
I'm fine with Widow.
I'm not sure.
That was a strike.
They just hit it with the strike immediately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think we have to try a support at least. I'm thinking like Juno, Kiriko. I mean, I
feel like
think
Kiri fits the best, right?
Kiri could be a decent
I like
choice here,
Kiri.
yeah?
Kiri feels like a good answer.
I like Kiri.
I think we're going with Kiri.
Nice.
Nice. Good shout, Johnny. Good shout. Good shout.
Crazy. The Japanese hero has fans of manga and
Wait,
anime.
should we just go for the whole family like Hanzo? I don't think
Yeah, I mean,
Hanzo...
there's something to be said for this strategy, the Shimada clan strategy.
Do Hanzo mains exist anymore?
That's what that was kind of what I was on. Just like, you have to go with a main, and I feel like there's not that many Hanzo mains.
You guys are not a man of the people. Believe me, in gold, there are Hanzo mains. You better believe there are Hanzo mains.
Okay, you're doing great at this game, Jake. So yeah, maybe don't be too confident here.
You still have 2 lives. Okay.
What about
Tracer?
Hanzo's on here, bro.
I'm feeling Tracer. I'm feeling Tracer. That's where I'm at. That's where my head's at. Another fast DPS.
That'd be a good shout.
That feels like an in my PFP.
Tracer.
Yeah.
You're locking again?
Tracer.
Okay, Tracer locked in, and you're so wrong.
My bad.
Guys, I'm telling you, Hanzo. I'm telling you.
This is our
Hanzo.
last life. Oh.
Oh,
Last
Did we
life?
lose?
I don't know. I mean, it was.
It's gonna be like Mercy and.
You guys are like dropping the ball so hard. Like think. Oh, there we go. Like think of like a proper anime that are popular, like Neon Genesis Evangelion, like that kind of stuff, right? You have those mechas.
Sombra, maybe?
As a Diva player,
Diva is a good shout.
As a Diva player, it might be Diva. I am.
Do you have anime profile picture?
No.
Not only do I know the community, I know myself.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, a little.
All right, the last 2 answers.
Okay, and you went down to 1 life.
I'm lost.
Juno? We're gonna go Juno.
I think it's Jake's turn, and Jake is trying to
I'm lost. I've done my tries.
Hanzo.
I got nothing left, guys.
No, you guys, you have combined tries, and
I think the community is just
trolled
wrong.
You.
It is in fact Hanzo and Widow. I know people don't realize that, but that's just like the truth.
I don't think
are
that
the classic anime PFP.
That's not. Okay, look in an answer.
Juno?
I'm down with Juno.
There's no Juno.
Okay, you're all just wrong,
right.
and it wasn't.
Right.
It wasn't.
Oh, it was Mercy.
either.
Reaper?
Nah, the community.
Reaper is a
y'all are
pocket
coping.
pick.
Y'all are
That's kind
coping.
of crazy.
Reaper. Nah, come on now.
I'm not feeling the Reaper.
Mercy.
Mercy, I understand. Mercy, I kind of get
What
it.
anime? What anime is it that Reaper players are watching? I need the details.
I guess like some
I need
edgy,
to
like
dig
Death
deeper.
Note, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's
Death
good
Note,
shout.
maybe some Death Note fans.
Guys, the Death Note watchers are playing Widow. You guys don't know the
That's
community's not
true.
in touch like this, but it's just a fact.
I feel like Jake never watched an anime in his life. And
Oh
he's
yeah,
saying
yeah,
stuff
that's
that
true.
he-
So it's very true. If only, I'd have a lot of hours back.
Well, I don't know. Well, you're not restreaming anime, but I know you're still doing a lot of Overwatch stuff. So, Caleb, where can people find you if they want to watch your stuff?
I'm just about everything. I just have McGravy for my tag, but I'm mainly on Twitch and The Bird with McGravy. So Twitch McGravy, Twitter McGravy, all of that. And I've been getting back into streaming and playing the game, having a lot of fun with perks and enjoying it just like everybody else.
That's right, and we've been enjoying your content, and if you just can't get enough of McGravy, don't worry, he'll be returning as an analyst actually for the last week of the playoffs, so we're excited to have you back in just a few days' time. For now, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us, and we are now going to send it over to Mitch and Matt to get us into... Matt? Did I say Matt or Map? I'm not sure. Mitch and Matt. Those two guys, thank you. I'm killing it. But yeah, we're getting into the last match of the day. Don't want to miss it. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you. I mean, there's a genuine concern that if we blink, we might. So, especially based on how that previous
Why didn't
game
anybody
went.
ask McGravy about his mustache? At EWC, he had epic
All right, see you next week. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and,
Oh, no,
and it's gone.
It was like a proper, yeah, it was good. It was like a Ned Flanders.
He was like a month away from like handlebarring it, like on the little twirls, but now it's gone. I'm
Just
very
a face. I mean, you got to try these. To be fair, when was the last time you were clean shaven? Just out of curiosity. Because I don't think I've ever seen you in person without a beard.
I mean, I think everybody who loves me would just abandon me if I got rid of it. So that's why I've not done it.
Yeah, okay.
I can't tell you.
Right. That's I mean, look, for some it's just a phase. For some, it is basically bolted on at this point. For Nightmare, they have only obviously suffered the one loss throughout the entirety of this, this group stage, and it was to SSG back in that first week, a 3-1 result. Since then, these guys have been pretty incredible. 3-0 over Team Liquid, I think. At the end of the regular stage, we're gonna call it, and then I mean, what they did yesterday. This team is really impressive. I think there's a lot to be excited about, but losing to Liquid in that previous game has them down here in this elimination game, a 3-1 result. So they're looking to show us what they have in a minute that's featured so much Malga, but they're banned to this map.
Yesterday, they didn't really want to play any Maga, right? I think that's kind of what did the main. Even against the Maga, they were playing things like Hazard and whatnot. So they come out here today. The first thing they get rid of is the Maga. So we'll have a Winston set up here for Nightmare with Rad Esports. I mean, this feels like an entire meta ago, right? Or maybe 2 metas ago for Rad Esports with the Torb and the Hazard in play.
I mean, it's concerning, I think, to see Nightmare try and avoid the Malga so much. I mean, many of the top teams here are just forcing those mirrors and winning them out, but they seem to maybe need a little bit more time to play like that. Okay, so dive comp here for Nightmare. It's going to be full Winston setup. Of course, Juno is banned, so Ana Lucio are not often seen combination here for Nightmare. Alongside the Kiri Lucio for Rad Esports, a very standard Hazard composition, even with a Torbjorn here. Rad definitely playing as if it were a couple weeks ago.
UV's been able to hit some sick bio-nades over the last few weeks on the Ana, so I think that's kind of what you're playing around there. Zero ends up taking out Chronic. Chronic probably the most consistent player, I would say, for Rad Esports throughout the first stage, as it'll be back to the point here, just keeping it contested for Nightmare, but King does find one.
No, and his Torbo eventually is going to sort of take over the game a little bit, right? They're just left to put this damage out, put pressure down on backlines. Nightmare, they really want to stall for this. They're going to go for a nano on Cuffer, and he is just going to hang around like a bad smell. King's lost his turret. Z's here, of course, going to pop that Kitsune Rush and go for it. Rad need to clear Nightmare off the point, and it's costing them a support ultimate.
But they finally do. It's a nano boost that comes out from Ultraviolet, and that's a really huge ultimate that goes on to Kuffa. And King, just with that Torbjorn turret, it's just been a nuisance for a lot of teams, right? When Hazard was in, like the Torb really good against Hazard, but also pretty good against like Tracer and the flankers. Even still, Torb with some pretty strong perks too. So Torb a pretty good option, even with some of the other comps we see.
Here's that sound barrier that comes in at a good time. It's going to be a root here thrown down by Painkiller. The downpour connects at least onto Ultraviolet, makes him an easy target, but it's going to be a trade of supports here as Painkiller doubles back to the point, but Lep is down. No healing to speak of now, and Painkiller is a little bit lower than he'd otherwise like to be. Staggered somewhat now as the point should be flipped in a few moments, but Kuffa did fall before that. King is hard to get rid of at the best of times, and that turret does need to be cleared here by Zero. Eventually, Chronic is out of the picture, but now Rad can do a bit of stalling of their own. Frustrating here for Nightmare, who have to clear them off entirely.
Everybody just floods on in there, 1 by 1 for Rad to kind of keep it contested, so they take the lead for just a brief moment in time, but gonna go right back to Nightmare. And when we were on with Painkiller, he's doing a nice job, obviously blocking a lot of that damage, staying alive, but with no supports, didn't have a leap to actually make it over to the Mega Health Pack. If he would have gotten that, maybe you're gonna keep things rolling if you're Rad Esports, but without that Hazard in the mix, very difficult to stay up as you get rid of that Torb turret. Maybe now behind Lethal's Overclock, you can actually pick up some kills.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of those Sojourn ultimates, but Chronic going to go for theirs first. Take the perk for 150 charge here, but there's not really any targets to work with. Lethal's just going to hide away until he has the chance to bring his own Overclock into the fight. Kuffa ducks away. Here now comes the crack back from Nightmare. They're still in control of the point for now. They've not allowed it to flip. Keep an eye, though, on that marker up the top. It's going to be important. Kitsune Rush going to be popped here by Z's, and Ultraviolet is holding on to the nano until Kuffa, in theory, gets low, but in fact, the Winston never actually gets that Ana ultimate. Okay.
They end up giving it to the Tracer instead.
All right, what can Zero actually do? I mean, was that just desperation? Did UV have to give it to someone? The point flips back, but Lethal is still hitting these rails. Painkiller is scary, but doesn't have any supporters from behind. Zero is able to drag him down. And it looks like Nightmare should be in good shape here. It'll be drips and drabs coming in for Rad Esports as they've lost control in the dying seconds, and they need a touch they won't find.
Yeah, you got Kuffa back in the action there for Nightmare towards the end as well, as you nano that Tracer, being able to kind of keep the point in Nightmare's favor for a little bit, get to 99. Everybody kind of disperses, gets healed up, and with just the Hazard on the other side, Painkiller, there's nothing you could really do there to kind of keep that one going, where it is Nightmare who takes our first point here on Nepal. I think though it is pretty telling though, Mitch, right? We didn't see them ban the Malga yesterday. I think we were kind of asking for it, or maybe they did once and that was the one map they won. But, you know, banning it here early on, this also gives Rad Esports an opportunity where, like, hey, we can play Malga the rest of the way.
It's obviously a question of whether that's going to be the plan for them. But I mean, Nightmare in the last series banned Pharah, Juno, Malga, and Brig. So all comps of some permutation of the Malga setup or other. Love this little cinematic pan, dude. Thank you very much, observers. Here comes King on the Pharah. It's an issue for Nightmare. In the past, they've often tried to ban it out. But without a Sojourn here, Nightmare have 0 game into this.
Yeah, you lose. I mean, the Sojourn's probably the worst when you lose off the rip, and then you don't have any other support healing as well. UV would be a threat to King in the Sky, but a lot of those players die early. Kappa not going to make a change. Okay, I was going to say potentially you make a change here. Maybe you go back to the Winston, so they do end up deciding to do so. And Zero playing the Gen.G here versus the Tracer, so very good at both these heroes. Last round it was Tracer. This round, though, opting to go with the Gen.G. Maybe it's a little bit easier here, access to high ground.
Okay, Lethal gets brought down here. The Spike Guard going to claim him 4v4. But obviously, there's still a Pharah to deal with. It's such a nuisance. Kappa wants to play point here if they can. They are going to be able to draw some of these Rad Esports players down. But perhaps they just want to take this higher ground away. As Lethal comes back off respawn, set them up for a decent vantage point. But this is taking a huge amount of time for Nightmare to put this strategy into motion.
They're just kind of circling the point, right? It's just taking a while to develop and get this position and force these players from Rad exactly where they want them. So now it seems like they finally kind of get that position. They'll move now down onto the point, right? They kind of take that high ground area and almost force them down onto the objective.
I mean, it's a chronic shot at deflecting King there, a railgun, and then a disruptor shot that got bounced back at them. I'm not sure what that was about. Zero got a lot of value there. Obviously being able to pick off the Pharah just before that. Nightmare, in a pinch, can obviously use Zera's mastery of Gen.G here to turn the fight in their favor. However, they're chasing a decent total here for Rad Esports. Next fight promises volatility with nanos. In theory for Custer, excuse me, Custer, God help me.
Custer? Custer is on Winston for Nightmare.
I mean,
yeah, I mean...
what a utopia. It's like that gif of like the utopia, like the world of Custer got nano. Especially on the Zen. Yeah. And then he'd probably still use Transcendence with that ultimate.
Yeah. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah.
So Kappa used the Primal Air, just going to push players back. This will actually probably give Nightmare the lead, just because this is taking a while for Rad Esports to actually figure out a pathway in towards the objective. That is brutal there. I believe Kappa actually gets booped back by the Lucio, and then that barrage from the side.
This has allowed Nightmare, though, at least to even the odds. Now, though, no nano recipient. It's going to be Zero gets it. He might actually be able to build a blade here. Oh, he does. Does he pull it? Does he need to? Stop the cap, I think, is the most important order of the day here for Nightmare. But the sound barrier now means it is go time. And it's all falling apart for Rad Esports. A fight in which, realistically, you'd expect to try and win. They've got a shot still to come back with, again, sound barrier, overclock, but that's brutal stuff. Nightmare win after losing Winston? Bruh.
Think about how long it took Rad Esports, though, to get anything going into develop, right? Nightmare's got like about 30% on the point by the time that fight kicks off. They already got like 70. I mean, just gaining a ton here. It's going to be the sound barrier used for Rad Esports. They're going to do this to kind of get through that choke. So you will end up flipping the objective here, but you end up giving up your beat, right? You don't really get a beat in a really advantageous position right now. Lethal can come back with his overclock potentially.
Awkward for Nightmare. The map got kind of flipped, so this could get staggered out actually for a while. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. I mean, there's no fight to be had after losing their Winston. So why are we doing this? They get on the wrong side of the map. That is the issue. They've full dive. Let's calm down a sec.
A little bit deep, but now you have to wait, right? So now you're going to give up another probably 10-15%, and now you're in final fight territory. Potentially you get like a downpour here with the overclock going, right? Lock all those players down in place. You have a Kitsune rush to use here, so just where it looked like it was pretty terrible for Rad Esports, just kind of that long stall ends up working out for them.
Zera's on the wrap here, spots a Gen.G, spots a Lucio, excuse me. And his left dropping down in front of him. Try to trade with King at length now. It's going to be lethal. Needs to be a big overclock, guys. I'm going to give it to you straight. King low, but is able to get away. Painkiller in the face of lethal. Ultraviolet going down. A Chronic's overclocked here, and Rad have tied this round up. The map, in fact. Surely. Kaffa's able to bring the Sojourn down now, but there's a Kitsune rush to frolic amongst for Rad Esports. Nightmare going to get a rude awakening here in the second round of the pool. As Rad Esports show they can give as good as they get, if not better, when it comes to Village.
It goes right down to the wire, but Rad played that quite perfectly. They had a lot of good ultimates used there towards the end. Chronic ends up taking out UV early with that overclock, right? Which is a really impactful kill. We talk about how good UV has been for Nightmare. Mitch, this would be a steal of a first map because they also banned the Mog, right? You assume Rad Esports has watched literally everything that's happened probably the last week, and that they would have a great idea that the Maga would be a good composition, especially after seeing Nightmare lose to a lot of Maga play yesterday. Nightmare decides to ban it map 1. If they lose this, that opens it up for the rest of the series potentially, puts Rad in a great spot.
And look, this Hazard comp is working out just fine for them. Again, Nightmare are going to walk out with the Ramatra look, something that got absolutely pounded at the start of Village. I mean, fair enough, Winston, not really the way you want to go on Sanctum, which is fair, but...
Well, we do see teams play the Winston here, potentially, but like it's more into like Sigma, right? Like if you're going to play Sigma and control the bridge, Winston would be pretty poor into the Ramatra here.
Absolutely. Whoa! Hey, the jagged wall. Okay, yeah. Lethal is the most important target here, and it seems as if Kuffer is not invested at all in turning around to assist with that, but and that's fine, would be fine if anyone else on that Nightmare was able to help there, but Painkiller has absolutely ruined them.
Yeah, he is crushing right now. I don't know if you actually saw that when they were up there on the bridge, you kind of jockey for that position. He just jumped straight past Kuffa and kind of just butchers Lethal into the corner there, uses like the jagged wall and kind of traps him by where that health pack is, where he's kind of like rotating here, right there in that corner, and that's where he's able to pick him off with that wall.
Okay, Painkiller does have to give some ground here. Nemesis form of Kuffa will lead him out towards that Mega Pack location. But he can get topped up, he can just come back to fire once more, and Kuffa realizes it's about the limit of how far he can push forward. Chronic here, gonna be seen too, but Asusu comes in and it's a Bionade in response. Ultraviolet sees an opportunity there to throw that in Chronic's direction. But he's gonna wrap around. Chronic with full 100 rail charge, hits Lethal pretty hard, but not enough to get the kill. Kuffa does go down. This front line with the Ramatra comp is soft as butter for Nightmare. Bottom of the slip been left in the sun at least. And Painkiller doing the Hazard thing here. And this is supposed to be the map that Nightmare don't have to deal with the Malga comp. They're still not able to get much done.
Chronic going on that flank, right? They end up using the Kitsune Rush, but Lethal takes a lot of damage from Chronic, and it actually like drags the support back. They try and end up healing. There's nobody there to be able to keep Kuffa alive. Really nice play there from Rad Esports. This is going to be the downpour. They're going to push right in behind it. This dude Painkiller is really dominated here on the Hazard.
I mean, everyone those looking so sick. King, Chronic have also been so impactful. Lethal switching over towards the Ash and hasn't really been able to break this situation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this
I thought that was an Ajax, but no. No attempt there for Amble to go for the beat, but he might have an opportunity to use it at all this game. Rad Esports, a cut above, looking to steal this map away. Annihilation here for Kuffa. He'll be dragged down, though. There's just no healing for him. Painkiller removes him. Soundberry here for Rad Esports. Admiral uses it belatedly, but again, nothing really to make happen with it. Zera Blade might be called upon to save a Nightmare here, and it's going to be left to fall first. Zera has to deal with Painkiller, but Lethal gets some key shots in. This isn't over yet. Chronic now sliding onto the point, and Zera is out of Blade, but straight down the gurgler goes Chronic after getting booped. The Nightmare have fought very hard for their survival, but they've got nothing left but fumes.
Well, they will end up, they actually don't have anything. They're actually in a really tough spot here. I mean, you're relying on like UV hitting like a really sick bio grenade as Rad Esports kind of plays through this Kitsune Rush. That's kind of what you're relying on here because, yeah, but now Kuffa going over to Hazard, right? You're closer to a mirror matchup than you were, right? But it's going to be the Kitsune Rush coming out. That's going to be the bio. It's going to be cleansed off.
Admiral's the one that's being chased right now. Kuffa under some degree of pressure, but the Kitsune Rush actually passes without incident. Nightmare are able to stay alive and able to kite back, but they don't have the ability to lead the point. Rad are at 99% here. And Ultraviolet, that was a speculative Bionade if I've ever seen one, but has good damage throwing down towards the point. Doesn't need to hit headshots, finds a good sleep. Painkiller's going to be dealt with, and now Nightmare, they've gotten past the most awkward part of this comeback. The time when they don't have any ultimates against the Kitsune Rush, they have survived that fight and they're getting close now to building some impactful ones of their own.
And with Lethal going over to the Sojourn, it's not as easy to dive as compared to, let's say, the Ashe, right? Not a lot of mobility for the Ashe. You can use that Kitsune Rush, like push through. If there was an Ashe there, you could kind of like chase her down. The slides, though, in combination with the Lucio's speed, very difficult to track this Sojourn. So that's why you see with the Kitsune Rush there, they're not able to track anybody down.
UV has got a nano. That's a nano for UV and a nano for that intended target there as well. It's about keeping Kufra alive right now. Bionade thrown off offensively, doesn't really get any connection. And there it is, Nano going to go over towards Kufra. What can be done here? Jagged Wall placed beautifully. Now he's going to be rooted in place by the downpour, and the health is going to drop lower and lower. Look at how aggressively Ultraviolet has to come forward. He might have given up his life for this one, but the sound barrier comes down at just the right time. Oh, Nightmare saved by some of these ultimates getting online where they are needed most. And down the drink is the threat here for Painkiller, but he's able to clamber back into play. Downpour will catch out this hazard. Z's already felled by the slash. And somehow, some way, Nightmare have come back from one of the most diabolical circumstances I've seen on this map to claim an exciting Nepal game. But that was their ace in the up the sleeve, man. That was their Malgalus map. So what else have they got for us?
And that was also just a brutal fumble by Rad Esports, right? I mean, they're dominating. They get up to 99. The final fight, you just kind of have everything thrown in, the bob blade, everything kind of tossed towards the end. And then Nightmare's able to take it, and then Nightmare just makes a change in tank. They move away from the Ashe, so you can't easily be dove. And then it's all Nightmare after that. Even that beat that comes through there towards the end, that ends up like being really good for Nightmare. Kappa actually doesn't even get the benefit of it, and he's quite low. He's just able to kind of stay alive with everybody else healing him on through it. I feel like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity for Rad Esports.
You saw where Ultraviolet had to stand in order to heal that nanoed hazard. So much so that as soon as like Kappa had to fall back, Ultraviolet was the front liner in that kind of moment. And the beat from Admiral, if it doesn't come in there, it doesn't come in at all. I would suggest that Nightmare are saved by Adamantium plot armor on this map because Rad looked fantastic. As we went over towards Village, they basically start by blowing up the Ramatra comp with the Farah setup, and they sit on that for a while until King goes over towards the Gen.G. In general, like this Ramatra comp just looks horrendous against what Painkiller and co are doing. He runs away with the game on Hazard, and it's not until these sort of final moments where there's a fight won against the Kitsune Rush. There's a sick disengage. Admiral leading his team away from a resurging Rad roster. I mean, it was a very close game in the end, but that kind of comeback really doesn't happen unless you've got some very veteran, very cool heads in your backline for Nightmare. So for me, it's Ultraviolet and Admiral that bailed them out of that pretty rough situation.
I'm sure Nightmare as well knows what's at stake in that map, right? Dropping map 1 to Rad. You've already banned the Maga. Maybe you have some inside intel in terms of like scrims, and that's like something that Rad is pretty confident and can play. And if you lose this here, you're in a really tough spot. But luckily for Nightmare, there are fans out there able to kind of pull on through there for game number 1.
Now, yesterday, quick housekeeping, we actually mentioned it, but the closed beta for our OW2 Face It Pugs is open, right? So you should head over to fce.gg/pugs, and that's your way into the Face It Pro League. If you're like an individual player looking for that recognition, the kind of player that also can slot into teams of other people and really just, be an additive factor, which by the way is something that a lot of scouts are always looking for teams at the top level, that's your way to fight your way into the big leagues. The first season of FPL's kicked off, right? Yeah. We can obviously have a look and see who our top 10 players are. This is a list of people that you can fight amongst if you if you graduate up from those pro pugs here. So Renko punching out the games, of course, Peace and Vega also getting it done. And this is obviously a weekly leaderboard. So $2,000 over to Renko. Hey. Nicely done.
Renko's doing pretty good over there.
Getting it done. I mean, we see a lot of names that we know well, but it's not all of these names are, currently in OWCS teams. So what a great way to get noticed. So remember, the action continues this week. The leaderboards reset weekly. So get involved, check it out. And again, if you're a player that's not in the FPL right now and you want to be a part of it, Face It Pugs is the best way to graduate forward. So fce.gg/pugs. Again, Face It _OW is where you can keep up to speed.
Why wouldn't you want to be in it? If you're that good and you can make money, I mean, Renko, $2,000, hey, that's pretty good. Why not?
I mean, it is legit. It's definitely worth it if you think you can compete with the very best. That's the best way to show what you're capable of. So check that out. Kind of cool to see what the leaderboard is looking like in NA's FPL. But let's return to the series here because now we have a series where Malga can be played basically on every map, and there are not many maps in which he is bad. So Suravasa
the one curious thing though would be is if Rad Esports as well doesn't want to play it, right? Like if Rad is like, you know, we don't really want to play it either. Okay, so Rad will get rid of Ana. And then it will be a Pharah ban on the other side, right? So we see a lot of teams with the Maga play Pharah, Echo, Gen.G, and obviously Sojourn just kind of like always in the mix. And then we see it be like Juno Briggs. So on the other side of things, you get rid of that Ana. Ana really good for like Winston-based compositions or ball compositions. So potentially, okay, this will be a big test, right? Rad Esports, they're giving in. They're, you know, they've turned to the dark side here. They're Malga pilled.
They've been a team that has played Malga, even when it was, I would say, suboptimal sometimes. Painkiller's got a pretty interesting hero pool, I think. We've seen him on Zaya, I want to even say at some point. But Nightmare have, are going to try and play the Hazard setup. Clearly, they're not comfortable with the Malga. They answer, I guess, the threat of the Malga with the Sombra, but they can't play Ana here, which hurts.
They tried this on Esperanza when we watched yesterday, right? But yeah, not having the Ana is quite brutal, right? Because like going in on the bios would be really huge here, right? Don't have that. And also because there's no bio on the other side, like there's no threat for Rad Esports to potentially have to play like a Kiri with this, right? So compositionally, right, it looks pretty good for Rad.
Yeah, see what Nightmare can do with this setup. I mean, lethal on the Sombra is really good, but obviously it means they have to forego the kind of upfront impact that, you know, the Sojourn or even the Ashe can offer you. It does, though, deal with Echo relatively well. And with Lep going down, nice little virus connection there by Lethal. Hacker-mans, he's getting busy. This will be an initial take here by Nightmare, but there's still a Malga to be concerned about, right? There's still King coming off Respawn now, and Chronic is looking for that off angle to keep Kuffer honest.
The Sombra obviously gives a little bit of trouble, right, with the hacks, but Sombra with the hack plus virus actually does a decent amount of damage to the squishies in the back line, right? So pay attention to maybe the hacks from Lethal on to Z, see if you can get those off. They move away from Echo, and they will actually go Gen.G. So this is even more direct pressure on the backline. Also sets you up fantastic for those cage fight blade combos.
Exactly. I think, you know, even if it's Zero, like getting caged fighted by the Malga's not the end of the world if you have like enough healing inside of that, but it's a really powerful combo, I think, and there was some discussion about it. I think Jake was weighing in yesterday saying he felt that the cage blade was better than duping the enemy Malga. And in this case, it would be a hazard, so you can see how there's less value. Don't know how Kuffer's got out of that alive. Nicely done. Spike Guard, obviously, with a 60% damage reduction, plus a buttload of healing, allows Nightmare to withstand again.
And with these Malga comps, you want to play like pretty, you know, tied together, pretty close. And Rad Esports there, they just get completely separated every single fight, whether it be like the Hazard diving in, you know, Gen.G kind of being a nuisance. Easy flashpoint there for Nightmare. They just kind of disorient the composition of Rad, right? Their players just kind of like moving apart from each other naturally, where they want to play close together. You don't get any benefit of the cardiac overdrive, right? When it's really just kind of the Malga there. It's not the type of situation you want to be in. EMP, that is massive, connected with everybody.
Lethal also gets a hack, like a virus rather, on an EMP target, so just does a huge amount of damage to Lep there in that backline before going down. I think there's a lot of value off that Sombra EMP. And Nightmare's comp are very good at capitalizing. They have immense mobility.
Yes. This is what they tried to do yesterday. It obviously looks much better here today as Painkiller just jumps in, just gets beat down by everybody on the Nightmare side. This is what they tried to do yesterday, right? They tried like this composition against the Malga. It didn't exactly work out. It looks much better though in this setup today.
Okay, so Blade here for Zero. I mean, everything here for Nightmare, which is pretty huge. They've not had to spend much on these fight wins. Downpour looks like they've caught someone in that side room. Might have been King, actually, but they're able to get out of there. Okay, here's an Orbital Ray to help out with the cage fight, but it's only going to be a brief window that Nightmare can make use of this for. Admiral's going to commit a rally to the fight, and I think the combination of those ultimates is enough, and I alluded to this earlier, man. The cage fight here, if you are Zera and you have enough healing, you might be tethered to the middle of it, but so is, Rad are forced to play inside of that space too. You can use the cage against the enemy.
Well, especially when you have rally plus the orbital rate going on, right? You can end up popping that blade and feel pretty confident you're going to be able to kind of withstand through all of that. And You don't see the blade used for King inside of their own cage fight, right? You just had you were lacking sustain, right? You make a switch a little bit earlier now onto the Lucio.
Oh no!
Zero takes out Z's. This has gone from bad to worse, Mitch.
Oh, Sarah just getting it done. Just getting it done the old-fashioned way, Matt. No ultimates for Nightmare in this fight, so you would justifiably think they'd struggle to win here. But Zero goes and gets not 2 but 3 clean kills without the backup of ultimates. And Round Esports have to throw King at this point, maybe to stall things out in overtime. But you can see the Cuffer's not bothered about the Gen.G. Concerned maybe about, taking this Juno low. That's good pressure on Z's. Hack on the Gen.G. Dead. I mean, the Jagged Wall's also going to be a problem. That Disruptor Shot doesn't bother anybody on the Nightmare side of things. And hey, they're making this Hazard comp work really well against the comp that's supposed to beat it. There's a reason why everyone's playing Malga right now, but Rad cannot handle what Nightmare brought to the party. And I've got bad news for them. The next fight is a scary one too. There's another EMP developed.
Lethal's extremely good on Sombra. We've seen him kind of run this throughout the stage here in North America. And so obviously making a huge impact. We've seen them do this like against ball comps, right? But against Malga, definitely looks quite interesting, right? Very aggressive going in with those EMPs. You see just kind of going around the corner there. It's actually only going to connect with 2. He's going to get taken out, but that's the beat.
And it makes you wonder, is the beat being tracked here? Or, obviously this, you can, after the beat, that EMP that comes in is way more impactful here. Lethal was, I think, hoping to set up a very quick pick on Painkiller, but that's, it's not easy to do at the best of times here. So we kind of talked up the EMP map, but it ends up being pretty superfluous in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you use it quite early. I think he probably expects more people to be around the corner, but it was only 1, and then Lep kind of comes flying around and he uses the sound barrier to connect with everybody. So it'll be Nightmare, though. They get back fast, dude. This composition is really fast here. Yeah, they just kind of back up off of the point.
Why do Rad want to give this up? And then what are they tracking here that's so problematic for them? I'm not sure. Either way, here's an overclock for Chronic, but it's being blocked. Got the Hazard in the way. Oh, I like it. The fadeaway downpour. That is so sick from Cuffer. Oh, man.
This comp is so fast and aggressive, right? Like, they're able to just kind of go, just screw the Malga, just go straight past him, right? Everybody with the immense mobility here on the Nightmare side of things. It seems like also with Brig and Juno, you can kind of make a lot of different things work. This is really quite fascinating. You also see the survivability of the Hazard, right? Hazard able to kind of put up that block, and he's really difficult to take out.
All right, here's the hack on Painkiller, but Cage Fight will be thrown down momentarily. You'd assume. Maybe not needed, actually. Yeah, Blade here for King. Gets what they needed, and Zero, unfortunately, is a spectator in this engagement. It went awkwardly. I guess he could go for an Orbit Array here in response to a Cage Fight for Nightmare, but that doesn't guarantee you anything.
Well, I mean, Nightmare's going to have an EMP, right? So that's totally fine there. If you're just going to get the EMP out when the Cage Fight comes, yeah, I mean, good luck there. The EMP has a lot of value in this comp for a lot of different things, right? I mean, that's going to be an EMP. The virus there goes onto Chronic, and then it's going to be Zero on the other side, finishes him off.
Yeah, going to raid this, I think, crucially to keep everybody inside that cage alive, and Painkiller is probably going to be overwhelmed here. I mean, Rad too scared to dive in there, and you can't blame them, really. There's a bloody Orbit Array in play. So Nightmare with the EMP actually go before the cage because they did feel
also
like the Ray was enough.
And I mean, it looks like this is going to tick down, right? And this is going to be Nightmare taking map number 2. Nobody able to get a touch. I don't even know if you actually have like the damage there. Like when you're playing the Gen.G Sojourn, like they're able to just keep the Hazard so topped up, like alive all the time, and the damage reduction is so heavy with the block. I don't know if you have the damage to be able to kill him in certain situations. I mean, you see there, even with the cage fight, I mean, they're not able to do much of anything.
So obviously pre-perk, it's quite good. It's 60%, but then also if you actually perk into him getting health back, all of a sudden it's like it's health gain, but it's effective damage reduction, I guess. If you want to look at it like that, it becomes even more immense. I would think that with a Malga, with a Sojourn comp, like you have the damage to be able to put down, but the constant harassment and the disabling that, Lethal has been inflicting on the Malga, the fact that, he hasn't even been saving EMP to shut down the cage and using it to start fights, then just hack and hack and hack that Malga, I think has been really difficult to handle. And I think looking forward, if teams are, do I think that it's ideal that Nightmare can't or won't play the Malga comp? No. Because I think against good teams, like there's a question about whether this counter comp is the answer. Look at that. I love that they slowed that down. That virus hit onto Lep there just guarantees an unbelievable amount of value here. But this from Zera, this is like 2-3 kills in an ultless fight, right? Where you are you're expecting to lose, but Lep dies with beat there and just goes horribly wrong. Like, this is why there is a tier gap between these teams, well, it should be one at least, and that's why map 1 was so concerning for me. But it looks, Matt, this is oh buddy, what goes up must come down, Matt.
I'm also curious when we talk to the desk. I think for Rad, I think Lep could have probably played Brig there. Like you see when we're on like with Chronic and Z's, like there's so much pressure from whether it be the Gen.G or the Sombra. Like I feel like the Brig would have been much more valuable there than the Lucio. Like the Lucio, like it's just not as valuable. Like the sound barrier is obviously, you know, extremely strong, always is. Speed obviously great, but I feel like just to be able to protect the Juno, protect the Sojourn a little bit better than just kind of the Lucio. I feel like the Brig would have been better there.
It's an awkward situation for Rad here because obviously like their game plan coming into the series is secure the Malga comp, secure the maps where like our opponents are forced to brawl. We know we can beat the Ramatra setup. We don't feel like, you know, an enemy Winston comp is going to be that scary, but it's the Hazard comp, but it's not the Hazard that obviously makes this, you know, Rad team, this Nightmare team so strong against Rad's comps. It's the Sombra getting mixed in there as well, right? Both of those I think are really hard to deal with. How many times did we see Kuffer like get like 10 HP and just get healed up and being able to stave off a very high damage comp? Bro, like Malga and Sojourn, I think that's a combination that is one of the like highest damage combinations that you have access to if you're trying to kill an enemy tank.
And maybe, well, I think also if you were like Rad, for instance, right? Like if you play Echo potentially there, right? And like you're able to like focusing beam that Hazard, like don't give them an opportunity to like heal him up while he's low in terms of the HP. Maybe you can kind of like make a little bit of a difference there. But you're running the Gen.G, right? We never really even saw an opportunity where they got like Blade inside a cage to be able to kind of swing for the fences.
No, I mean, Zera bladed inside one of Painkiller's cages. And because there was, it took the overlap of Rally and Orbital Ray to get away with that, in fairness, but they got like 3 kills inside the Malga cage, you know, with those support ultimates being layered. So that's also scary.
Havana, the map pick for Rad, not the best map for like Hazard, right? Because his leap isn't as like vertical as like a Winston's, right? I mean, there is the perk for it, but still, it's not as, you know, engaging like that.
It increases the jump range, right? But yeah, I suppose, yes, it gives you a bit more verticality. But, you know, obviously you can mantle the rest of the way sometimes if your leap doesn't like get you where you're trying to go.
But I think Nightmare will end up trying to play like poke stuff, right? I mean, they like playing Sigma, they like playing Ramatra, right? I think those are 2 comps that I think they would try and go to here.
Yeah, do we get to see what the Sigma poke comp looks like against Malga like on defense? Because there was some discussion about that, I think, in a previous series in the previous series today, rather, where Sigma was banned for that Havana map. I think Ana was also one of the other bans there, and we ended up getting a very short map where, you know, the Malga comp looked very, very good for our Timeless team. So that's a question. I'd love to see if one of these teams opts to go that way because, you know, I think that you obviously have great sort of poke complements to a Sigma setup, or does Sigma just get banned straight off the bat here? Widow.
Zen Widow. Okay.
Chronic is... Chronic is kind of, you know, nasty with it. I get it. It's just... I don't know.
Like you mentioned, I mean, I think these kind of bans, we'll see how they impact, but like you mentioned, where we have seen teams in the past try and play like Sigma comps with, you know, against like Malga, right? You would play like, with like a Baptiste, right? Basically just try and keep the Sigma alive as long as possible. You know, rotate the shield accretion, the kinetic grasp, the immortality field, kind of keep that Sigma up. That looks to be what Nightmare will be going for here. The support line, though, will be a Ana here setup.
Okay. Again, you don't really have the need of mobility here. This is obviously a time where you can do without it. Rad here down 2 maps to 0. They're on the attack side here. They're going to try this Malga look once more. Let's hear what they're cooking, because again, this could be the difference between survival and death in this lower bracket.
Well, you can match Gen.G though.
Thanks, Sig. Yes, Sig. Yes, Sig.
They have Kiri Gen.G, I think. That's their second
point.
They have Surge.
On Kiri, I think.
Okay, I'm fighting this Sig.
Kiri, Ana.
Wait, I might have trolled. Oh, I trolled. I'm sorry.
No, I might go round. I think I want to go round.
You want to lose?
I want to go round. Top there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the top, take top right.
Yeah, walking 3, 2, and walking out. Shut out.
I'm on clear, by the way.
I'm walking Sojourn now.
I can walk on their 6 soon. No rock, I'm walking in 3, 2, and walking 6, walking 6. No matrix, slow.
You ready to go top right, King?
Yeah.
I'm on bottom, by the way.
I can go for a... Wait,
Yeah,
you help me, right? Ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, swinging.
They burned it, we're ready to burn out.
Gen.G. He's on top right, on top right. I call my
No,
on the low.
Here, just TP back. I want to push this Gen.G. 3, 2, 1.
Gen.G 1.
Showing me.
I gotta live. 1. We have all the space. I'm gonna take top right soon.
Touch on bottom. I want to walk in the 6 soon.
Such an interesting battle on the front line here between the Sigma and the Ramatra. Eventually, there is a break in the dam, though. It's Rad that lose King, and Zera has been unleashed. It feels like such an interesting push and pull here, Matt, because there's so many ways in which these front lines interact, but it's the DPS around them. So the difference makers here.
You lose Painkiller here towards the end, so a little bit of a wait here to get him back in the fight, but you hear from Rad Esports, right? They want to take that right-hand side. They want to take that high ground. They want to push a lethal off of that area. They actually get up there the last time, but then it's, they meet Zero up there on the high ground, who ends up starting to go to work on the Gen.G. It takes a while for that to develop as well, right? You're going to be below 2 minutes here when this next one kicks off. A lot to work with here for Nightmare as well.
You've got to turn this rush into a massive advantage within the close quarters. But look at the damage here on Rad. This is a lot of heal pressure. In a Lucio Kiriko comp, you don't have the time to get everyone back up. You can't get King to half health inside that Gravitic Flux either. Kafa might have mildly overextended though here to look to follow up and doesn't hit the accretion on Painkiller, but they got hit with a Biotic Grenade. And he's going to go down. Once again, Rad Esports, it's such a slim window they've got to push through to win the fight, and they miss it.
Well, Rad ends up using their Kitsune Rush there, Mitch, and it's a nano boost from Ultraviolet that goes on to Zera, and they also use the Kitsune Rush from Admiral here as well. So, although you end up losing that fight, now you're going to get close to here, getting below a minute. Rad Esports puts themselves in a great spot. I mean, right beat, Annihilation, Blade, Overclock. They have the everything to work with here. Like, this should be a surefire win.
Yes,
right?
it's got to be an auto win.
Yeah,
surely. Time ticking though, down to a minute. Dera, a lot of deflect, a lot of damage. Again, heal pressure is a real thing for this Rad Esports comp to deal with. It takes them time. They take burst damage if they, God forbid they lose a player, but if Painkiller gets hammered here in the front line, he might be forced to use like a Nemesis form or even an Annihilation. At a less opportune time and give an opportunity for disengage, but Nightmare don't have a speed. They can't get back, so they are basically stuck in place once Rad look to fight them. This should be an easy Rad Esports fight win. Zera's Blade, he pulls away with it. Lethal, doesn't really have the mobility, going to be run down by King. And Rad should have this one locked up.
There's nowhere for Nightmare to go, right, in that situation. So Zero goes in, uses the Blade. It's going to be the beat on the other side, and the Overclock kind of gets that out as well. Not even really going to have an opportunity to touch here. So in the final seconds, Rad Esports will get the first checkpoint. They also hold on to their Annihilation, so you have that potentially here for this one. This next fight. I'm curious if Nightmare, after this Gravitic Flux, decides to stay Sigma, hold these comps, because like Ramatra's like fairly decent into Sigma, right? If you can get past the Sigma shield and just start using the Nemesis form, it makes it very difficult to take out. Dude, Zera's been just on a mission here today. I mean, that is 2 kills, just going right on into the back line and pushing them back to the spawn. We actually saw a spawn camp last week like this, right? It was the Widow in play, but now it's just the Sojourn, so it'll be difficult for Rad Esports to make it out.
Yeah, this Ramatra comp. If they're going to win a fight, Matt, they have to fully commit. And if they, for whatever reason, can't get it done, there's too much healing, they lose a player, Zero can just clean up. I mean, he doesn't really have to cover much ground to get to them. He just starts slicing and dicing through, getting resets and being a real problem. Here, virtually being a frontliner, he's sprimming with so much confidence because Rad were very split up, but you've got to respect Chronic. He might have banned his Widow away, but this guy is still nasty when it comes to the Widow. Unfortunately, the Protecting Suzy does not bloom quite quick enough, and Admiral does take that Kiriko elimination. Definitely see more volatility with these supports with genuine kill pressure. But Rad are really forced to, fight heavily to get out of spawn. Again, it had to be a rush.
You mentioned, though, the heal pressure, though, that Nightmare puts on, and Rad has to use the rush basically to get extra healing to keep Painkiller up, as Painkiller takes a ton of damage at the start there. They don't even really keep him up with that rush. They're fortunate that after they take out Painkiller, it's 2 kills that go in favor of Rad Esports. This is a bio there. Gonna push that Ramatra back. Nice accretion here. It's gonna go right into the Gravitic Flux.
Good flux catch here on this Ramatra. Painkiller, though, is going to be able to avoid that. Obviously, there's always a Suzu. Timely one can prevent you from that burst damage. There's an increase in there, going a little bit wayward. Notice the Kaffa's taking the secondary or the primary perk that allows you to hover, right? So you actually have a little bit more verticality now as this Sigma. Blade for Zera, what's there to be found here? Gets the beating's probably happy enough with that, but needs to deal with King, who is more than happy to cross swords with him and uses it to get rid of Kaffa. Nice little bouncy Bionade there. It is going to account for King. But Nightmare had to give up a lot of space. They won't have Kaffa to move back in and retake here, so they are going to have to pressure this now with 3 players.
Oh, so you get a sleep here onto Chronic up on the high ground. Nice Suzu there to be able to keep him alive. But you're actually going to have Kaffa comes back on the Doom, so you're going to be able to get a touch here.
Lep's done well to stay alive as long as he did, but eventually Lethal connects with him. It's so hard to touch here. Somehow there's been a contest for quite some time, but Lep is the only casualty of this fight ultimately. Rad are able to bully their way through. And they'll be looking at the last phase of the map here after making up a pretty significant amount of time in this second phase.
Doom can survive a lot, but that is a brutal spot to have to fight a Ramatra, where you can just pop the Annihilation, right? Keeps going as long as there are targets inside of it, and you know that they have to contest, right? So a really easy spot to end up playing that Ramatra from for Painkiller. Now the Ramatra will be matched here with Kaffa going over it. So we've seen Kaffa play a lot of the Ramatra throughout the stage. Has looked quite fantastic on it.
Okay, out in the open here, a bit awkward is Painkiller probably feeling, but he'll throw a Vortex down to get Zera out of his face. Big. So the Bionic Grenade perk here is very powerful on this part of the map because you have a slight, height advantage, a slight, decline to play down as the defenders, and you can really splash multiple people with that ability.
So you see, man, you lose Painkiller here. You push right up to the gates. You have UV here with the Nano, right? So you could probably Nano Kaffa. Kaffa in that last fight, right, just takes the space as Ramatra, like basically puts a shield over by that driveway and just battles Painkiller in a one-on-one.
Kaffa's so down to play some Ramatra here. He's been waiting for this opportunity, it feels like all series. Should be a Nano here for the Ramatra inside Nemesis form. Still just an absurd amount of damage taken by Kaffa, so he's been very conservative about this. He's getting close to an Annihilation, though. That's the kind of ultimate that can end the round here. Painkiller does eat a bio. Again, that perk, problematic for the attackers. Zera doesn't have a health pack to rely on here, so actually has to fold back a little bit. You saw Admiral swing that right side with him, and even the Ramatra's going to be there. Chronic is taken off a sightline entirely. Lethal now rules the roost in terms of that. He's out in the open. He can see beautifully, basically anything he needs to lock down on. He can. It's going to be a desperate beat here for Lep. Zera gets away. He's a little bit too close to the sun there as that extra beat comes down. Ultraviolet is felled before Nightmare can get a beat down to protect him, but here come the DPS ultimates. Z's is down, so good luck trying to keep everyone alive as we press Q to end the round. Nightmare stop Rad midway through the last phase.
They prevented map completion. They also prevent getting close to the gates. So pretty good defense there from Nightmare. I think when they get on that Ramatra, Mitch, that is something that they're totally fine matching, like in the head-to-head. They feel extremely confident in their playstyle with Kaffa leading the charge on the Ramatra. Also noting, we saw both teams go to the Lucio. So we see a lot of teams playing like Juno Brig, like even Ana Brig at times. We see teams go to Zen on this one, but Zen actually banned. As teams go over to the Lucio, right, with Genjis and Sojourns in play. Also, obviously, the added speed.
Okay. So what's the answer here for Nightmare? We saw them get a lot of mileage out of the Sigma comp. It looked really good until we got into that second phase, but perhaps the map just becomes a little bit more claustrophobic for a hero that really likes to, love his opponents from far away. Kaffa then switch over to Ramatra, it looked good. Play the Ram, yeah, you can.
Yeah. I think if you know that Rad Esports is going to play the Ram on defense, which you have a pretty good idea that they're going to, I think you just match in the Ramatra mirror. I think you definitely feel like you're a little bit favored in this.
Okay. Kaffa's been wanting to obviously run that a fair bit this series. We have noted that. We tried it on Nepal where they got, kind of destroyed by these Malga setups. So Rad, for whatever reason, like we're in a war where Zen is banned. So like one of your best answers to Malga is not available. Rad though say, we're going to stick here with this. I'm surprised that they actually want to play Ramatra here on defense. I really thought they'd go back to the Malga.
I mean, maybe in the second part of the map, right? Here with the longer sight lines on the defensive side of things, it could be a little bit harder. You would definitely have to play close up the spawn. As we are seeing Rad Esports with that Gen.G putting a lot of pressure here, or at least trying to on the lethal.
King is nice with it, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Just a really nice Pharah Genji player. Very, very good. Okay, Painkiller buys a little bit of time, but once again, that spawn camp falls flat. Very rare, I think, in the era without Reinhardt, May, sim comps that you see a spawn camp really work for the long time.
It's like what we actually see out of like Avidity and Rad Esports, right? It's like the players individually are really talented, and they can put up pretty good fights against some of these teams. At the I would say the 5 through 3 range, right? It's just like the little things just kind of push these teams over the edge, right? Which they have a distinct advantage of them a little bit more than macro and micro game.
Okay, there is, you can see Zera trying to get amidst the back line. A nice Bionade connection there for Ultraviolet. He found a good angle around those shields, but Cover's not healthy enough to really follow up on it and pressure Painkiller further. So this at least creates a break in the action now that can be used, and should be a Bionade off cooldown in a couple seconds, but a wall comes up. Nemesis form is in play though. Ultraviolet buys his time. Wants to make sure a Bionade means a potential kill, and a might here. Painkiller low inside the Kitsune Rush, but takes a Nemesis form here. And I was get some armor back in play. Chronic though is down, that's a little bit scary. Cuffers takes the perk that improves his poke potential. That burst of extra shots here, it's a bit scary for Z's to deal with, and they clearly don't have a swift step to avoid this flaming fists of the Ramatra. Painkiller here is going to have to succumb, and this is pretty good timing, all things considered, for Nightmare, especially holding 3 big ultimates for the next fight.
And the longer these fights go, right, the better it will be for Nightmare. Just they have an advantage in terms of just HPS output, right, with the Ana, with the double bios, in comparison to like the Kiri, right? Just going to be able to just pump out a little bit more healing. That's why you also see Painkiller like take some huge damage at times. Maybe you feel like you need the Kiri for the cleanse, right? Because UV is so good with those bios, you're not going to play anything that could like deter that. But you're just going to lose out in terms of like healing resources.
Might be a game of chicken here with our Annihilations map. Oh, Chronic! Oh, yeah, good follow-up by Zera. So both of those DPS ultimates popped here. Rad obviously in no position to try and, invest in Annihilation or even Sound Barrier at that point in the fight.
That was nice from King.
Classy stuff. I think, though, it gets a little bit harder from here on out, as Admiral is always happy to get involved in some argy-bargy, Matt.
Yeah, won't end up, turning the fight there for King, but it was a nice deflect right back on Zera as he tried to come through the doorway. He was trying to, like, camp him down there in the underground and maybe kind of get a little bit of a stagger on the Gen.G, but King comes flying out. Now this is another fight, though, that Rad Esports should most certainly win, right?
I mean, you've got to bully out.
That's coming on in. Yep. Do have Sound Barrier available, though, for Nightmare.
Is this hasty? Okay, look how low they are under this Sound Barrier, Matt. Yeah. Cuffer definitely forced that ultimate. Can they disengage away, though, from the Annihilation from Painkiller? A beautiful triple bio. If you can get King here, you're laughing. Yep, Cuffer chases them down. Now only 2 players left for Rad. You can't be annihilating. Annihilationing? You can't be no. In this situation, but Painkiller's going to go for it anyway. Shove in a Nightmare. They've got to give that ground up. And a 2-player contingent for Rad Esports holds Nightmare at bay, but it's hardly an effective use of that Annihilation. Painkiller now has to fight in Nemesis form, and the reinforcements have arrived for both sides. A Vortex thrown down the middle of the map, and Chronic is looking for some connections with this overclock. Lethal, absolutely bowled over by that headshot. And like you mentioned, Matt, this should be Rad able to hold them off. Lep is able to avoid execution and stay in it.
Yeah, much earlier, it was like pretty bad for Rad. Like you had mentioned, they kind of got King and they get up 3 players here for Nightmare. Now it's actually kind of turned, right? After this overclock, UV ends up using the Nano there onto Kuffa, and they're already down a player or 2, and they get absolutely nothing out of that key Nano boost. So it looked like it was going to be pretty rough for Rad Esports. It completely kind of turns on its head, though, for them towards the second half of that fight, as now they're sitting a pretty good opportunity, right? Below 2 minutes. They need to just bleed a little bit more clock here before Nightmare potentially takes that second checkpoint.
Ultraviolet, pretty safe angle to play. Nice connection there with the bio. King knows how to shrug it off. Zera's hunting, looking for the other Gen.G. Top 2 anime battles. Zera might have to take care of the Lucio as well. No, Zera, why, please?
I like it. Go for it. Send it.
Is that a throw, though? Cup has Annihilation here. I think Annihilation could be a difference maker. Could pop it when he gets low here. Yep, give him another Nemesis form. Basically, that deals with Chronic, and everybody gets sucked into the vortex.
And that's the rush here used like way late. I mean, maybe you had another player alive, but you have King here up with Z. So you're going to end up losing a few of these players. I don't think you're going to be able to challenge yourself to spawn as Lev comes flying out. But dude, I think you would love to have your rush here.
Every Bionate has been so impactful for Ultraviolet. He's got a lot on his, it's a pretty big job, right? When the enemy team is like a full rushdown style and you're on it. But again, these heals have been pretty inspirational. We've got matched beats coming into this next fight though. And Admiral has to hold his for a blade. I mean, you cannot just pop this one, whereas left here can be a little bit more, free and easy about its use. Obviously, King's playing like this because there's Omega behind him. Now, obviously, that's not an option, but this card is rolling in. Chronic has gone down. Lethal's getting the better of that matchup for the last couple of minutes. Admiral trying to decide if there's any point in trying to beat here. There really isn't one. Painkiller is going to die inside this Annihilation now, brought down by UV. And this, folks, is the series. This is Rad Esports succumbing to Nightmare and being knocked here out of the playoffs. If they're not careful, it's going to be King going 1-for-1. That's the best he can do. And now the rest of the Nightmare will run this one in. Rad Esports are eliminated from our playoffs, and Nightmare will advance.
And you don't even get a use of the sound barrier there from Lep. He uses it there at the end just for himself. But when everybody is alive, like with the overclock that comes through on the other side with from Lethal with the Nano, you have the Annihilation there of the Ramatra going, and he's trying to keep himself up, but there's no sound barrier there. You're able to just kind of take out that Ramatra. There's no huge ultimate to try and keep him in the fight. You just kind of steamroll there through that last phase. If you are Nightmare, they looked really good. I'm curious to see if that Hazard comp can work against some of the Manga stuff. I mentioned they tried to run some Hazard the other day. It was a little bit of a different comp. I think the Brig was banned for that match and they didn't run the Sombra, but with the variation they ran on Suravasa, that was quite interesting. I don't know if they can make that work against some of the other teams, but would definitely change the meta if they did.
Yeah, or it might just drag us back into that era where we started to see the Hazard setup. Some teams have tried it even around the Tourbillon, we've sort of been there. We've advanced to the Malga look, and the belief is that that comp is better. But it strikes me that perhaps there's not quite a true consensus about which comp is, the stronger one. I think this game is pretty important as an indicator of just how wide the tier break might be between our fourth place team and our fifth place team, whoever those are in these two matches here. But it is saying goodbye to Avidity and to Rad now as we firm up our top four teams in NA in stage one. We're going to go to the desk, folks, break down the game wars and start to look ahead at what the rest of playoffs might look like.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt, for calling the action. Welcome back to the desk. So we're here joined by Johnny and Jake, and let's talk about this. The guys on the cast just touched on it at the very end. The composition we got to see on Suravasa. Is that Hazard comp? Is that Matt in my ear goes, hell yeah. Is that comp something that could work or make us stray away from that Manga meta that we're having, or is this just working because they're going up against a team which is not of even caliber to them?
I do think it's too soon to tell, but I think this is a really exciting comp for a couple of reasons. Number one is that they're running the same support line, so they're still running Brig Juno. So even if this Hazard Gen.G Sombra is you want to play it on some maps, maybe other maps you don't want to play it, it's very swap efficient to go back to the Malga. You just go Malga and Sojourn, and even something like EMP or Downpour, it's not the end of the world. You can make these ults work, and you can still go right back into the conventional meta in a given map. So I think this is something that Timeless in their next match are going to have to really think about, and no one is playing this but Nightmare. There's no way for Timeless to prepare against this. They're just gonna have to gamble that maybe Rad messed up and maybe this Malga comp's still supposed to win, but this is the reward as a Nightmare. If you're correct and you innovate this style and it is in fact a meta beater, you're gonna get some free wins off of it until other teams catch up and realize. And with the way Zera's playing, this comp really puts a lot of pressure on him to deliver a lot of damage with the Sombra kind of supporting him in a lot of these dives. But man, if this guy continues to play the way he has all playoffs long, I know they lost to Liquid the other day, but I still think Zera is having a huge playoff run.
That was the standout player to me. Zero on the Gen.G was just insane this game, and as well as playing the Tracer on Nepal, brought back a few fights there and looked a little bit rougher on the edges, and Zero on the Tracer just clutched it up. this was an amazing performance by Zero. There's so much playmaking potential on this Nightmare roster because Ultraviolet's just gonna sit on the Ana for most of the series, right? And we've talked extensively about how good they are at setting up Ultraviolet for those nades and then capitalize on it. But then you have someone like Zero playing the Gen.G and just coming up huge on both the Gen.G and the Tracer, and then Lethal as well, you know, a very capable Sojourn player. So that's the thing I'm most scared about, you know, if I'm playing Nightmare. It's just like they have so much active playmaking potential, the way they're playing these compositions, but also to their individual players. So it's really fun watching Nightmare. Honestly, one of the more fun teams to watch because they are so active in how they play these heroes and try, you know, to go for big plays, and they're often rewarded for it.
Yeah, they also just have a bunch of very entertaining players on the roster in general, Zero being one of them. Player of the match honors go to him for an absolute insane performance in today's match.
Yeah, you know, whatever he seems to play, whether it's the Tracer in map 1 or the Gen.G for most of the rest of the series, he just continues to deliver huge fights. I think this is a real star of the show here. And the fact that Lethal can be behind him, not only with an immaculate Sojourn, but also looking really strong at something like the Sombra, makes this team so incredibly threatening. I like that you highlighted the playmaking, Johnny, because this team just doesn't give up team fights. I mean, even when they're losing, and arguably there's some moments there where maybe they're overdoing it and like ripping ults where it looks pretty difficult for them to win. You can't, it's like hard to criticize it too much because time and time again it works. Like they are fighting you back in these plays, and honestly this is what we see from some of the best teams in the world. What we see from teams like Crazy Raccoon is they will drop a player and recommit to a fight because they just believe that they can still clutch it out. They will give you nothing for free, and I think that's the mark of teams that can be internationally competitive. Like if you take the game strictly mathematically and you only commit to a good easy fight, you're never going to be able to beat these teams that are willing to take gambles, take risks, and play with confidence, which that's Nightmare right now.
Absolutely. I do love that Nightmare is giving us their own flavor, their own kind of look in this meta, which other teams have been straying away. So they might be the meta breaker. We'll find out very soon. For now, though, we have a chat with Kaffa after this victory. Kaffa, congratulations. And thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. You guys are keeping yourselves alive here in a start of a lower bracket run. We need to talk about the composition we got to see on Suravasa, though. You guys were rocking up with that Hazard comp. Walk us through the thought process behind that composition and how you make that work in a Maga meta.
I don't really want to give too many details away, but we think it's like a pretty strong comp. I mean, we played Borga yesterday in our first map against Liquid, and we lost that map, so we were like, we can try this other comp that we're pretty confident on. I still think that doesn't really indicate how good we are at the Morga comp. I think we can play every comp we really want to, and we're like the most flexible team. So I don't think it's like a good indication of how we are that match yesterday, but that Hazard comp is like really strong against it, I think, and I think a lot of teams will struggle against it.
So, Kaffa, I'm interested in your personal story here. You know, you are in the lower bracket, but I do think a lot of people would consider you guys still a very serious threat to qualify. And for you, this is, I think, undoubtedly like your best performance yet, or like one of the strongest we've seen out of you. What does it feel like, you know, being on this Nightmare team, putting it together? Are you guys really expecting to qualify to China, or is that still, you know, something you're trying not to think about too much?
I think like the main goal is to qualify for China for everyone, so it's definitely in our best interest to go there, whether it be a complete lower bracket run. Well, it has to be a lower bracket run now. I think our match against Liquid was like genuine like a troll. Like I died on Havana first when we were about a full hold. I think the series would have gone a completely different way if I didn't make that mistake there. Like we were in control of the series. Like I think a lot of people would agree that those last two maps we just dropped the ball. I'm not really like scared of versing Liquid again. I don't think anyone's scared of any of the teams in the bracket. I think we can win all, and we just need to like play how we used to, play how we usually do in scrims. It's just like a match day thing, I guess.
Kaffa, I kind of want to ask about the team's identity because we've been harping about it on the desk. You know, you have so many great individual players on this team, and you're playing to your strengths. You know, we see Zero playing these aggressive Dragon Blades and getting value from it. We see playing around Ultraviolet Biotic Grenade at such a like proactive pace, and it's real, like it's turning out really good. Like you're getting rewarded for making these big plays. Is that something you're kind of like instilling within the team when you're practicing, when you talk about how you guys want to play? Are these kind of like something you're looking at as something you like that really embodies what Nightmare is all about, being aggressive and making plays?
Yeah, I mean, there's always fights that you can turn. I think a lot of teams are scared to take those risks, but we don't really shy away from it. And whether it be we lose a few fights from overulting, I don't think it's like a big issue, especially against this match. Like, we weren't really expecting it to be a difficult match. Nepal's like pretty Mickey Mouse. I mean, Koth is always pretty close against teams that are weaker. I don't think they're necessarily a bad team, but it shouldn't have been that close to that map, but it's Koth, so yeah, I think we're a great team, and hopefully we'll continue to show that.
You certainly are, and you will get an opportunity as you continue to run through the lower bracket. Timeless is going to be your next opponent, so best of luck in that match, and thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too. They have a whole week now to prep for their upcoming matches. Let's take a look at the bracket as we conclude all things NA. 2 teams were sent home today in both of our regions. What a day it's been, though. I like that we got to see a little bit something different. You know, Nightmare, they're bringing their own look, they're bringing their own flavor to this potluck.
I'm not gonna lie, Zoe. I want to see Nightmare qualify to LAN here. I'm really impressed with this team. They've shown a very different look. They've come out and had to make some big roster changes from last year with some of the partner teams sniping some of their strongest players, and yet they put something together that looks maybe even more impressive than they were able to last year. They're very unique and very exciting to watch. I want to see that team compete on the international stage. I feel like I'm seeing the beginning of something really great for Nightmare here in the playoffs.
That SSG Team Liquid match is gonna be a banger. I mean, it's gonna be so good. I'm just ready for it. They went to 5 maps last time, and now in a meta where both teams are feeling pretty comfortable, we're in for a great upper final here in NA.
That's right. Let's take a look at the schedule for day 3, which will happen next Saturday. SSG and Team Liquid will be the last match of the day, but first things first, we're gonna take care of business in the EMEA region. Any strong favorites in this current meta?
I do like Twisted Minds right now. I think Twisted Minds are really hot. And the Ultimates, they had a solid game today, but I really just was super impressed by Twisted Minds. I also think with the way Lab is playing on OWCS, I don't think VP can take this as an easy match. Maybe they're still the favorites. I mean, they've had such a dominant season. It'd be hard to predict against them, but I was... Honestly, OWCS played way better than I was expecting, and I think this could be a very contentious match here in the EU upper bracket final.
Yeah, I agree. I think the top 4 in EMEA is just going to be so much fun. Like, really, as we talked about, went into it thinking Virtus Pro are just going to, like, easy qualify for China. But at this point, I'm just like, I'm ready for anything. I could see any scenario there, really. Starting off with the Ultimates against Twisted Minds is going to be a huge series. It's going to be so much fun to watch. But then also OWCS versus Pro. I mean, that's for a ticket to qualify for China already, right? So much on the line to play for. And I really do think that any of those 4 teams could qualify.
Yeah, it's gonna stay exciting until the very end. Very much just like what's been the case in the entire regular season already. Both in EMEA and NA, they kept it very, very closely matched for a lot of those teams. So we're gonna have to wait to find out who's gonna come out on top. You don't have to wait to be entertained some more, because we will be rating PGE once we're concluded this very broadcast. So Jake, Johnny, thank you so much for breaking it all down for us. Thank you all for watching, and we'll hope to see you again next week for day 3 of our Stage 1 playoffs.
You're powered up. Get it.